What's the crack? It's your boy, Teriyaki. Back at it again. A little bit of theology. Just can't get enough of the Theology Thursdays, boys. You know what I'm saying? Welcome into Southern Man. He was the first official in chat, boys, okay? First official chatter, okay? But how have yous all been, Sha? How have yous all been? Been a bit of a wild week, as they say. And give me that, of course, we got Shante coming in saying gays, days, furries, mixing it up a little, and bottom yak. Unbelievable. Appreciate you, Shante. But he wasn't, though. What are you talking about? Yeah, Shante just basically deletes everyone else's comments. It's just, the only way it is like colorblind. Shante is like comment blind. She just ignores all the comments that aren't hers first, essentially. Know what I mean? Bit of an update. Well, a couple of updates actually. I'm thinking about this next, starting from next week. I'm gonna take like 4 weeks where I'm just gonna do a week long of one particular show. Doing it for a multitude of reasons, but mainly just testing. Okay, so I think next week is just going to be all Deductionist files. The week after that, it's going to be all Wheel of Madness. The week after that, I think Theology Thursdays. And then the week after that, just all Film Room. Just again, like I said, I like to test around with things. You know what I mean? I like to tinker a bit and all this kind of stuff. And I was talking to a particular somebody, Mr. Norwegian Dan, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Odin's son, the old Scandinavians. So I might have a particular interview coming up. We'll have to play it by ear in terms of that. But like I said, just to give you a little bit of a taste. And again, I'm going to be talking about the shit that's been going down in Ireland. Man, what can I say, man? What can I say? There's just so much shit though. Like that's the one thing I was saying. I was like, man, like absolutely, I'd love to talk about Ireland, but I don't know how long do they want to do it, because usually like I do a 6-hour stream. If this is like an hour interview, I might have to, like to say like Gish Galloping is like a tactic or whatever. It's like I might have to run down through like the whole list. There's a pretty long fucking list, One of the key things that comes up is that like EU migration thing. Like that. But again, if I'm going to be like talking to, because I looked up the person's X account, and they have like over 100k X followers. So obviously it'd be getting out to a lot of people. So like there's that, and like it's gonna be like mainly European, so they're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. But like Ireland is like, I think Ireland gives the game away, so to speak. I think like what's been done in Ireland is so brazen, over the top, and just like out in the open. It basically exposes the agenda for what it is. Because like with Britain, for example, what they do is they like to hide behind the whole aspect of oh well, sure, didn't Britain colonize, and this is kind of like reparations or whatever the fuck, and they do that whole kind of shit, right? But when you look at Ireland, like Ireland didn't colonize anybody. Ireland didn't even have slaves, So why the fuck are we trying to ethnically cleanse Ireland? And that's not trying to justify what's going on in England. Don't get me wrong, but the main point I'm making here is it just exposes it, where it's like this has nothing got to do with like having some sort of like justification through history. There's no justification need. They'll just literally shoehorn in whatever story they'll try. And the laughable thing is when they tried to claim the Black Irish. Motherfucker, I'm an example of a Black Irish because I have dark hair. There was Irish people with dark hair. There was Irish people with fair hair, which means ginger or blonde. And that's what they differentiated with. But now they're trying to run with the whole spiel of, oh no, we was druids and shit. Get the fuck out of my country. For fuck's sake. It's ridiculous, but I mean, it is what it is. That's what I'm saying. Where I don't know what like how far to take it. You know what I mean? Because you guys know me. Like I say some pretty crazy shit. So I might have to drop a message beforehand and say, listen, I don't know how hard in the paint you want me to go for, but the sad thing about Ireland is like America has Trump. Britain has like Rupert Lowe and the Restore Party. Ireland don't we like I say we don't have anything, but there are people making moves. But it's like we're way behind where Britain or America are at, you know? Like we've got Clonairin, you know, which again, like the stuff that they're trying to push towards is good stuff. But in terms of representation, in terms of seats, zilch, you know? Now listening to the leader, he makes a lot of sense in terms of listen, this whole thing of like we're gonna take back the country in the next election, that's a fucking pipe dream. He's kind of one of these long term thinkers, you know? Which is what I like about them so much, you know? Man's name is Justin Barrett. But the thing about long term thinking is like how long are we gonna be standing on this ship when water's coming through? You know, before we actually patch up the hole. And that's just patching up the hole. Then you have to get the fucking water off the boat. You know? I don't know, man. I don't know. And of course, don't forget to smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to open up the panel, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to even do my customary open. If you want to open up the panel, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get the donations in. You see the donor bar right there, 0 out of 50? 0 out of 50. What's going on, chat? You not know.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, but the like button is. So make sure you hit the like button. And if you want to donate, get the donations rolling. We can open up the panel. If you want us to talk theologies, these are more than welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. The Files and Wheel of Madness are my favorite, and I fucking missed last night. Unbelievable. Not gonna lie, I think like last time was a bit of a down night. What I mean by down, I mean like Down syndrome. It was kind of like retarded. But it is what it is. Like I said, I don't know, man. Like maybe I'm kind of getting too accustomed to doing solo so much that when I'm on panel, I'm not kind of like used to kind of, you know, reeling the boys in and keeping us on the straight and narrow, so to speak. Or maybe it's a problem with the topics. That could be a potential thing that I need to look at as well. And I guess another thing could be as well is just the expectation. Am I expecting perfection? You know? Which is a key thing that you should always kind of like keep yourself in check, is to make sure that like, are you expecting perfection? Because you're never going to get perfection. You should try to aim towards it and try to improve and all that kind of stuff. But if you're expecting perfection, especially every time, you know, you're in the wrong game, brother. But enough talking about Ireland. Enough talking about me. Let's talk about a little bit about America before we get into the Bible, folks, okay? Interesting post I seen on X just there from the Libertarian Party. You know, what's their thing? We'll get into it anyways. But they said, well, if we can't end birthright citizenship, we'll just have to end democracy instead. I was like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? So I was like if you notice me on yesterday's show, I was like, listen, like this is one battle in the worldview warfare, my friends. You know what I mean? Finding ways to skin the cat and all this kind of shit. But even the libertarians are now saying this shit. You know? So I was like, God damn. It goes to show, bro. If the libertarians are saying this shit, it's a good sign. It's a good sign. Of New Hampshire, at least. Of New Hampshire. And then we got this post. Like, everybody's memeing at base at this stage. Like, the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire for some reason, right? And then we get this edit.
Desiderati degli onori, delle ricompense, la vita comoda. Esiste per voi l'impossibile?
Oh, these edits go hard. I don't give a fuck if it's like Fed posting or Fed slap, whatever, but they go hard. They go hard in the paint. I'm not gonna lie. That's Benito Mussolini, by the way, if anyone is wondering. But it's like, do you want honor or honors? No. Do you want rewards? No. Do you want an easy life? Fuck no. Does the impossible exist for you? No. My God, man. It's like a different breed. Like, these were men. These were fucking men, man. You know what I'm saying? Theology Thursday. Yeah, fuck the H's, man. We don't pronounce H's. H is a psyop, Rex. Okay? Honor? I like that for... Do you want honor? Or is it honor? See what I'm saying? It's a fucking psyop. They don't even use it half the time. Shout out to Southern Man as well for the $2 for the grift. My man. My man. Thank you very kindly for the support. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Might have vote in the Tories Conor McGregor for Prime Minister of Ireland. Nah, man. That's, like I said, that's kind of like the whole kind of pipe dream. What the fuck is he going to do? What has he done? You know what I mean? Actually, we're gonna yeah, I'll fucking teach us. I'll teach us, right? But again, like just to again keep with the Americans, just like for some reason, bro, I'll show you the fucking reason, right? Watching Muslim communities conquer entire states while my boomy normie parents bitch about a pool in DC. This is what the libertarians are like at the moment, man. Like, this is basically where it's like, you're kind of looking at these lefties and you're kind of going like, okay, you're bitching about a fucking pool and we're getting fucking taken over. And like, this is the American libertarians. This is not like the fucking, like, what you would call like the like right wing. These are the fucking libertarians. These are like the dudes that like to be just, we're right leaning. You know what I mean? This is not conservatives. This is not fucking nationalists. This is not like, you know, all the way over on that side. These are like this is the center right that's posting this shit. You know what I mean? So again, shout out to the boys. You know what I mean? We're making ground. We're making fucking ground. But it goes to show you how far left the fucking left has gone, man. You know? It's gone off the fucking reservoir, so to speak. Because I'm all for one where it's like you need two wings of the bird to fly, but like the fucking wing is now saying that it wants to blow itself up, essentially. You know what I mean? But we'll teach you a little bit about Irish politics. A little bit of Irish politics to get us started before we get into the Bible. Because as we've covered so far in the Bible, this whole kind of like aspect of the Bible and why it's like such an interesting read is that like everything we've read so far is basically, you know, part and parcel with like building a nation. You know what I mean? But let's get into, well, let me catch up in chat first and then we'll get back to this. Check out exactly. Thank you very kindly, Shante. Check out re-examinations. You playing footsie with fascists, Yak? What? We got JS in chat. We got J. What's good, JS? What's happening, JS? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Rex. You know? Been so damn hot out, been already over. How you been? Same here, too hot to jog, probably just going to sleep early tonight. Yeah, we had the heat wave here, man. And like I said, heat wave for Ireland is 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I couldn't even sleep. Like, I'm pasty. I'm not just white, I'm pasty. Okay? So like 80 degrees Fahrenheit had me wetting. I'm not gonna lie. Have you thought about going on cam? Might help. What's this? What's this? I'm getting called out. I'm getting called a Nazi or fascist, and then I'm saying, oh, Put your face on camera, Terry. This is unbelievable. I'll tell you what. If we get to the goal, we get to the $50. I'll calm up. Okay. How about that? How about that? Like, we got a grift, Southern. You know what I'm saying? You got to appreciate the grift. So if we get to $50, I'll put on the cam. I'll throw on the cam. But wait, what will it help with? The grift? I don't know. Let me know. Let me know. I think Wheel of Madness is already perfectly retarded. See this? I come in. I try to make a good show. I thought this whole streaming thing, like, all you guys are supposed to, like, you know, suck up to me and, like, you know, like, hype me up and all this kind of shit. Like, what's this? My chat just fucking roast me. It's like, oh, Terry, your mom took Tylenol. You're fucking retarded. Like, what the fuck?
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chatta. Vi prego. What happens if someone actually, like, comes in and they're like, oh, this guy seems cool, and it's just my chat just fucking roasting me. This is unbelievable. This is unfucking believable. What's going on? I still love you guys, though. I love the roast. I'm not gonna lie. You know, this is what the whole thing is. You don't pray for an easy life. You pray for a strong spirit. You know what I'm saying? That's stone skin, baby. Rex, Sam, I've been so tired lately. It's killing me. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Thanks again for the support. Thank you very kindly, Southern Man. Rex Urban Adventures. I like it. I like it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Having anyone who isn't part of the establishment is better than just cycling through the next puppet, in my opinions. I don't know, man. I don't know. Because what's to stop that person who's not part of the establishment just going along with something worse than the establishment? Like, I want to get someone in that, like, is actually talking common sense. That's actually talking some real shit. All right? JS loves white people. You know? JS is
amazing.
What can I say? I got all kinds of memes. I got all kinds of memes. Good to see you, GT. You know? Go full fash count. I was actually let me tell you, some sneak plans for Halloween this year. Easy always does like a Halloween special for the for Verbal Combat. I was genuinely thinking after the whole JS Fandango that I was going to dress up in a Nazi uniform with the mustache and all that. And I was like, nah, on second thought, I don't want to get easy banned. So, but if it's on Rumble, you know, if it's on Rumble, you might as well play into the meme at this stage, you know. Trump was meant to be that, but I'm not sure what happens. My God, this whole thing. Listen, GT. Israel is the final solution. Okay? The fact that we now have a state for them, that's the final solution. And yes, of course, Rex, I'm going in with the memes, okay? I'm a lefty and I don't feel safe here. I'm not talking about being left-handed. See you, Shante. Sure up you tick. Unbelievable. Enough is enough. Exactly. You know? Must be tough to be a lefty and part of the Easyverse. It is what it is. And $46 and you get to see the goth lesbian. What can I say, folks? What can I say? We love the grift over here. We love the grift, you know? And appreciate you calling me a lesbian, Shante. It is what it is. Israel is the problem, not the solution. Hey, GT, you got to do your bit of research. Just do a little bit of research in terms of what Adolf was actually saying, okay? Or what the Germans were actually saying in terms of what the proposed final solution was. Initially, it was Madagascar, which I just find hilarious. Like, I laugh my ass off when I see that shit. You know what I mean? Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro, doesn't work, okay? Hate to be the one to tell you this, GT. But the trust me, bro fallacy doesn't work, you know? You could dress up as a Confederate soldier. Yeah, but it wouldn't be with the memes. That's what I was saying. No, like, my second thought was like, okay, I don't do the mustache, but I could do like a military uniform that's very similar to, but not exactly, you know? Rex, it's extremely difficult. Everyone just... See, what the fuck? Shantae's out here like fucking Johnny Depp. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Lying mother. No, you're not even lying at this stage, Shante. You're trifling. You're trifling. Okay? I've upgraded it from lying to now trifling. You're in the trifling zone, Shante. You're in the trifling zone. Rex says Matsagaskar. Hey, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know? But I'm not left-handed. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, Rex? You see what I have to put up with? And now you're wondering why all of a sudden I'm just like, fuck it, let's just be fascist. I don't trust democracy with these motherfuckers, okay? Half them are retarded, the other half just lie. You know what I mean? We got to get rid of democracy. Go full-blown fascist at this stage, you know? We'll have good... It'll be a better parade than the Pride Parade. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? Am I too far? This is what I'm saying about the interview. Like if I say this shit, they'd be like... they'll just cut me off like halfway through. I'll save all this shit towards the end then at least, But let me go back to this comment here. Right. Might have to vote in the notorious Conor McGregor for Prime Minister. And this is why I don't trust anything what you're saying, GT, because it's it ain't one of those things. You know what I'm saying? What we need is something like an actual like manifesto, like something like in black and white, where it's like, this is the strategy. This is what we need to do. You know what I mean? Enough of this like slogans or platitudes or whatever the fuck. Like we need something. You know what I mean? Giolibio, right? Oh my god, this guy. This is what I'm saying. Like my chat just fucking roasts me. Like this is I'll never be able to develop an ego from this whole streaming thing, because it's literally just going to be my chat roast me 24/7. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Chris Lestron sent us on a zesty bus. My man. Let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming, and shout out to Chris, Mr. Mustache Man himself, for sending us. See what I'm saying, Rex? I can go with it. Like, there's so many puns to it. I might as well just embrace the meme at this stage. You know what I mean? But shout out to Chris Lestrange for the raid. Appreciate you, Connie, sir. I hope you had a good stream. Trust me, bro. Works. You know what I'm saying? Just trolls. And then Shantae's the one saying that everybody bullies her. No wonder we bully you so much, Shantae. It is what it is. It's karma. You know what I mean? I need to wash the zest off. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Not for real. Lestrange sent me. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Chris. I trust anyone who says, trust me, bro. I trust anyone who says, oh, okay, sorry. Don't you call me trial. I'll call you whatever the fuck I want, motherfucker. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Shantae's out here like this.
It's very offensive, because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat, folks. I'm just saying. My Irish way is to roast the brothers. Hey, this is the way. This is the way. Yo, shout out Big Uncle Yaki. Shout out to you, Chris. Shout out to you, sir. I hope you've been doing well. I'll take the L on that one. To be honest, I have no idea what Connor's views are, but I know he has balls and speaks his mind. That's all I know. When you're talking about politics, like being in the ring is one thing, but when you're talking about politics, man, it's like there's a lot to it, Like in terms of history and like logic and reasoning and all this kind of shit, It is what it is. It is what it is. But we're going to get into it, ladies and gentlemen, right? This is what I think is like Ireland's only hope. The party's called Clon Aaron, right? Clan, like think of like a clan. That's where the word clan comes from, So it's like the Irish clan, essentially. Right. Oh my God, is it broke? Oh no, we can scroll. We can still scroll. We can still scroll. You know what I mean? And welcome into William as well. She'll be coming down the road when she comes. Yeah. Yakiism. We're going to call it Yakiism, Rex. We're going to rebrand it. You know what I'm saying? But, right. Now, Folks, everyone in chat, we're going to read through the 9 principles. Let me know if you disagree with any one of them, okay? Clan Éireann, which is the party, believes that the territory of Ireland consists of the whole island of Ireland, its islands, and the territorial seas. Now, do we disagree with that? Fuck no, okay? We need to restore the 32 counties. None of this shit where it's like 6 counties are still part of Britain and all this kind of shit, right? Principle 2. Clan Éireann believes strongly in the principle of a constitutional republic, founded on individual personal freedoms, rights, and responsibilities. Right? It's not just rights, you also have responsibilities. Okay? We reject and resist a totalitarianism whose essence is found in the totality of state power and the exercise of state authority, and not the ideological direction of that totality. Okay? So again, what we're saying here, folks, basically saying personal freedoms, individual personal freedoms, rights, responsibilities, constitution, republic, basically, you know, and a rejection of totalitarianism, and especially ideological shit, right? We're all individuals, right? Principle 3, Clan Éireann believes, and again, any one of these, just say principle X, principle, like, let's say principle 2 or whatever I disagree with, or whatever the fuck, right? So let me know. Clan Éireann believes that the state is the crucible and natural patrimony of the nation. The state ought not, therefore, be the master of the nation, but the nation the master of the state. It follows that the state should act in all times and in every instance in the interests of the nation, embodied in one indivisible Irish people. All right? So what's this saying? Because a lot of people don't understand the difference between the nation and the state. The state is the government. The nation is the peoples. So the peoples shouldn't be serving the state. The state or the government should be serving the people. What is that? The best interest for the people of this island. All right? That should always be the top priority. Okay? Principle number 4. Clan Éireann recognizes the centripetal tendency of the bureaucratic state and its inevitable deleterious consequences in the quality and quantity of state-level decision-making. Right? Now that's a bit of a mouthful. We're using a centripetal. We're using inevitable deleterious consequences. You know what I'm saying? We therefore believe that a firm commitment to the principle and application of subsidiary must be a central tenet of the government at every level. So this is basically what principle 4 is saying is we reject centralized control. Like, think about like communism, where they centralize all the things, they do all central planning, and it all comes through one big government and all this kind of shit. Clan Éireann rejects that. The people of Dublin should not be determining what the people of Galway should be doing. Same kind of aspect in terms of, think of federalism. Federal government doesn't get to dictate what the state does. The state has its own laws and all this kind of shit, right? But there's 4, let's say, principles that the federal government puts in place, but it's like people on the East Coast of America shouldn't be deciding what the people on the West Coast of America do, essentially. You know what I mean? Same principle here. Principle 5, right? Clan Éireann approaches our membership of the European Union from the principle of refusing to accept the threatened destruction of our nation's freedom, and will endeavour to restore those freedoms which have already unjustly been given away. So, cut a long story short, basically, Ireland has sold its sovereignty. Not even sold it at this stage, just fucking freely gave it away. Gave the sovereignty of Ireland away to the EU. So Clan Éireann's basically like this whole thing of like the European Union, we're not doing all this shit. Pretty based, right? Principle 6, Clan Éireann believes in an aristocracy of achievement, so meritocracy, within a democracy of opportunity, practiced and established economically by the strong advocacy of free but productive enterprise. Consequently, we endorse the inalienable right to the ownership of private property and shall defend that right against the equally dangerous encroachment of both state socialism and monopoly capitalism. Okay? So remember when I keep talking about like communism being like the left-wing version of it, but on the right wing, you also have global capitalists? That's basically what they're saying here. They're saying that private property is sacrosanct, right? And in terms of this whole aspect, it's like we believe in free productive enterprise, but we need to look out for monopoly capitalism, and we need to definitely look out for the socialisms. You know what I'm saying? So, again, any principles in chat, let me know that you disagree with. Clan Aaron opposes unrestricted immigration, placing above all preservation of national identity and culture as a bedrock of a principled patriotism. Again, pretty straightforward. Seems pretty based. Principle 8. Clan Aaron insists that no law should permit the provision of abortion in Ireland. Mega based. Okay? And then Principle 9. Clan Aaron demands a complete reform of our criminal justice system, placing the protection of society from criminality as an imperative value, up to and including the restoration of the death penalty for particularly heinous crimes. So, for example, like the whole thing going on in Britain where you have like the gang rapes going on, death penalty for those motherfuckers. All right. So again, let me know if there's any principles you disagree with, chat. But this, in my opinion, is Ireland's only hope. And these guys have no seats and all this kind of shit, but they're thinking on the long term. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Could be something here. Could be something here. Sir, it's Wednesday in God's time. Hey, I'm in Ireland, okay? Also, like I said, I'd like to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay? It is what it is. It is what it is. Marksy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Welcome in, Background Scramps. Don't forget to hit the like button as well. There's a reason Kevin has always been my favorite Hodge twin. He tends to be the crazy one. Keith is usually more serious. Fair point. Fair point. For fuck's sake, I'm walking my dog in the dark and running into shit trying to type. Hey, it is what it is. Stay safe, Shantae. Stay safe. My fucking man. But is there any of those that we disagree with? Rex, I'm particularly looking at you. Is there any of those principles that you disagree with? Notice how this open borders thing happened globally. It's all done by design. All the leaders are taking orders from the top, throwing someone in. Has balls and won't become another puppet is key. And won't become another puppet is key. Yeah, but this is the thing. Like, the reason why it's a global thing is because it's all communism. One big cabal. One big group of globalists, communists. And they have people in every single country that are traitors to their nation. You know what I mean? So, McGregor gets in office, they give him enough money, or they just threaten his life. You know? It'd be a shame if your family, you know, died horrifically in a car crash. What then? This is why you need something serious. And again, like, what principles, you know? Not for open borders, not for fascism either. Yeah, but what principle do you disagree with? Let me know if you is there any principle here that you disagree with, Rex? I think Rex knows where this is going. That's why he's like he's evading. He's evading. Exactly, Chris. And make sure you check out Chris's channel. Give him a like and a sub. Anybody who's not already liked the sub, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Help out the boys. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Chris. If you don't like Chris's streams or his channel, wait, can you like the channel? Or sub to the channel. If you're not sub to the channel, you're gay. Right? You're not even gay. You're gay. You know what I'm saying? Which would get me to ask the fundamental question.
Why are you gay?
You know what I mean? So if you're not sub to Chris, question out to the people who aren't sub to Chris. Why are you gay? You know? And also, if you are actually gay, like for realsies, still hit the like button because we need to get help on the algorithm and all that stuff. But Rex, I'm looking at you. Got my eyes on you. You know? Tell me one of these principles you disagree with. I don't think you disagree with any of these principles. And you know where this is going as well, Rex. Damn it, I sub now. See? That's all you do. There's a little bit of peer pressure. You know what I'm saying? Look at me face to face. Let's go. See? So, Rex, would it be fair to say you don't disagree with any of these principles? You agree with every single one of these principles, yeah? Because I'm honestly going to show you like the predicament that I'm in. Because bear in mind, like this is like the only party that's talking like this common sense thing. You know what I mean? You know? So do you agree with all the principles, Rex? And I just a yes or no. Yes or no will do. Shantae says, I have to be able to like the stream too. Damn, trying to impress me. See you, Shantae.
That is mahogany.
Mahogany. That's just mahogany, boys. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Turtle as well. We like turtles. I like turtles. Chris and Brick also, yes. Shout out to Chris and Brick. Shithouse. They had me on. You know what I'm saying? It was quite a wild night, I'm not gonna lie. But they're doing it for Independence Day as well, July 3rd in America. Make sure you stay tuned for that, folks. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I was preoccupied. If you mean ethno state, say it outright. Are you hinting at ethno state? Well, it would depend on how you define a nation. One sec. I'm trying to find the link. Initially I was like, okay, I'm going to save all like the links so it's like easy to pull them up on stream. But now I just have like so many of them. It's like, it's difficult to find different ones. I think I need to get into like a sorting mechanism and all this kind of stuff. Either that or give me the principles. Oh my God, this guy. We're never going to get onto the Bible at this stage. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right. Principle 1. The party believes that the territory of Ireland consists of the whole island of Ireland, its islands, and its territorial seas. Right? So this whole thing, if we own our seas and like we're basically going to have a united Ireland. Right? Principle 2. Clan Aaron believes strongly in the principle of a constitutional republic founded on individual personal freedoms, rights, and responsibilities. We reject and resist a totalitarianism whose essence is found in totality of state power and the exercise of state authority, and not the ideological direction of that totality. So we reject totalitarianism. Okay? Sounds reasonable? Principle 3. Clan Aaron believes that the state is the crucible and natural patrimony of the nation. The state ought not, therefore, be the master of the nation, but the nation be the master of the state. It follows that the state should act at all times and in every instance in the interest of the nation, embodied in one indivisible Irish people. So the government should always be working for the people, not the people working for the government. All right. Principle 4. Clan Aaron recognizes the centripetal tendency of the bureaucratic state and its inevitable deleterious consequences in the quality and quantity of state-level decision-making. We therefore believe that a firm commitment to the principle and application of subsidiary must be a central tenet of the government at every level. This whole thing of like, we don't want a centralized government. We want to break off power so that the west of Ireland can choose what's best for the west of Ireland, the east of Ireland can choose what's best for the east of Ireland, same for the north and south and all this kind of stuff. We don't want this communism like one government dictates everything, right? Or central planning and all this kind of shit. Principle 5 is Clan Aaron approaches the membership of the European Union from the principle of refusing to accept the threatened destruction of our nation's freedom and will endeavour to restore those freedoms which have already unjustly been given away. This whole aspect of like the EU Migration Pact, where now the EU decides how many immigrants and refugees get accepted into Ireland. Ireland has no say over it. We've essentially given away our sovereignty as a nation. Right? Principle 6. Clan Aaron believes in an aristocracy of achievement, basically meaning aristocracy of achievement is meritocracy, within a democracy of opportunity practiced and established economically by the strong advocacy of free productive enterprise. Capitalisms, baby. Consequently, we endorse the inalienable right to the ownership of private property. Private property is sacrosanct and shall defend that right against the equally dangerous encroachment of both state socialism, but also monopoly capitalism. So global capitalism as well as socialism/communism. Right. So this party is against communism, and and socialism is also against global capitalism and monopoly capitalism. Right. Principle 7. Clan Aaron opposes unrestricted immigration, placing above all preservation of national identity and culture as bedrock of the principle of patriotism. Right. So this whole thing of like multiculturalism, we're not doing that shit. Right. In terms of how do you define a nation, all that kind of shit, we can get into that conversation. Right. Principle 8. Clan Aaron insists that no law should permit the provision of abortion in Ireland. Mega based. Okay. And then principle 9, Clan Aaron demands a complete reform of our criminal justice system, placing the protection of society from criminality as an imperative value, up to and including the restoration of the death penalty for particularly heinous crimes. So, like, think about like the gang rape and raping kids and all this kind of shit, death penalty, right? Now, Rex, I've went out of my way to go through these things again. Is there any of these principles that you disagree with? Yay or nay, sir? Also, welcome in chat. The man to blame has arrived. Unbelievable. Jack, come on. Don't be going in weak. You know what I'm saying? Also, appreciate you very kindly for becoming a member. And also, William, shouting out the boys. You were on season 1 and season 2. You're the first returning guest on the shithouse. I appreciate you, William. Like I said, boys, episode 15 and episode 22, baby. You know? Shanti says, I'm like 10 minutes behind on stream. Don't ask me nothing. I'm confused. Don't worry, Shanti. Don't worry. Because like we always say.
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. Women should be seen, not heard. So don't worry, Shanti. Don't worry. It's going to take her 10 minutes to realize and play that clip. So we got 10 minutes. Okay, boys? Looks like Shanti wants to get asked questions. It is what it is. Give her hell, boys. Principle 8 for the win. Got it. Do you agree? So on its face, it looks good, but implementation is more important than charter. Depends if they become Irish BNP or if they're SANS. What the fuck? BNP. The fuck is or if they're sane. Okay. All right. Now here's the thing. Right. Well, first of all, I'll go over this. So in terms of like, how do we define a nation? Just in case you're kind of like talking about like ethno-national and all this kind of stuff, right? When we're talking about a nation, ethnicity is part of the nation, right? Which is shared ancestry and origin. Okay? That's all I mean by ethnicity. Now, again, Chris and Americans, like South Africans and Americans, they get a bit, touchy on the ethnicity part. But in terms of like Ireland, Germany, England, France, Scandinavia, all this kind of shit, like ethnicity is not a bad word for them. You know what I mean? But I can understand for Americans, you guys tie it with race or some shit like that, and you get like a bit kind of you get a bit kind of like oof, you know what I mean? Like that whole kind of yikes kind of moment. But here's the thing though, right? Here's the thing, Rex. Now make sure you're still watching, okay? This is the logo of that party. Is there anything you notice from this logo of this party? Unbelievable, Shantae. Unbelievable. Say she was 10 minutes behind, and then bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Southern man doesn't welcome in, Ivan. Southern man doesn't notice anything about the logo. Turtle saying it's a pagan SS. Rex, what do you think? What do you think, Rex? Celtic, possibly. Welcome in, pseudo. Pull up a chair, get comfy. When lineage gets weaponized, crap goes down, but I largely endorse the letter of the law without knowing what the intent behind the verbiage is. I get you. Because like the difficulty with America is that you guys fought the war and the slaves helped you fight the war and kind of gets messy, and then you have like the Native Americans that kind of helped out as well. So, you know. Looks like the Ninja Turtles opened a dojo in Cork. It is what it is. It is what it is. Alright. So the man finally got it. Right? Because when you look at this shit. Oh, 1 second. I need to. Wait, can I go even smaller? Oh, I can. Alright. So when you look at this. Oh, that was too small. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, so I do this actually. And I do. Boom. No, that's too small. Oh, that's too big. 1 sec, chat. Please be patient. My mom took the tunnels, right? So we fill this out here, right? This little red dot here. And then we go bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm not going to fill out the rest of it. Okay? Exactly. Exactly, so the man. And that's the predicament I'm in, Rex. Okay? The only motherfuckers that are talking sense is that. And another thing, just to make you uncomfortable as well, because we might as well. Now, bear in mind, they say that they reject totalitarian control. So there's that aspect. But I don't know if you guys have seen this shit. Okay, video's not available. That's slightly worrying. Okay, we got a video. We got a video to show you. Like if you basically what I'm getting at with that is it's a hidden swastika. Like that's what that logo is. What? You know what I'm saying? It's basically what's known as a hidden swastika. But this is the Porsche logo. But if you spin the Porsche logo.
To the first order, and we'll remember this. All remaining systems will bow to the first order, and we'll remember.
So there's that to it. And that's why I keep telling you like this whole thing of like, what if this was orchestrated over the past 80 years? Everything that we're seeing manifest right now. Food for thought, so to speak. That's why, like I said, I heavily encourage you all to look into the facts of World War II. And even, like I said, just look at what happened to the Germans. Like how, like, you want to talk about, like, mistreatment and all this kind of shit? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Allies didn't have a clean slate, so to speak. But, ladies and gentlemen, about time we got back to the Bible, no? Or just want to keep talking about this shit? Let me know. Let me know. Shante and William are going to have a boxing match, I think, in chat. So we've that to look forward to. You know? There it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that, but you understand the predicament we're in, Rex. They're the only party that's talking about that shit. Like we all said, like there's nothing we actually disagree with. You know, the mainstream parties, we clearly disagree with it. You know what I'm saying? And folks, if you do want to open up the panel, you know what I mean? Got to get the donations rolling. We're 4 out of 50, so we need $46 in donations. Want to open up the panel? Want to continue the shit talk and all this kind of stuff? Or if we want to continue this, let me know. I can change the stream, I guess. I can change the stream title to something. You know, it's VK reference. Once I revived Teriak and told him that everyone a bunch of pussies. 1 sec. I still got it. I still got it. Where is it? Where is it at? Where is that clip? Where is that clip?
Gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I know we had a bit of conflict before. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I mean 100% that you're all a bunch of pussies. I mean, you suck my balls if you think you're getting any respect out of me, you cunts.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta say where it is. I just came in late. Can someone fill me in? Basically, I got sidetracked on a tangent. I was kind of just giving a little update in terms of the politics and all this kind of shit. Like basically we got here from the libertarians in America saying, you know, fuck it, we're just going to end democracy because we're not able to get the birthright citizenship. And then people were saying about, oh, what if you elected Conor McGregor? And I was like, nah, bro, like Conor McGregor ain't going to fix this shit. Sean Aaron would fix it, but you know, all of a sudden we're. I'm just saying, right? The parades would be a whole lot better than the Pride parades. Would you at least give me that, Rex? You know what I'm saying? There'd be better parades than the Pride parades, I can tell you that. You know what I mean? It's like the Marlboro cigarette pack thing. Yeah, what can I say, man? What can I say? You know? Turtle says he double likes it now. Hey, mama. But does that mean that you unliked it? Let me know. I was told to sit and be quiet. See? Based. See, Shante can be based. You know what I mean? I punch to the left and right. Make your enemies early, and you'll know who your friends are. See, I don't want the keep going like on the segue or the tangent, but what would you disagree? You know what I mean? Like, what is the disagreement with? Because if you think that like the Allies like had clean hands in World War II, then there's a lot of shit I can show you, bro. And then we can even just get into the whole thing perpetuated by the British and the Russians. And why, and just even like the question of like, well, why did England side with the communists? You know? Because if they were both bad, you know what I mean? But even in terms of like that's the histories, let's just focus on the policies. There ain't no like disagreements in terms of the policies. Of course they do. You know what I'm saying? But we need to get the donations rolling. You know what I'm saying? Pseudo's helping out here, folks. Can we open up the panel so me and Rex can have an in-depth conversation on Ireland? Shout out to Pseudo Master Chef over on the Ko-Fi with the $10. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. Don't you fucking dare give me Nickelback, boy. Don't you dare give me Nickelback or I'll never donate again. I won't. But can we get more donations so Rex can come up on panel so we can have this interesting conversation? This is an interesting conversation. I'm not going to lie. Well, Pseudo, if you donate again, not only do you help us out because we only need $34, but I got a brand spanking new Pepe clip. You know what I'm saying? A brand spanking new Pepe clip. If you donate again, I'll play the new Pepe clip for you. You know, it's quite epic. It actually has multiple Pepes on it. That's how good the new Pepe clip is. Wait, what? No, it's 36. What are you talking about? 34. I know 100%. 100%, Rex. You know what I mean? But it's gotten to that stage where it's like, okay, let's put everything on the table here and go through the process of elimination, so to speak. You know? And when we're in that mentality, one must ask yourselves, right? Globalism / communism is the enemy. Oh, I said 34. That's why I say, folks. That's why I say we have the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? My mom took Tylenol. I never stood a chance in this world. But I'm trying my goddamn best. Judah says, give me a bit. Got to fry up some minute steaks for lunch. Oh, my man. My man, get the beef into you, bro. Get the beef into you. And Jack, take no. Take no. Pseudo will fucking teach you how to fucking fry a steak. You better sold that microwave, Jack. You better sold that microwave. I don't want to hear you microwaving nothing in the future. Then I said it thinking I was wrong. See, that's what I'm saying. You shouldn't be following someone who was a Tylenol baby. You know what I mean? See this. See, I told you, Shantae. I ain't gays no more.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
I ain't gay. I'm delivered. I'm delivered, boys. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we only need $36, folks. $36. Can we get like a team effort going? There's 15 people in chat. If everybody donates like what? $2, we're basically there. You know? Get like a dono train going so our boy Rex can hop on. Because this is a good segue, I'm not going to lie. And I am even willing to change the title of the stream to like a chat and chill or something like that if we get it. You know? As he says, like, type is not going to help. You know? Yeah, we're confused, Shantae. Are you just having the boxing match or no? Because we can make a whole event out of this. You know what I mean? We could do ticket prices. We can make a lot of money from this. You know? We got Jack coming in with the $2. So now we only need $34, folks. Come on, everybody's chip in $2. We get Rex on stage. We have this intellectual conversation. You know what I'm saying? Or if one person wants to be a badass and just say, fuck it, here's the $34, have the conversation, Teriak. You know? We got another one. We got another one as well. Shout out to Rex. Even Rex is chipping in. Come on, folks. Come on. Let's get it going. We only need $32 now. Absolute legends. And we got Southern Man as well with the $2. Now we only need 30. Take my pot of gold. So I'm saying we got all kinds of means. We got the pot of gold. If you're a member, you have access to the pot of gold. You know what I mean? It's a hard knocks life for the leprechaun. You know what I mean? Like this dicky bow don't tie itself. Look at these shoes. Look at these buckles on the shoes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Look at how fine these shoes are. These are some high quality leather shoes. You know? Shout out to the boys. Thank you very kindly for the support. Like I said, if we open up the panel, I'll even turn on the camera. I'll turn on the camera as well. And I'll change the title of the stream to a chat and chill. Like I said, man, the serious conversations need to be had. Because here's the thing. Here's the fundamental question that I can't get around. You know what I mean? What happens when the state is weaponized against the nation? Meaning, right, the government is actively acting against the interests of the people of the island, right? They're making choices that is negatively affecting the people. On purpose. Like they basically sold out the sovereignty. They're, you know, bringing in people that are dangerous. They don't care. They're charging a whole bunch of tax and all this kind of shit. So the man's, yeah, a bunch of cheap arses. You know? Just 3 people need to do $10. 2 people, $15. One dude, $30. You know what I mean? 6 people, $5. You know what I'm saying? We got Bad Cramps Gramps over in the Kofa. My man. With the $12 says for the moldy pot of gold. for the moldy pot of gold. My man. My man. Let me give you another bit of Pepe for that one, sir. We're now up to $32. So we only need $18 more, folks. We only need $18 more, and Rex comes on stage, calls me a fascist to my face. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Or just Nazi will do, or whatever the fuck, you know? We're so close now. We're actually getting really close now. So I do have to start changing the title of the stream. That counts as 24, yes? No, unfortunately it doesn't. That's only Wheel of Madness where you get double money. You know what I'm saying? Because like if you notice on Wheel of Madness, the donut bar stays the same. It's only for the wheel bank that it gets doubled. But no worries. Hey, every little helps. Like I said, like out of the 16 people that are in chat, like $2 each, you gave 12, man. You know what I'm saying? Salutes to you, sir. Salutes to you. And Pseudo says he was going to donate again because he wants to see the new Pepe clip. So we got Pseudo. To be fair, he's cooking his steaks. You know what I'm saying? Cooking his steaks. So give the man some time. You know what I mean? I'm still waiting to hear back from Jack. Did he sell the microwave? Because if Jack sold his microwave for $18, then we could be in with a chance here, folks. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I don't want to pressure you, Jack. I know you say you get bullied a lot, but if we can bully you into selling that microwave, I think we'd all be better off, Jack. Don't be lying, you know? He says he was a light sleeper. Wait, who? Who? No, it's not my microwave. Oh, yeah, it's the roommate's microwave. Yeah, just fucking sell it anyways. You know what I mean? Then you got nothing to lose. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Jack? You know? Sure, he might be a bit upset. You know, he might ask you to hand over the monies and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, Jack, at the end of the day, like, microwave, like, who the fuck microwave shit anymore? It's 2026. 2026, at least fucking air fryer or something. You know what I mean? He uses it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're going, like, don't think of it as potentially robbing or looting your roommate. Think of it as saving his health. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Jack? And we got Crazy as well chipping in. Salutes to you, sir, with the $5 support. Let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you, Connie. We only need $13 more, folks. We're almost there. We're almost there. Rex is rubbing his hands together saying, I can't wait to call this leprechaun a fascist. I can't wait to call this motherfucker a fascist. To his face. To his face. And Suda coming in with the update says, not steaks, thin sliced hind quarters for cheesesteaks. With some onions. Then I wrap it in romaine lettuce because fuck the bread. My man. Let me give you the clip for that one, sir.
My fucking man. No, I didn't.
You know what I'm saying? If we get rid of the lettuce, you know, like the way I envision it, Pseudo, and again, correct me if I'm wrong here, is that like, what if you used the minute steaks as the bread, right? And then you have like the cheese and the onions in the middle. Food for thought. Literally food for thought. You know what I mean? Let me know. And we got Shantae. Come on, guys. Shantae's even on the Ko-Fis as well with the $5. Let me give you another money clip for that one. Ma'am. Appreciate you, Connie, Shantae. Now we only need $8. Salutes to you. Are you crazy? And salutes to you too, Shantae. Everybody's chipping in. So we only need $8, folks. $8, and we open up the panel, and we got our boy Pseudo coming in as well with the Ko-Fi. My man with the $7. He likes to keep us on edge. He wants to keep us on edge. But I did say if you donated again, we would do the new Pepe clip. So let me show you the new Pepe clip, sir. What do we think? What do we think of the new Pepe clip? It's pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie. No, I must say I forgot to. I was too busy dancing. I'm not gonna lie. Dancing to the Pepe one. Okay, it got me. Okay, it got me. And we got Tyler. Welcome in, Tyler. Welcome in. We're just about to open up the panel because the boys came true. They came true, man. Absolute legends. So one sec. Let me get the link in, and then I can do the rest of the thingy majigger. So we do this. Should be the right link. So the panel link is now open, ladies and gentlemen. So Rex, I'm expecting to see you. Get your ass up here, boy. So we replace this. Un momento. And what else do we need to do? Oh, I need to do it on the Twitch. We do that, and then we do it over on the Rumble as well, just in case there's anyone on Rumble that wants to hop up, as they say. And then I need to change the titles to Chat and Chill. We now have Chat and Chill stream, comrades, okay? Because we got segued, and now we're doing our thing, as they say. Oh my god. Can't change the thingamabob. All right, one sec. Let me introduce the boys. The boys are back, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back.
We're back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
We are back. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. What's the crack? How's things?
This is how cheesesteak's done. Can you see it?
Is it ribeye?
My man.
Is it ribeye though?
No, it's not fucking. I'm not wasting ribeye on cheesesteak. I do sometimes, but this is.
Well, I was gonna say,
steak.
in Philly they use ribeye, so just wondered if you did.
I lived in Philly for 9 years, but this is like chuck hindquarters. So my butcher slices it paper thin, and you almost can't tell the difference. It's got enough fat in it, and it's real tender. But
what's your opinion of Jimmy's on South Street?
The best. It's terrible. You want to get the best. You want to get the best cheesesteak in Philly? Go to it. It used to be called Chinks, and then he said it was racist, so they changed the name. It's called
Teriyaki. I didn't know you had a Philly cheesesteak place. Okay.
What can I say, man? What can I say?
It's they have one on by Girard Avenue. Tony Luke's. I don't know if they're as good as they used to be. They used to be different, but Hats and Geno's are the worst.
Okay, well, I didn't have the worst, at least. I had Jimmy's on South. I walked like 14 miles that day. I went to South Street. Really cool food scene, really cool architecture and street art there on South Street.
Yeah.
But yeah, of the places that were in walking distance without me driving to the suburbs of the city, Jimmy's was the place that I ended up in, and it was decent. But I'm from Chicagoland, so we emphasize the Italian beef out here.
What kind of cheese they don't use Cheese Whiz, do they?
I don't remember that part. It was a very sloppy, greasy experience. So I can't tell you what cheese it was. It was liquid something. Liquid dairy.
I put there's a cheese that you can pretty much only get in Jersey and PA. It's a sharp American cheese. The brand is called Cooper. And that's all I use for cheesesteaks. It's phenomenal. A lot of the Philly places I hear are starting to use it now too. But I'm gonna turn my camera off. I'm gonna finish this up, but I'm listening. All right.
Sure. All right, Teriak. So, why don't you tell me the part that you think I dislike the most, other than the fact that you look at Benito Mussolini and you tell your folks, "Oh, this is the real man." It's like, okay. I mean, Ted Bundy got a lot of dates, but that doesn't mean he was a real man in the sense that we talk about a man of solid virtue. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, silence from the Irishman. That was quick.
Whoa. Okay, first of all, I was taking a piss, motherfucker. Okay,
I got him spinning in his chair.
I was preparing myself. Okay, it is what it is. So, first of all, let's get the... Okay, what the fuck? Oh,
Does this
my
guy even
God.
have a face? Do you want to show your face? You want to show your face?
Oh, my God, this is embarrassing. Embarrassing, boys. What
He's
the
got
fuck's
a powder
going
his
on
nose.
with the...
This guy. He's got a powder his nose.
It is what it is. Oh, wait. 1 sec. Okay, no, it should be running. Something got to do with my NVIDIA is not working. What the fuck's going on? What the fuck is going on here, boys?
You know, you exposed your favorite party, and now they're getting back at you.
Yep. Hey, what can I say, man? It's the Globus.
Look at
It's
this
the
logo. Look at
Globus.
this logo. What's in this logo? Look at that. Oh, no. Oh. And then they're watching you, and they're like, hey, Teriak, he's one of our biggest donors. You know, what's he doing? He's giving away all our secrets. And then so now they're hacking you.
But I wish I could donate to them, because, like I said, like from my angle, it's like the this is like the sorry. What was your question that you want to start off with?
Okay, so
fix
what
this in the background.
so what I asked you was, what do you think is the most offensive thing that you're trying to kind of imply is in your head, and you're kind of baiting me to? It's like you're hiding the ball. I want to know what the most offensive thing you think that you're currently advocating for is.
What's the most offensive thing that I'm currently advocating for?
From
is,
this video.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's anything offensive of what I'm trying to, like, that's what I'm trying to get towards. But like some of the things that like I know is in people's heads are false things.
Yeah.
And like I say it from like this is what I've literally genuinely researched, right? But people just say, "Oh, are you like they kind of like well, like for example, like if I was to go to a feminist convention, I'm just trying to highlight what the phenomenon that I experience is, right? If I was to go to a feminist convention and start talking about false rape accusations, how do you think that's going to go?
Oh, well, yeah, it's going to go bad.
Yeah. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I'm not advocating for rapists, but like false accusations do happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously you like pick time and place. You also don't go to a battered women's shelter and talk about it either. You know, it's like time and place and, you know, circumstance. See, Pseudo gets it.
All right. I got real quick. Oh my God. I got a real funny story. So
wait, Shante, you said you go to those all the time? What the heck? What happened?
No. We had to do a renovation at domestic violence, like women's shelter, right? And the first like 2 days, the smoke alarms in the kitchen, they have like their own kitchen, went off like 3 times. Every time it was toast being burnt. So like we're laying down on the floor, and I say to my buddy and my partner I was working with, I was like, these women wonder why they get smacked up. They can't even cook toast without burning it.
You know,
And,
I'd be lying if I didn't say that joke immediately also came to my head. You know, but it's dark. But I mean, it's right there. It's right there.
Yeah, this lady overheard me, and I got the death stare. I'm just happy I didn't get thrown with the project.
You had to go to a better men's shelter after that one.
It was pretty funny. They couldn't make none of them. They couldn't make toast without burning it. They were like horrible at cooking anything.
You know,
All right, go
Teriak,
ahead.
Teriak, you're like beating your chest and like hitting the war drums and blowing the trumpet and the shofar, and then now I'm here, and then you still can't get done blowing your hair. Where are you? This guy. This is what happens when an Irishman tries to like let's read the Bible, but first let's read about this. Look what I found. Oh.
Look at that. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Oh, I can see it. I see the onions and I see the green. Is there any green pepper in there or no?
Nah, just because I don't have any.
Oh, that's right. That's excuse me. Yeah, if it was green pepper, that'd be our Italian beef out here in Chicagoland.
Well, you want to know another good little secret for making a real good Philly cheesesteak?
Yeah.
You throw in, for say a pound of meat, you throw in about 4 tablespoons of marinara sauce, and it really adds a nice little twist to it. Like you wouldn't even know it was there if I didn't tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of acid in there. Give it some zest. That's for sure. Also, I liked Reading Terminal when I was there. When did I go? 2020. I was in Philadelphia during the pandemic, 2020, the lockdowns. Can I just say, Philadelphia, they need to get their priorities straight, because if you go in the fashion district, you'll see this place, and it is the Declaration House, where the Declaration of Independence was written.
Yeah.
They preserved the house. Here's the problem. They also built this huge, massive eyesore of some brick warehouse right up next to it. And so it's like under the armpit of this huge, ugly monstrosity. Meanwhile, if you want to look at the broken Bell of Liberty, you get a finely manicured lawn, you get this walk-up area, you get this whole museum and a glass case and everything. You get to take your pictures. And it's like, guys, what's more important? The Declaration of Independence or a broken bell? Fix that. Anyway.
Yeah, Philly's got its issues. I worked in Center City, and I lived in the Northeast for about, I don't know, it was like 8 or 9 years. And it's just they call it Philadelphia for a reason. Like
yep.
It's really bad. But
Lord Circle is terrible. Lord Circle was like the Jedi Council of homeless people. They're all like around in the lawn, and it's like the police officers don't move them at all. It's a major intersection there, and they have this grass, and they just sleep on the benches. They sleep in the grass, and you're walking through there wondering, do I even belong here? I don't feel safe. What is this?
Did you ever go under the L?
No.
Yeah, that's like a different level. So I moved out of there in like 2000, I think in 2005. And if you would have told me then, oh, it's gonna get 10 times worse than this, I would have told you that's bullshit. It can't happen. Like it's like the end of the world. It's like Armageddon.
Well, Kensington we know about. Everybody knows about Kensington now.
It got so
what?
bad. Like, it got so much worse. Like
I'll tell you what. Like when I was in Philly, I stopped to do laundry, and when I was done, I was bringing it out to my car. I think I'm getting the right story. And there was this horrid smell, and I'm like, where is this coming from? And I look, and there's this woman, and she's walking like the Bride of Frankenstein down the street. And then I'm just thinking, she probably has a pant load. And she probably is so buzzed out of her mind and fried, she's not even aware. It was unbelievable. Like, I couldn't, that's my theory. I don't know what else it would have been, but it just like blew my mind. Also, when I was by that, is it a museum where the Rocky statue is? Is it a museum or a library?
Yeah, that's the Ben Frank, the on the bank up the Ben Franklin Parkway. The statue's there sometimes. Yeah, it's not there all the time. Like they put it there sometimes.
Yeah.
That's is it natural history? I forget. They have they have a Van Gogh piece in there. They have some nice stuff in there. It's pretty cool. It was when I went there.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is around when I was there was this massive homeless encampment. It was a tribe. It was like Genghis Khan opened up a camp in the middle of Philly with the just the homelessness Genghis Khan. And they had this huge sign in the front of their enclosure, and it said, "Mayor so and so, let's get together and talk." You know, it was almost like this threatening invitation. And I'm just thinking to myself, I've seen a lot of homeless tents and things here and there. I've never seen some kind of collectivized social effort like that.
Well, when I left there, my buddy had there was some real pretty tall apartment towers you could see from that museum. Pretty, I guess you could say, walking distance. And in the late 90s, early 2000s, like a studio apartment in there was probably like $900 a month, which was a lot back then. So that's a nice area. Like I got out of there before like everywhere in Philly just started going to shit. They just stopped enforcing the law and just let people do whatever the hell they want. And I couldn't deal with it. The same as I'm originally from New York City. I was born in Brooklyn. I grew up in Staten Island. It just all went to shit. I couldn't go back to any of it. I don't know how people do it. I mean, I'm in the union trades. I can make twice as much money working out there. I won't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Give me time. Like now my fucking Streamlabs has crashed and all this kind of shit. So that's basically doing a down raw port. So I will get the face on cam one way or the other, ladies and gentlemen. But Rex, to your point, like the time and the place and all this kind of stuff, I believe is where we left off. But like, would you not say that like now is the time to start talking about this? Because otherwise, we're just going to go off the face off the cliff.
What is this?
The like talking about like the clear lies of World War II, talking about like people that like actually have like who are well read in the history and they bring up certain aspects of, let's say, like the nationalism or like the edits and all this kind of stuff used in World War II, or this using leaders from World War II and all this kind of stuff. Like one could make the argument that like the Allies they backed the wrong horse, so to speak. The fact that the British backed
we're talking a lot in
is
code.
why we're in a
we're talking a
global
lot
shit
of
show.
It's time to start talking about the sun sets west in February. You know, like what are we talking about? Just say it.
Long walks on the beach, you know.
Yeah.
Like this whole aspect of like clearly like we backed the wrong horse in World War II. Like that would
What
be
does that
a fair
mean?
statement to make.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so like the British siding with the Russians, the communists, is why we're in a globalist shit show right now. Like that's a fair statement to make.
Sure. If you want to say, I'm not super well read on all this history, and I'm not going to be naive enough to grant that the Allies were like innocent and never did anything wrong in any war context in any history, right? But what does that have to do with the charter in Ireland?
No, I was just addressing the whole like Mussolini edits and all this kind of shit. Like that whole thing, like why I'm willing to show them and all this kind of stuff. Because if we have motherfuckers with like fucking the hammer and sickle and all this kind of shit, so it's like if that's toleratable or acceptable and all this kind of shit, then I don't see any issue with that edits. In terms of like the actual principles, it doesn't seem like anybody disagrees with the principles that like I showed with the actual political party in Ireland.
Yeah, in the letter of it, as I understand it, according to my value rubric, I get that, but again, it depends on what people mean. Everything hinges on the definitions of the term. So when you say, well, what do you mean by nation, right? And then when people get ethnic about it, the question is, do they see bloodline as a threat to like their national security if it is mingled in any way? And then what are they willing to do after that point? So that's what those are the things that I'm driving at. But if you were going to say, well, let's talk about like World War II Mussolini, it's like, oh, we sided with the communists. Well, look how hard Germany could fight even against like communists. Imagine if they didn't have people to the east that they didn't have to fight. They had to fight hard.
Exactly. They would have decimated the communists. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm not. Wait, I'm not rooting for the Nazis to decimate the communists. It's not that I'm pro-communist either. What I'm saying is, at the time, the clear and present conquering force at that time were the Nazis, way over and above the Russians at that time. Did the Russians want to take over? Of course they did. Were they making those moves? Not like the Nazis. Not like Neville Chamberlain did. You made it easy for them to do.
Yeah, but here's the difference, though. Like, people like to say, like, oh, well, like, Russia and Germany wanted to take over the world. That's a misnomer. Russia wanted to take over the world. No, I'm again, like, when I say you, like, typically I mean, I should start getting to the habit of saying one. Yeah, when one, like, when you're talking to the normie or the average person, they would, like, typically assume that both Russia and Germany wanted to take over the world, and that's why they're, like, evil and all this kind of shit, right? But that's not true. Germany just wanted to take back the land that they lost from World War One. If you look back to a pre-World War One map and look at the German Empire, Poland didn't fucking exist. That's why, like, Germany went into Poland and said, like, listen, we're liberating, like, our Germanic people.
Yeah, but didn't Poland exist before that? Doesn't Poland often, like, disappear and exist depending on who's in power at the time?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what I'm talking back to is the Treaty of Versailles and what was done to Germany from that Treaty of Versailles in World War One. Right? Which is why, again, when America hopped back in, they were kind of going, "Oh, it's like Germany's acting up again. Let's smack them down, all this kind of shit." Well, save Britain basically was the main thing. But what I was saying is like that's basically what Germany.
Question,
that was their goal.
Was France part of Germany before that too?
No.
So when they conquered France, what was that?
That's because France and Britain went in and they struck Germany first in World War II.
Yep.
Sure, but that goes beyond reclaiming land now. Now it gets more imperial than that, right?
You declared war on us, so of course we're gonna go in. You know what I mean? It's like when America sends troops into Iraq. You weren't conquering Iraq.
Right. So, but it became more than that, and plus, it also became more than that for them because Germany, their interest was not for Italy either, but they allied with Italy and they co-supported each other for Italy to have their Mediterranean empire, right?
But yeah, like when you break down the map of Europe, especially like in World War One, it was basically like Italy, France, the Germanic Empire, and then the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and then it was Russia to the east, and then you have the whole like shithole fucking map in modern day where everyone's just like fractured into pieces and all this kind of shit. But the main point that I'm making with that is that like Germany just wanted to like take back the land that they had lost from the Treaty of Versailles. But the Russians, the communists, they wanted to take over the world. And what you're seeing manifest now is that whole like globalist, communist, plan in action, essentially. Because were already making moves in China, South America, even all the way back when, like during the World War II and all this kind of shit. So,
yeah, you see
like,
a couple different ideologies at work. Because for the Germans, it was definitely ethnically related, but for the communists, they weren't focused on ethnicity as much as they were focused on class, because that is they would murder based on class, and that was the communist ethic, if you will. Workers of the world unite. They would, take the hammer and sickle, the weapons of work, in order to turn them into weapons of warfare and a continuous slaughter. And yeah, and then with the Germans, I mean, are you familiar with the YouTuber Hitler Hated Christ?
Nope.
Yeah, so he covers a lot of this because there are a lot of people who like to cover up the actual racist ideology of the Nazis and say, oh, it was just the poor Nazis, they were just circumstantial, just wanted to go back home and all this kind of stuff. It's like, okay, even if they wanted land that they lost at some point, I'm not feeling too sorry for them, because people lose land all the time. And for my view is that when you conquer a land, it is yours. And if somebody conquers it after that, it's theirs. You don't get to say in warfare that, somebody stole land, at least not in my view. I think if you conquer it, it's yours. Somebody else conquers it, it's theirs. And that's why I don't feel like even if you use dishonest tactics, that's not good. But I don't feel like I live on land that belongs to Native Americans all these years later. It belongs to us as the American nation, you know. So, but as far as Ireland itself, I think that they should have never submitted to the EU. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure and leverage to stay in. There was a lot of pressure and leverage to go in and stay in the first place because everybody else was doing it. They thought it was a great idea, and now because they don't have control over their borders, they have this huge problem. And I feel bad about that. But I think the unity of the nation should be around their shared values. But I also agree that multiculturalism brings chaos, because if you have tons and tons and tons of people who aren't assimilating to an established order, you will have chaos. But the problem of that is the chaos, not the bloodline, right? Teriak, your face, why does your face look like the corner of a window? Constant broadcasting professional, ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the Emerald Isle. Where is that boy?
Technical difficulties.
Everybody in the chat, I think Teriak has to yak. I think he's been having some kind of stomach issues as of lately. He just can't handle it. Seahawk Daddy is saying, guessing Rex is not a soccer fan. Well,
okay, I'm back. My shit's not working, bro. This is the most frustrating thing.
You know what they say about fascists and technology. No, I'm kidding.
It is what it is. It is.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Let me try this.
Teriak.
I'm finally there. It was worth the wait, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this beautiful face, ladies and gentlemen. I knew it's gonna get it. I knew it was gonna crack it. You know what I'm saying? It was the will to power. Okay, so first of all, right?
Now with Southern man.
Yeah, the Tylenol. I blame the Tylenols. You know what I'm saying? And Feriak, see you, Shante. What do I keep telling you, Shante? Unbelievable. Appreciate you, Shante. But anyways, memes aside, so like this is the thing though. Like when we're talking to an American about like nation, like what? How would you define nation? Essentially, like I guess we can start there.
It would be a shared civic entity among a group of people and with an established government. Borders, language, culture, typically.
Yeah, so like ethnicity, especially for like European countries, ethnicity would be a key part of defining a nation, right? And like what we mean by like ethnicity is like shared ancestry and origins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like in terms of like this whole thing of the like when people like they start sweating because it's like, oh, you know, ethno state and all this kind of shit.
Okay, well but let's establish the borders then. And by the borders I mean the borders of this conversation. When I say ethno state, are you yay or nay or neutral?
Like in terms of like a nation is a group of people that collectively have.
What I'm asking you is what is your attitude when somebody says ethno state? What is your attitude towards the general concept?
Like the general concept of what I'm outlining on screen.
No,
you know I mean, but I understand there's people who are like.
I'm asking a specific question. When somebody says ethno state, what is your attitude towards that? Do you think that generally good, generally bad, neutral?
Oh, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, no, like it would heavily depend on what like the like I would say generally good.
Generally good. Okay.
Yeah.
So would you be willing, if there were enough people that did not share your particular phenotype, then would it be good then to take up arms only on the basis of the contingent of the phenotype that you didn't share?
No. Like
Why
what
not?
I'm talking about, yeah, because when I'm talking about like ethnicity, I'm talking about like shared ancestry. So like
Sure,
for example,
sure.
like a dude, yeah, so a dude
But why
like from
not?
Nigeria.
That's
Yeah,
what
so if a
that's
dude,
that, that's the this
yeah,
is the core of the issue, that because if you're talking to
yeah,
American,
yeah,
you
yeah,
want to see
I'll
where I'm
explain,
coming
yeah.
from. Go ahead.
Yeah, because like with America, it's a lot more kind of like fudgy. And like I've had this conversation with Americans before, and they're like, but like we have like this whole like mixed race thing, but race and ethnicity are not the same thing. You know what I mean?
That's fine. Race is
So, like,
even further, but
when
that's the trouble is race is even further along the lines, because usually ethnicity is a fudgy word. Race, they're kind of both based on feelings at the end of the day, because the human race is the human race, and it gets expressed by like you might have like a different culture that is endemic to a certain geographic space, right? So, and cultures can vary. Like Denmark is not the same thing as Sweden, but there are a lot of people who are tall and blonde out there, right?
Yeah, but their ancestry,
Yeah,
their origins.
But
that's what I'm talking
the
about with
significance.
ethnicity.
But the significant. I mean, look, I'm Irish, but you wouldn't actually mistake me for having the same culture as you.
Yeah, you're American.
But I'm Irish. My name is Patrick Finnegan, for goodness sake. I'm Irish. But so
Yeah,
but practically, how close are we together culturally?
It's a different culture. This is what I'm trying to like point out to you, like that, like you're American, right? Like you have Irish ancestry, but part of being American is some sort of like European lineage, or some sort of West African lineage, or some sort of Native American lineage. You get what I'm saying? That's why like America, I understand why you guys get a bit kind of calm the brakes there with ethnicity and all this kind of shit. But when you look at Ireland, like Ireland didn't have the same thing, because when Ireland was made a country, it was made a country exclusively by Irish people. So like some motherfucker from like Nigeria, if he shows up in Ireland, he will never be Irish.
Here's why this matters.
Because he does not share the same origins.
Because I and others, like, what was the other nation you mentioned where race was a big sticking point? Was it South Africa? Because South Africa, because South Africa and America have had firsthand experience with that kind of issue, we are scarred by the sinful tendencies of man to guard things that don't matter, that are superficial. And because I've seen the ugliness of sin and humanity deal out those sorts of things. And Ireland has seen it in the sense of British versus Irish, which probably has a different feel to it than black versus white in America. Then where it feels, especially, for example, I was going to say there weren't any racist statements against, white people to white people, but that's not true, because the Irish were called apes. The Irish were called all sorts of stuff as well in America. So race being a big deal in America just circumstantially shows what humans in general are capable of. And so when it comes to a question of, do you want an ethno-state? The question is, what is the boundary that by which we are governing our society and defining our society? Because if it's lineage, and that is the chief end of our goal in this government, like the government serves to preserve a lineage, what lengths are you willing to go to make that happen and continue to make that happen? Because I agree that we need to, like, I want closed borders. I think you want closed borders. I think you want, I'm not going to speak for all what you want, but you definitely don't want tons more migrants who aren't going to assimilate and aren't going to be part of the culture and aren't going to be, at least Irish in terms of their submission to your government, right? You want, if you're going to have any immigrants, even if you don't want any, and I understand that, but even if you don't want any, if some come in, you want them to assimilate and not make no-go zones, right?
100%. But like, this is where it's like, it's very key to drill down in terms of like ethnicity and what do we actually mean by ethnicity. And this is why I keep saying that, like, America and South Africa, if there's someone who's like, I want America to be an ethno-state, if they're saying that, but then they're like doing the whole white power or America should be a white country, that doesn't make any sense in terms of the actual ancestry, because black people, like West Afrikaners and Native Americans, fought like for American freedom. You know what I mean? So in terms of the establishment of the country, it was a mixed race.
It's more of a culture thing. Like, we get pissed off. In America, we don't give a fuck what your skin color is, where you come from. As long as you come over here, you assimilate. You don't go waving your Mexican flag, waving your Kenya flag. Come here and adopt to us. But I could see like what you're saying, being from Ireland.
The homogeneity part, yeah, versus America and South Africa and things like that. I understand culturally that is the history. You have a mixed history of different people, different phenotypes, and then Ireland not so much, and many other European countries not so much. So the dynamic is different. I get that. What I'm saying is I tend to cut down to the fundamentals of humanity being humanity. Practically speaking, it's best for the peace to have an just practically speaking, people are not going to take well to tons of migrants from a foreign culture, don't speak the language, don't have the same values, all that kind of stuff. So having them flood in is going to be chaos and therefore irresponsible. But that doesn't justify an ethnic sort of ethic, if you will, to say that we have something that is so unique that if it were gone, then the world has lost something. I don't think any one culture can claim that, because ultimately we owe our lives to God, and our value is found in our being made in the image of God, and the virtue is found in serving Christ, serving God. That's what the human state ought to be. Now, that is not an open borders statement. That is not saying that we can't have a nation defend its borders and check its borders and protect its culture, and even use like propaganda to say we have a good culture that's pro-family and pro-Christian values and all that kind of stuff. The question is, what lengths are you willing to go to, and how much does your bloodline mean to you? What does, how does that fit in your ethic? That's the main question when I hear like, keep blank blank, keep Ireland Ireland, keep England England, things like that. I have no problem people defending their national security from unknown migrants and things like that. And even if you want to close the borders, that's fine. But let's put it this way: if the only reason you're not letting people in is because of their bloodline and their phenotype, and not any other practical reason, that's wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like my solution would be like mass deportations or mass emigration of all these motherfuckers back to their homelands and all this kind of shit. But as we've seen, and that's why I keep bringing up World War II, is like that's what the Germans wanted to do, and like you've seen like mass people dying because of that, and that's why to look at both sides of the spectrum, like that's typically what like the lefties will point towards and say it's like this mass emigration is just going to end up with
so
a
it's
shit
Hitler
ton
drank
of
water
death.
thing.
Hitler
drank water. Hitler had a dog. The left is going to be upset about something, and Hitler did something, and they're going to make an analogy, like a terrible analogy, right?
Well, it's like I'll give you this way: like you're already seeing the ICE detention centers that like the well funded, like the communists who are well funded by the global capitalists, like they're trying to incite some sort of like violence happening. We've seen it in Minnesota and all this kind of shit, to give justification, or for like them to have like their George Floyd moment and all this kind of shit, to then start justifying like actually attacking these ICE cops and all this kind of shit. And that's how it basically kind of like the spark or the ignition kind of like hits, and next thing you know, there's a raging fire, there's raging conflict, and that's how the lives get lost, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Ideally, if we could just like deport everybody, we snap our fingers and they're back in their homelands and all this kind of shit, that's the best case scenario. But what I'm pointing to is that it's either you go with that plan, despite the fact that you potentially there could be a lot of blood spilled by trying to do so. That is the only way to actually protect your culture, your nation, etc., etc.
Yeah. Now, but you're deporting them on the basis of their lack of citizenship, right? That would be how you would select.
Yeah, like based on like nationality.
But but if they were citizens, would you still deport them, even if they had a nation of origin that was different?
Yeah.
Can I sum this up? It's just like in New York City, racial profiling works. A lot of people don't like it. You have to base it on something.
But that I would argue that's based on culture. That's not saying that, hey, this guy's DNA is crime DNA. I don't think you're arguing that, But Teriak,
No.
So you're saying that if a guy has been a citizen for in Ireland for like 10 years, but let's say he's 30 years old, got his citizenship at 20. He's been here for 10 years. but because ultimately he was born somewhere else and is from a different culture, you would rescind his citizenship that gives him legal stay in your nation and get him back based on that.
This is the dicey thing, because like in terms of like the way I view it is like that person is not American and never will be American. Now, are they contributing to the economy and contributing to the nation, all this kind of stuff? When you look into like Saudi Arabia, like the vast majority of their population are like non-nationals, essentially. You know what I mean? It's not that like they don't have like particular rights or whatever the fuck, but it is a thing of like where it's like you will never be an Arab.
So would you deport him or no?
My main thing is that like just having that clear kind of indication of like that person's not an actual like Arab in that situation, or American or Irish or whatever. In terms of the actual deportation, I'd like to see more sensible policy in terms of like, no, this actual person, like here's the clear contribution to the economy. You know what I mean?
Would you deport him or no?
It genuinely depends on what they're actually doing with the economy. Like
okay,
if this particular person is sitting on the... One second, let me clarify.
Sure.
If this person is sitting on the scratcher and he's just like draining on the economy, like we're seeing with like all the Somalis and all this kind of shit, like they're all getting deported. But if this dude's that you come over, he's actually contributed to the economy, he's a fucking doctor or whatever, and he's doing some like important research and all this kind of shit, no, I wouldn't deport him in that case. But I wouldn't consider him American or Irish or whatever.
So let's try and draw a fair line that could be applied to anybody reasonably. So let's say you've got a guy and he's a foreigner and he is just milking welfare, right? Yeah. Then we deport him. Yep. Then you have a practical reason and not just a lineage reason. I think the lineage reason gives like extra value to somebody based on something that's arbitrary and tribalistic. And that's where I would draw the line. If it's like solely based on tribalism, then that's that. But let's give you an easy one. Like, let's say you have a bunch, like 10,000 people from a foreign country, doesn't speak your language, doesn't share your values at all, and they come in recently and they don't assimilate and they take over like poor neighborhoods or something like that. That I could see like mass deportation for. Just be like, no, none of this, right? But in my scenario where you have somebody who's established, the problem is there's always going to be a line drawing problem of where the cutoff really is and what the reason really is. Now, whatever the reason really is can be in people's hearts, but if they have a practical application, a practical measure of here is a reasonable rationale for why this guy's got to go, why this family's got to go, why they don't belong here, that's fine. But if you're going to say it's because you're this lineage, that's entirely arbitrary, and it doesn't speak to, I mean, like you said, if they were a doctor, if they were contributing, then there's actual objective universal. You
can stay in the country, but this is what I want to ask you. Like, at what point does someone become American?
So, here's my thing. I believe that nationality and race and lineage and whatever word you want to use for it has zero intrinsic value. I don't understand patriotism. I can feel like, here's my contradiction in me right now, right? I did an Irish stream, right? As an American. Mm-hmm. I have this fictional, like, pseudo-nostalgic fondness for the place that I believe I'm from. Who knows? I could wake up and find out that I'm actually, fully Portuguese tomorrow, right? But just based on what I believe in my feelings, that's the only thing that ties me to Ireland besides my actual name, right? And so as far as other people's sentiments of where they come from, the people that they share a land and a culture with, I think that is... that's not eternity-based thinking, and it's not fundamental moral-based thinking. It is like at very best tertiary. I wouldn't even put it as like secondary thinking in my mind. I don't think it. When you say I am who's an American and who is not, it just nationality I think is arbitrary. And as far as like lineage, because that's just such a mixture. and it's just an expression of different genes, I think that's also kind of arbitrary. Do I believe that if you're in a nation that you owe your allegiance to the government that you are under? Yes, Romans 13 says you submit to your authorities in your governments and you look after the welfare of your nation over other nations. But that doesn't mean that you do it in such a way where you define nation to be people who I perceive share my lineage, and therefore I attribute some moral ought to them that I don't have to other people. Because you look at Jesus and he challenged, the lawyer. Lawyer asks Jesus, "Who is my neighbor?" And Jesus goes right to the Samaritan, the people that they had lineage-based bigotry towards. Or when he begins his ministry, he goes to the temple, he reads out of Isaiah, and he says, there are many lepers at the time in Israel, but none were healed, except none had the prophet sent to them to heal them, except for Naaman the Syrian. And he talked about a woman who was also a foreigner that Elisha went to and raised her son back from the dead. There are other passages that deal with how the fact that God cares about all people. That doesn't mean that you should have open borders. That's not an open borders argument. But what I'm saying is, I want to guard against the tendency of like some kind of hyper nativism, which can easily be fallen into when people like in Ireland feel like they're in a corner and they're like, we got to do something fast. I understand that. I just don't want it to fall into racism. That's all. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah. Like to clarify, like I'm a nationalist. I'm not an ultra nationalist. Okay, but to kind of like, I'll ask you this way: like in terms of like birthright citizenship, like do you think that like anybody who's born in America should be classified as an American?
No, I think it's bogus. I think the Supreme Court decision was bogus. I mean,
yes.
Even if that
what
was
is your line to determine what is an American?
That's a good question. I don't think I have a worked out answer. I haven't thought about it that much to tell you what that would be as far as law.
That's a fair answer.
It just feel as far as I can tell, because there have been easy to see abuses of that sort of system. I think that there should be an actual process for each person. But I mean, for example, we think about Barack Obama. There was the whole birther movement. Barack Obama could have run for president if he was born on the moon. And the reason for that is because his mom was a U.S. citizen. At least one of his parents was actually a U.S. citizen. That's a system. His dad was not. His dad was Kenyan. But it doesn't matter where he was born. Like, same thing with Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, I believe, Cuban origin, born in Canada, could still run for president because at least one of his parents was an American. Same ordeal. That's a system, right? The birthright citizenship where the person just comes into America one day, plops up the baby's a citizen, mom is not, therefore you get the chain migration anchor baby kind of thing. Yeah, that's just silly. We got to have a better system than that.
So what do you base it on? Because something has shifted over the past, let's say, 15, 20 years. People used to come to America from all different nations. They wanted to be part of the American experiment.
Yeah.
They wanted to be able to take advantage of capitalism, earn a living. They wanted to become American, and now something's changed. And I think that it's the same thing in other nations. So what do? You have to pick some kind of identifier.
What do you mean something's changed? I want to know what's being talked about here.
This whole push for like globalism and all this kind of shit, sure, aren't we all immigrants? And it does, like, we want like free travel across thing, and this thing to basically destroy the aspect of the nation. Where I draw the line is ethnicity, like this key aspect to like the shared ancestry. So like from the country's founding, like who were the people who fought to create this country? And in America's case, it would be European, West African, and Native American. You know what I mean? So in terms of like, if you're from that lineage, then you would be able to classify yourself as American. Now, here's the thing, right? Like using Ireland is an easier or more simplistic example, where it's like literally families that like have existed from generation to generation all the way back to the actual founding of the country, right? If a Nigerian came over to Ireland, he would never be classified as an Irishman. But if he married an Irish woman and had a kid with that Irish woman, his kid would then have the shared ancestry on his mother's side, and that would classify his kid as an Irishman, but not the father, not the Nigerian man.
But
himself.
was it the geography or the mother that did it?
What you mean?
Is it his place of birth or is it one of his parents?
It's his parents. It's the origin. It's the shared ancestry.
Yeah, and the way I measure it, because I think again lineage is kind of arbitrary and nations are kind of arbitrary. The other thing is when I say nations are arbitrary, I mean as far as like a moral, absolute, transcendental belonging. Like for example, we don't have some greater degree of belonging that with each other than anybody else of any other lineage just because I have Irish ancestry way back, right? There's no even small degree of like necessary moral obligation we have to each other, any more than anybody else, just because my ancestors had the same civic institutions that your ancestors did, or that you currently have, right? I see civic institutions as just powers that be within a given set of land. I see cultures and people, they have a commonality, but that commonality, I mean, genetics is different than value, and value is different than what a person ought to do in any given situation. Now, the way I see the crisis here is that let's just say for a second that they're pushing for open borders and they want to cause chaos, and it does cause chaos and does cause madness and confusion. It does destabilize nations, and it can do that, right? So that's something that we can that's something we can see happening a lot. It causes no-go zones. It causes lots of crime and disunity. So if we take it from that perspective, the impractical part is the clash of cultures. Obviously, some cultures are better than others, but we're using a Christian metric to determine that. I would say that the thing we should be worried about is chaos itself and not necessarily the who or where it's coming from. Because, for example, let's say there are a bunch of people who, let's say they looked like they were from India on the outside, but they had all the same values, they had the same accent, they had the same practices and culture as you guys, and all you had between you two was somebody was born geographically somewhere else, then they came over, there was no effect on the culture, right? There's no effect on they were Catholic or whatever, they didn't value different things, they all played soccer, they all, do whatever you guys do. But all it is some genetic difference. They were contributing, they liked Ireland, all that stuff. Would there be any difference if they came over?
Again, that's why ancestry and origins is going to be the key thing, because in terms of their history, their their stories, even in terms of their creativity, it's going to be different.
I agree, but that's why I'm making a hypothetical to highlight the fact that it's the values that give the harmony and coherence to a society, shared values in that, and not so much shared genetics.
But this is the thing, when I'm saying genetics, I'm pointing to history and origins.
Well, when I say genetics, I mean phenotype and pigmentation and all that kind of stuff. So,
you got albino motherfuckers, they look weird as fuck and all this kind of stuff. I don't care what you look like, but I do care in terms of where is your kind of origins coming from? What do you hold true to you in terms of
if I came over
and
I voted for that Principle 8 or whatever, to ban abortion from your country, would you be like, screw you, you're not Irish, get out of here, and it's but I agree with all these same tenets. I'm not a threat, I'm a contribution to your country, but I don't, if a bunch of Americans who were conservative, we'll do it that way, bunch of Americans, conservative, they came over, sure, they have a different history and that kind of stuff, but they align with the same social and political values you do, generally speaking. How would that be in of itself a detriment to Ireland?
It wouldn't be a detriment. You know what I mean? Okay. But in terms of my whole thing is what are we defining as an Irishman? You know what I mean? And you would have that aspect of the shared ancestry, let's say, in terms of the American, because Irish came over and all this kind of stuff to America, all this kind of thing. Irish people fought in the war, etc., etc. You know what I mean? But that's why, like I said, ethnicity is an important part to the nation. Now, in terms of I just want to go back real quick though to something you were saying in terms of like the moral imperative and all this kind of stuff. You would agree that like there is a moral imperative in terms of like with your neighbor.
Yes, but how did Christ define neighbor? That's the question. Is the lawyer was asking Jesus, who is my neighbor, in order to kind of parse his way out of love your neighbor as yourself. Because the question was, what are the two greatest laws? You shall love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, all thy soul, all thy mind, all thy strength. And the second one is like it. You shall love thy neighbor as thyself. And the lawyer, being a typical Weasley philosopher type, was like, well, who is my neighbor? And Christ made him answer in the scenario that was given, the Samaritan. Why? The Samaritan was the one who was morally sound, as opposed to the Jewish people who left their fellow Jew behind in that particular parable. So it was the character. I mean, for example, Jesus says to the crowd, he's teaching the crowd, and the crowd says, blessed is the womb that bore you and the paps that fed you when you were a child. And he said, rather, blessed are those who hear the words of God and do it. Behold, he said, I think it was talking about even, your mother and brothers are looking for you, they said to Jesus. And Jesus points to the crowd and said, behold, my mother and my brothers, those who hear the words of God and do them. So Jesus' highest priority in terms of belonging wasn't the circumstances of his genetics or the genetics of people who were in his proxy or the customs of the people that were in his proxy. His main concern was belonging to God, being born again in the power of Christ, through faith and repentance towards Jesus Christ. So again, if we're talking about what makes a nation, typically it's borders, language, culture. That's what is the accepted thing. My thing is, what is the highest priority we have when it comes to why are we barring people and making rules? Are these rules arbitrary, or are they grounded in something moral?
No, it is definitely something in terms of moral, but this is what I'm pointing towards in terms of like the history. You know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, like I share. I don't know if you've seen the video that Rob done where it's like a drunken leprechaun came on his stream and all this kind of shit. It wasn't me. It was like some other Irish dude, and he was like saying like crazy shit. It's like, oh, it's sure like the whole immigrant thing that's over. It's exaggerated, and he basically ended up saying that like his contribution to society is he plants trees. Like that was his whole shtick, right? Like these kind of like lefties, environmentalists, and all this kind of shit. Like I view them as traitors to the nation. So despite the fact that I have shared ancestry with them and all this kind of shit, I still view them as traitors. So just because that they look like me or they're Irish or whatever does not necessarily mean that I have a moral imperative to be nice to them or to be good to them and all this kind of shit. I view them as literally like destroying the fucking nation for this globalist agenda, essentially. You know what I mean? So it's not like a thing of like anybody who doesn't look like me is automatically evil and anybody who does look like me is good.
But I can do that too, but I use a different metric. I would use the metric of the people in charge are selling us out by giving in to powers that we did not consent to, number one, allowing things that are chaotic and detrimental that would be detrimental to any nation by a clash of cultures, number two, and also the economic impact on top of that because of the large numbers coming in that we can't account for. I mean, I guess I'm speaking in America in this case, but those are actual practical concerns that I listed, and I can use the same exact line of attack from a different angle that doesn't have to require lineage.
Yeah, but then how would you define a nation without lineage?
Citizenship.
Which would be like they just pass the test or they stay there for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, so I think we're talking. So you are looking at from more of like a. I think it's a fundamental difference because you're looking at from more of a lineage tradition angle. That's how you see nations, and that's how I think everybody has seen nations from the beginning of time, basically. So I get that. Here's
12 tribes of Israel. Yeah.
So, but here's the thing, though. What interesting fact: a slave that escaped their master from a foreign nation, when they came to Israel, they could live anywhere they wanted to, but somebody from Israel, they had to stay within their tribal homeland. Fun fact from my slavery debate on Speakeasy. Anyway, so my point is that when the Bible talks about nations, yeah, they talk about people and lineage and things like that. But what binds people together is not their blood. The Bible does not actually say that there's a moral belonging based on that. What the Bible does establish as a moral belonging would be being subject to your rulers, and the rulers would be confined to the borders of that said nation. So when you say, so my rubric is going to be completely different than most people's in the world.
Yeah, because like I said, like this whole thing of like just because we're connected via blood or just because we're connected via origin does not necessarily mean that it's like you're like I'm going to be good or I view you as good or whatever kind of thing. Because like I said, in terms of those people who have essentially sold out the nation for the globalist agenda, they are traitors. You know what I mean? And they should be treated as such. But
yeah, and that's why I think of San
kind
Francisco. Like San Francisco, when Xi Jinping came into San Francisco during the Biden administration, they cleaned up San Francisco like you wouldn't believe. You'd never thought San Francisco was this clean in your life. But of course, as soon as Xi Jinping leaves, then they let it go back to crap. So yes, you can be traitors to your nation, but I'm saying on a civic level for the benefit of the citizenry there. And I think, yeah, I would say it this way. Most people in the world agree with you and what constitutes a nation in terms of lineage that carries on a culture that is found common within a people, within a set place and land. So I think that's what you would summarize with ethnicity, right? You got your culture, your people, your shared lineage, your shared land, right?
Yeah, I have it on screen. One sec. I'll just kind of run through it real quick just for the focus on as well. Like when we're talking about like nation, like we are one people. What connects you is ethnicity, which is not race. It's like your shared ancestry and origins, because you can have, like, for example, like a mixed race tribe or whatever the fuck, like America, all this kind of stuff. Territory, a homeland, or like basically the borders. History, major shared events, struggles, memories, stories and myths, so founding legends, heroes, national narratives. And again, notice that like they're attacking all of this shit, right? Language, a common tongue. Like this is another thing they're doing, like Ebonics and all this kind of shit that they're trying to push. The symbols with the flags, they're trying to push the trans flag and all this kind of shit on you. The anthems, they're kneeling during the anthem. The holidays, like they're just making up new holidays, like Black History Month, all this kind of shit, and they're tearing down the monuments. Then like the key thing here is culture, which goes in terms of the values, so what group considers important or significant. Beliefs, so core ideas about reality, human nature, the world. Manners and norms, which is different to morality. Manners and morality are two different things, but expected social behavior and how we do things around here. Then morality and religion. Like this is another thing I had to call myself on, where I was saying, oh, I'm not a Christian, but my culture is based on Christianity. So that was an L for Teriak moment, where it's like, no, by the very least, I'm at least culturally Christian. I might not go to church, but I'm at least culturally Christian, because that's where I'm getting my morality from. But the ideas of right and wrong, sacred practices and ceremonies, and then in terms of like creativity is a certain aspect to it as well, where it's your artistic expression, meaning music, dance, stories, visual art, and then the physical creations being food, tools, buildings, clothing, crafts, and tangible objects. You know what I mean? So like all that makes up the nation, and if you look at like all of it, they're basically attacking it on all fronts to try and undermine the nation. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm kind of like trying to point out in terms of like, that's what would, like, I would always view you as an American, you know what I mean, rather than an Irishman. But I understand the whole thing of like, well, my ancestry goes back to Ireland, which is true as well. You know what I mean?
But I like, still don't belong based on an arbitrary metric by which we have not actually lined out.
There's certain. But if I was to move, I'm in Dublin right now. If I was to move into Galway, I'd be what's considered a blow-in. I think I was talking about this on the Four-Leaf Clover.
Right.
But
So
if I was going
so
to
there's
Galway,
many,
like, in terms of that community.
Yeah. So there's many delineations, even within nations, that cause separations. That's why I'm saying how fluid this is and how arbitrary this is. And the problem with ethnostatism is, in theory, on paper, it can be unbigoted in some sense. But in reality, more often than not, when you accept an ethno-state ethic and you one-to-one it for something you ought to defend your life with, it can get violent very quick in a racist way. So, for example, theoretically, you can be a Holocaust denier and not be an anti-Semite, but in reality, that just doesn't happen. So that's my concern: is making some kind of invented moral good based on your ethnicity, based on your race, based on your perceived or otherwise shared lineage. And that's and as an American with that history that you acknowledged, that's the main concern. I'm sure the same thing is true in Germany. I'm sure the same thing is true in South Africa. And that's why culture clash is a big deal. And that's part of the reason why you and I would agree that open borders is a big deal, because it would only exacerbate such problems that don't need to happen. But just because those problems happen, that's a practical excuse. It's not an endorsement of the sin that comes from people's bigotry, even on both sides, three sides, however many ethnicities are different fighting each other for different neighborhoods. It doesn't excuse that sin. I would say, I think you can have two things true at the same time.
Well, I would argue, because I'm about to say something fucked up, but I'm going to play a video to show you what I mean by it, right? But this is Irish culture. I would say as an Irishman, like, racism is part of my culture. And what I specifically mean by that is this,
James
okay?
McCormick out of Limerick. Now, these men are highly dangerous. And if you do make a... Yes, Sergeant.
I thought only black lads were drug dealers.
I'm sorry, what?
I thought only black lads were drug dealers and Mexicans. What do they call them? Do they have a word for them?
Yeah, there's a word for you too, sir. But I'm not gonna go into that right now. Anyway, as I was saying, these men are highly dangerous. And if
mules, drug mules. That's enough for your guff now, Boyle. Apologize to the man.
Huh? Apologize for what?
You know for what?
For your racist slurs, for one thing.
I'm Irish, sir. Racism is part of my culture. That's enough now, Boyle. You're showing us up, man.
You're a fucking knacker.
Fuck off back to Dublin, you.
Rip your fucking head off, Boyle! Relax. Sit down! No, lads, come on. Not in front of the American. He's just messing with...
Now, that scene epitomizes the whole shit, because clearly Don Cheadle is black and all this kind of shit. Now,
Sorry,
Brendan Gleeson, like that... Yeah, go ahead.
Let's be honest. Racism is a sin in just about every culture. Not just it only feels at home. It just has a different flavor wherever it is, but it's all the same crap, right? So I don't think there's a civilization. What? What's that look?
Come on, that scene isn't funny. Okay, let me explain that scene.
I'm not okay. I have dark humor. I would argue I even have Irish humor, right? We all have that cheeky, mischievous little thing about us where we know the exact worst thing to do at any moment. We probably have, like I said during our stream, the 4-leaf convo, we probably have a box in the back of our head that generates perfectly what is the worst possible thing I could say right now. What's the worst possible thing? And we know it with certainty each time, and we have to shut it up. I can appreciate the dark humor in that scene. All I'm saying is you do not have a monopoly on racism. Neither is it uniquely Irish.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to point out is it can be part of your culture, because right, the whole play in that, just to explain to the audience as well what's going on, is like clearly Don Cheadle is black, and like Brendan Gleeson, the actor that's saying like, I thought only black lads were drug dealers, like he's intentionally trying to get a rise out of him. Yeah, because if you watch the movie, he's basically trying to make a more profound point, saying that one of the lads you're pointing to is dead, all this kind of shit, right? So he's like, that's the whole thing where it's like, what you're telling me right now is irrelevant because one of these dudes is dead, and like, let's actually get to the real shit and all this kind of stuff. So he's basically like fucking like having a laugh, saying all this shit and playing dumb, saying, "What you mean?" And it's like the
maximum
racist
mischief.
insults. It's like, but when notice when he says racism is part of my culture, right? And then because this is based in Galway, and the Dublin lad says you're a fucking disgrace. And then what does Brendan Gleeson say to the Dublin lad? Fuck off back to Dublin. You know what I mean? Which is like, I'm not just racist against black people, I'm also racist against fucking Irish people as well. Like, fuck off back to Dublin. This is fucking Galway, you Dublin cunt. You know what I mean? Like, that's like kind of run of the mill kind of shit. So it's like, a lot of people think, especially in modern day, that it's all like you know, like you can't be racist against white people, but you even brought this up as well, where it's like no, like America, like Irish people suffered racism in.
Have you seen Jesse Lee Peterson? He's racist against black people.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It goes both ways. Like
This is
and
a weird
intertwined and all
time.
this kind of shit.
This is a weird time
It's-
in history. Like when I was growing up in the 90s, you used to say you can't be racist against your own race. Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, you
100%.
can. You know, there are no limits to the kinds of sins that people invent. So, I would say that anything where you create a moral or an ontological or hierarchical line between people, that is racism, like actual racism. I'm not talking about bigotry or not bigotry. What's the word I'm talking about? Prejudice. Prejudice is different. Prejudice, for example, there was a study, and I forgot who first. I don't know if it was Ben Shapiro who mentioned this, but there was a study about Uber style services, and you could rate your driver and you could rate passengers, right? Now, for taxis, even black taxi drivers typically didn't pick up black passengers because there was a statistical understanding of the risk, not a guarantee, not a definitional essential thing, but everybody kind of knew that the crime rate would be higher with a black passenger on average, just based on a statistical estimate, not based on their essence. But with those apps, you could see reviews of passengers and you could see reviews of drivers, and then it closed the gap of discrimination because you had an actual bio on that person as an individual. So there's a difference between racism and prejudice. Just thought that was good to clear up for this conversation, because a lot of times racism, the liberals will use that to death. Sexism, racism, I believe those things exist, but not the way liberals do, as like cards to throw at people.
100%. And just real quick, I want to shout out to Plastic African for the £20. Says, just ask AI. It be a truth, and a coin can sell a truth or hide it. Nope, I just don't buy it. Not really sure what you mean, but appreciate you kind. Let me give you a shredding pick for that one, sir. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very kindly for the support, Mr. Plastic African. But like, for example, like there's a dude that comes around here sometimes called Joe Cool, right?
Yep.
And what he typically likes to do is he likes to kind of like play with the whole kind of race thing. And like he'll say certain things intentionally just to wind you up, just to get a rise out of people and all this.
You
kind
know,
of
black
stuff.
guys can get away with it a lot easier.
Oh, 100%.
Especially in
And
this
like
country.
I said, but anytime he does it, like I'll typically say like the most racist thing possible. So like a thing that like he'll often say or he'll maintain is that black communities are policed more than white communities, and that's why you have the overrepresentation. And I'd point out to him that it's like, no, there's other possibilities too. You know, black people could just commit more crime, or white people are just better at committing crime and getting away with it. You know what I mean? You guys should just up your crime game. You know what I mean? And like he understands, like he knows what I'm doing with that. Like I'm basically like playing the reverse card, trying to get a rise out of him, and like so on and so forth, kind of thing. And like I think, like the reason why I think that we need to have these conversations off of ethnicity, nationalism, and all this kind of shit is to have these clear lines, because essentially what's going to happen, or what like the train that we're on essentially is, you're going to see the rise of like actual racism be applied.
We're already here.
Like
as far as I'm concerned, Teriak, we're already here. Again, that's why I want to bring attention to, especially within the Christian sphere, there is a lot of nuts out there. There was this conference in which people would supposedly be Christian, but they were supposed to be like far right, Christian nationalist type, but they were the ethno-statist breed. There's a few that aren't ethno-statist, but there's unfortunately a good amount that are, and they did make money at that particular one. One of the display tables they had there for merch was legit Nazi table. that had a website, and on that website you could purchase a small fragment of a door from Auschwitz, which they probably didn't get legally.
I don't think the legal part would have been the thing there, but I get I see your point. But like
I'm
that's what I'm saying
normally
in terms of
they're really good people, but it was that one time at Auschwitz, No, but
this is what I'm saying in terms of when it comes to America. Like if someone's saying that they want an ethno state in America, it's like I could agree with that because, like I said, like I'm talking about like ethnicity as like a shared origin, but as a shared origin of the founding of America, that's West Africans, Europeans, and Native Americans.
Tell that to.
I mean, so if they're saying that they want an ethno state, yeah, but if they're saying they want an ethno state and they want America to be all white, then I disagree with that version of ethno state. Do you get what I'm saying? Or do you understand the distinction?
I get what you're saying, but if you come to America and you say ethno state, culturally speaking, are they going to map it the way you as an outsider European are going to map it? Probably not. We would understand it differently based on how we think about lineage-based division in general.
I get that. Like I said, I had the conversation with I believe it was Farir and Chris and Chris Lestrange, by the way. Go check him out, give him a like and a sub. And like that's where I kind of like understood. It's like, oh shit, like this is a different. It's like kind of like fanny. The word fanny in America that means your ass, but in
Europe it means a woman's genital.
Vajayjay, as they used to say. Do you know what I mean? So it's like slapping someone on the fanny. In America, could be a playful joke. Slapping someone on the fanny in England or Ireland is sexual assault.
Except instead of nicknames, it's actual like political theory understanding differences. So, I'm trying to think. I'm sure there's like, for example, I remember Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, was pointing out the Scottish National Party is literally a national socialist party. That wouldn't fly here nearly as much as it does in Scotland. Apparently.
Oh, same thing here. Like when I brought up like I've had debates in terms of like National Socialism. You know what I mean? And from that, I've been accused.
Which
of being
side were
a
you
Nazi
on?
and all this kind of shit. I was on the National Socialism side.
That's what I thought.
Like, yeah. So because like
nut.
in terms of because like when you look at it in terms of like nationalizing certain key industries. Makes sense. You don't want it just to be fully capitalist.
Unless you're Iran in the 50s.
Oh, listen, man. You know what I mean? There's a reason why they got rid of Gaddafi. It's because he nationalized the oil. He backed the dinar with gold, and all of a sudden people had free houses, free education. He
died.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's like, but this is the whole thing. It's like when you say like National Socialist, do you mean that you want a fascist government? Or are you saying that, no, I want the same governance structure that America currently has, but I just want economic policies that would align to some sort of like national socialism in terms of you socialize or nationalize, for example, like Lockheed Martin. You would want the government to control 51% of that company because then the government has the say. They don't need to pass legislation and flute around with that. They have final say because they control the majority of the shares of who the CEO is and who are they going to be selling to and all this kind of shit. And then they also share in the profits of that as well. Same thing with the oil.
I get the economic pitch.
And all this kind of stuff.
The question is, what is meant by nation at that point? What is the emphasis of the word nation?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the civic authority, the civil law? Are we talking about some lineage-based thing, which is what the Germans were talking about in the 40s? So that's anyway. That's my hang up. So when it comes to like form of government, seeing as I don't believe there is one necessary form of government that everybody has to take. I'm not a Sharia law advocate. I'm also not like a canon law, Catholic Empire advocate either. So I don't have any one charter as far as that goes. I'm focused on the race aspect because, as you are saying, we need to have these dialogues because we got to sort out what's going on, especially when you're as an Irishman facing this very real problem where your people have sold out and your borders are open and people are pouring in and it's chaos.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying in terms of like what we're going to end up seeing. Like you like the way I think that this is going. Like you're saying at the moment that it's already there with the race. And to a degree, it's like, yes, but like those people don't have power yet.
Right.
But when you look at like the two wings of the bird, you need two wings in order to fly. you have like the lefties that are literally just like fanning the flames and just even just like doing it worse, almost out of spite at this stage, in terms of like the voter base, and then in terms of like the politicians, they're getting extensive payoffs to essentially just sell out their country. Which means the only force that's going to actually take the necessary action are going to be the genuine racists that like they purely just judge you based on like initial kind of like complexion or melatonin or whatever way you want to describe it, phenotype. And it's not actually using like a reason based approach, which is what you're trying to get to in terms of like the character of the soul, so to speak. Because in terms of like what we're saying there is like that there are immigrants that can actually benefit your nation. Doesn't mean that they're now all of a sudden part of the nation, or they're now an Irishman or whatever kind of thing, but they can benefit your nation. And as we see with the likes of countries like Portugal, like they're going through brain drain at the moment. They have to do all this kind of like incentivization to try and pull in tech companies, or try and pull in high IQ kind of like individuals and jobs and industry and all this kind of stuff, because essentially like all the brightest and the best, they left Portugal for other opportunities elsewhere kind of thing. I mean, so like brain drain is a real thing that can happen in the country, and you can almost, if you want to be a bit more kind of sinister about it, it's like you can use that tactic to actually brain drain your enemies and all this kind of shit as well.
True.
So like coming at it from a reason-based approach is like that's the aristocracy, that's the meritocracy kind of like aspect. But what you're seeing now is that it's like you cannot reason with unreasonable people, and that's who currently controls power.
Well,
at least
the
in terms of, like,
rapidity,
Ireland.
the actual speed at which they're coming is just insurmountable. So it can't be sorted out that way because they've just flown it wide open, and that's insane. And that's you know what we got with our southern border to some degree. Maybe not as bad right now, but it's definitely not under control. So yeah, it's a real problem. I think you and I are both close the border guys for both of our country until we figure out what the heck is going on, get a handle on it, get some order, get some knowledge. Yeah. So you and I are the same on policy, and I think we're probably the same on whether or not lineage makes you belong, like in terms of our moral interactions. Even if our cultural interactions can't happen on the same level, our moral interactions can still happen on the same level and should happen on the same level, should still have the same amount of mutual respect and kindness towards people, and not have any ethnic malice or lineage-based malice and things like that.
Because like the key thing for me is why it comes back to nationalism, is this whole aspect of like the enemy, the reason why the borders have been opened and they're flooding this in and causing all this chaos essentially is that they want to undermine or destroy the state. Because if you're an individual that is lost, if you lose trust in the actual institutions, there are people who are blackpilling, or there are people who are just saying, fuck it, let's just rebel against the government and fuck this structure and all this kind of stuff. You're kind of playing into their hands already, because if you go into civil war, then essentially the state's no longer not like you're basically in a fight for the power, or the state's basically in conflict at the moment.
Yeah,
Which
I mean, this is part of
the
it.
nation itself.
I mean, again, I don't have any knowledge of like what's going on at the upper echelons of the EU, but we could easily see it playing out like this. First, they do things unreasonable, open the border, fill Ireland with people who aren't wanted, and then the people feel like they're trapped like rats, and so they go to the extreme because they're under these extreme pressures and extreme conditions. And then when they go to the extreme, then the government clamps down and martial law or whatever, something along those lines, where they just force their way and then blame the people for their overreaction, which was incited by the mass out of control immigration which gave tons of problems, insurmountable to like the economy, the social stability, and just people's in general paranoia and fear when they face those sorts of things. So I don't know what else there is to be said on that. I think I've kind of said my piece, but if there's any other topics on this you'd like to hit up on, let me know.
Yeah, let me get you to the fundamental question that like, or the dilemma that I'm trying to highlight in terms of Europe. Right. Let's say like we have our mystical ball, right? And we can kind of like see the future, so to speak. And it basically kind of comes down to, it's like you either back the like one side, right, which are intrinsically racist, but if you back that side, you will preserve your nation and you'll preserve your culture, you'll preserve your values and all this kind of stuff. And if you don't back them, then you end up losing your country, you lose your nation, you lose your culture, you lose your values and all this kind of stuff, and basically become like a communist and all this kind of shit. If those were the actual two outcomes, which one would you pick? Or who would you back?
Yeah, in that case, I depending on how racist the right wing one was, I would probably just bow out. In that case, because for example, there are extremes on both sides that would both equally be sin towards God. And I obviously don't want to back up the LGBTQ crowd and what they're doing with children and the transing of the kids. That was one of the main things that keeps me voting for Trump, is because he's actually tangibly doing something about that. And then as far as the right, I'm not going to side with racists. And they're racist on the left too, like Black Lives Matter and their whole theory about, like the Toronto leader of the Black Lives Matter chapter from 2010, I think, said that melanin translates light into knowledge. And just crazy stuff like that. Yeah. So I think in that case, I would just bow out, as much as people might not like hearing that. Again, I'll punch the right and I'll punch the left. I'm on the right, but I'll punch the right and I'll punch the left and make it known who I'm not for. And even if I'll know who my friends are by the end of it. That's how it is. And so, but it would say, let's put it this way: if they're just racist in the boardroom, but all they're doing is deporting people who don't have the credentials to belong here, then as long as it doesn't turn into like some kind of internment camp or some kind of prison camp, labor camp, death camp, concentration camp, then that would change the calculation in my mind, But at the same time, obviously, if they're going out promoting a racist message, then if I can't honor Christ and also signed with these people. So again, it's probably a bit of a complicated answer I'm giving you right now, but I'm putting it on the spot right now, because if that was the only scenario, I had to choose one or the other. That's a great question. Again, it would depend upon to what degree one is one way and one is the other. If I had to choose one, I know it's an unsatisfying answer, but in reality, I'd probably just bow out.
Because like this is what I'm trying to kind of like point towards people in terms of like what I mean by like there's going to be Adolf statues in Germany when all is said and done, because like that's essentially the option. It's either you side with the communists and lose your nation, or you're going to side with unpleasant people like white supremacists, like for example, and all this kind of stuff. But just real quick, want to shout out Southern Man for the $2 says, exams, should 2 Down syndrome people be allowed to breed?
That's
and real quick, we got another guest
already
backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Miss the Plastic African, welcome to the show.
Huh?
Mama.
Yeah, it means you've rung the wrong number. Please dial again. Seriously,
seen you with some African there, baby. But just real quick, Rex, you want to answer that question real quick? Like, should 2 Down syndrome people be allowed to breed?
I haven't thought it through. I have not thought it through. When you're talking about 2 adults, I mean, if we're classifying them as children legally, then based on a legal rubric, then you wouldn't allow children to do that. If we're basing it on like a moral rubric, there are definitely good reasons to not let that happen. But what would I take, like legal action, or would I take force upon myself to prevent that? That is an interesting scenario. I'll have to get back to you on. But so
food for thought, so to speak.
Yeah. It's amazing what other people have thought through that I don't spend time thinking of. That's like, I wish that was the worst problem we had in this world, is whether or not 2 Down syndrome people were going to have a kid. That would be like much better compared to the conversation we're having right now.
100%. Because like that's why I keep like I said, like I keep trying to highlight this. Like the other question is like this whole thing of like what gets me to that point of like the Adolf statues in Germany and all this kind of stuff is this kind of point of view of like what do you do if the state has been weaponized against the nation, has been weaponized against the people? Like what kind of like recourse should you expect? You can't vote yourself out of tyranny. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm trying to keep it like TOS friendly as possible. But
yeah,
like,
I know. I mean, I'm also restreaming this. Scotland. So.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like what we've seen in Belfast, what we've seen in Scotland is like that's essentially like the only recourse that you have. And I'm a solutions orientated kind of guy. I want to put all the things on the table, but it doesn't seem like we have much options, which gets us to that question that I was saying there, where it's like, are you going to side with the racists or are you going to side with the communists? Because one, you at least get to keep your nation. The other one, you're basically just, you're going to be God knows what in terms of like what the communists will have set up and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, the whole
and Southern Man,
LGBT
it's really real quick. Southern Man, it's hard. It's really hard to disagree with your point there. I'm the kind of person I call my channel Reexamination because there's always something that I feel like I'm missing, you know, in terms of things, and I want to have a fully thought out schematic, and which maybe not isn't always available in real life, but I always want to think things through best I can before I give like a solid answer. You know, having like 3 reasons for an answer is better than having a half a reason for an answer.
100%. Like I said, like being honest and saying, listen, I haven't thought about it, or I can get back to you on that and all this kind of stuff. Like a lot of times, like people don't like use those answers, even though that's what they clearly feel, because they feel as though they have to have an answer and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, like the questions that I've been asking, like these are not easy questions.
No.
You know what I mean?
No. I mean, if you are, let's say you're a right-wing guy who's in charge of Ireland, but you know you're subservient to the EU, what do you do? Now, I would say in that case, because you have somebody who's in actual government space, they have actual authority, not just on paper, but by God as well, based on Romans 13. So there's a thing that Calvin is noted for, which is John Calvin, if you're not familiar, but he brought up a thing called the civil magistrate principle, basically, which says you cannot rebel as citizenry against your government, but if somebody who is a lesser magistrate, who isn't totally in charge of the government, but he's within the confines of the government, has actual office there. If somebody who is a civil magistrate, a lesser magistrate, is part of the government, then he can lead that charge before his conscience, before God, in defense of the people, in the interest of the people, against the leadership.
Well, yeah, like that key principle, because that's one kind of like result of this. Because like I'm mentioning Belfast, I'm mentioning like Scotland and all that stuff. Like when the mob takes justice into their own hands, that shit can get very messy very quickly.
Oh, the biggest mob in that was the sort of Soviet Union, wasn't it? Where Karl Marx and all that became the Red Army. Right, rather than it does go to that, doesn't it? Because you forgo of what we have as religion, East and West dialectic, the dialectic, as they say, right?
Yeah, because like essentially, like that's what happens, where it's like people are
So again, like, it's how many people are willing to fucking die for this virtue? The money you spend, the people we are, what we're doing. How comfortable are you going to be till it comes to your door? What's going on, right? The Western Foundation is at a peril right here, right now. And people are saying left and right, oh no, we've got to execute some sort of, get them home, go away. Because we have forgotten who we are,
But like what I'm pointing towards, like anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about with Belfast, there was read between the lines of what I'm saying. There was global warmings, very targeted global warmings, and a couple of houses experienced like heat waves to the point that they started burning down. All this kind of stuff, right? But what happens when all of a sudden you're running down the street and the global warming happens to an actual migrant center, but then next thing you know, right beside them is also the cunt that you've got an issue with, or you've got like
that's collateral damage, my friend. You can't have these things in principle because of the way that nature works. Man doesn't work this way. We cannot subject ourselves to this. It becomes like chalk and cheese, right? And that's actually what I have fear in what we've done already with this big bubble that's happening, the AI bubble. That's why I laugh about it, because of how many billions is already swallowed us up. Where's it going for us as humans? Really? Do you think it's going to be numbers because people are going to be ready for starvation? You know, the numbers, remember, like a starvation of the Irish, right? Why did they have that, right? The potato famine. It was a bad fucking famine. But that's because they forgot of their own, you know, what they had. Became a thing. We forget. And this famine is coming. My God.
But something that I think about is this whole kind of like dynamic where I think this was like there's a potential that this is a certain group playing the long game. You know what I mean? That like a lot of this was done.
Oh gosh.
Like a certain group went into hiding.
What's the certain group?
I'm just saying a certain group went into hiding for the past 80 years to expose the global communist agenda. Have I shown you that video, Rex, actually?
I don't know if I want to know, but in America, it's time for me to catch some Z's. So, Teriak, thanks for having me on. Is there anything you want to say to me based on everything I've said before I go?
Well, I appreciate you asking the questions and engaging, and like I said, kind of digging down and kind of like I said, kind of like looking at the big picture and all that kind of stuff. Also, like I said, like I've got tough skin, all this kind of stuff. So if you want to join in the Nazi meme and all this kind of shit, you know,
I'm not joining no Nazi
stage,
nothing.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Because like those of you to know what the Nazi meme is, essentially like JS is saying that I'm dog whistling the Nazis and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
But like Rex and all that kind of saying, it's like there is kind of like different kind of like meanings in terms of like when you say ethno, when you say National Socialist in Europe, it's a different context to what it is in America. But there's obviously like different it's like I said, like the Fanny analogy is probably the best example to use, even though it's more kind of like serious kind of political terminology rather than, you know, playful nicknames and all this kind of thing, you know?
What family? What are we comparing family to?
No, Fanny.
Oh, that whole sorry. See, I got my brain's fizzling. Also, Southern Man says he's scared. Southern Man, if I was scared, I wouldn't ask the question. But I'm prepared for the answer. I'm just not getting the answer. So anyway, thanks for having me on. We will, I'm sure, have more uncomfortable but probably necessary discussions in the future. Stay tuned. And
is this uncomfortable? I'm sorry.
Oh no. I'm just there's uncomfortable subtext to all these and I guess text really to these conversations. But we're kind of at that point where we kind of have to face the elephant that's like right in front of us. And as an African, you probably do that more often than the rest of us.
I don't be like that. That's why I like blackface all the time. This is an AI, you know. No, don't be like that. Again, I understand. This is the virtue and reach that we have as the Western Foundation. You guys have capacity always. You have greater C. Yeah. Oh, let's go. What are we going to do with it? Come on, guys.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Have a good one, Rex. I appreciate you stopping by. But this is kind of one of the things, Plastic African, where it's like the reason why it's like uncomfortable is because it's pretty clear where this train is headed.
Why is it uncomfortable? What's uncomfortable about like home truths that we are, the blood that we come from, the whole thing of where empire creates what we are, what we get to have, right? That's why people go like, "Oh shit, I don't believe in that. I believe in this," and go full on in that. When we have
because let me explain it, because like in terms of America, like there's a lot of dare I say misunderstanding in terms of like the difference between ethnicity and race. So like an American saying like America should be an ethno state generally means like white power, white supremacy, all this kind of shit.
But the same thing can be said by the Western Foundation is not black or white, right? It isn't.
Yeah, but
people from all sorts actually engaged in many opportunities to create what we have. It always works.
To create America.
Yeah, but it's America, man. It's the world overall. It's where we secure that, and we create it that goes, that's the best way, and we give that security our pension, if you will.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, particularly with America, it's like when I say it's like Ireland is like should be an ethno state, it's very clear in terms of like what I mean is in terms of like ancestry, origin, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like Irish families, like the clans and the lineage from that, so on and so forth. But when you're talking about America,
but you can't go back that way, man. We can never go back. We can always go forward.
I get that, but that's why it's so important to continue on your lineage and all this kind of stuff. And when you're talking about why it's uncomfortable for America is because you have that kind of like experiment or like that mix between like three vastly different, like what would be vastly different like nations or groups of nations, where you have on the one hand like the European, Native American, and West African. That's like came together and fought a war to create America against England. You know what I mean? So when you're saying like ethnic state in terms of America, it should be that kind of aspect of the origins of the West Africans, the Europeans, and the Native Americans that fought in that war to create America.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when you hear ethno-American, ethno-state in America, it's white power, it's white supremacy, all this kind of shit. Like America's a white country. You know what I mean? Which is not true. And that's the delineation. Whereas like with Irish, it was just white and all this kind of shit,
I have a brother that's he's a cop out there. You know that? Yeah, one of my brothers is a cop out there in the west of America. Can you believe that? Yeah, wow. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Yep, but that's the way it is. Like, it's also where you go to, right? You have to abide by the rules, the land of the law, right? Or we should be governed to. And the West has forgotten that. All of a sudden, especially in Europe, all of it, it's become this sort of existential shit where it's like, oh my God, but this guy's feelings. We're going to help out. Britain is spending £300 billion a year on benefits. Dude, I'm trying to take some of that 300 billion and make it my own. Imagine, I'm going to cut government down and say, yeah, that's 300 billion. If I can lose that by 20, can I get 400 million? Oh, I'm joking. But you know what I mean. Come on, man. Got to get people working.
But this is the question, and this is kind of gets me into the video that that I'm going to go through. And I played it before as well, so apologies to any of the fans that like I've already seen this and all this kind of stuff. But like, do you think that like they're genuinely that incompetent and stupid, or do you think that there's something there's like a greater plan at play here?
Oh fuck! I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it really hurts me, but I would say always that I believe that the devil is coming, right? So that would be the play, right? And people forget that the devil doesn't exist. We have choice. We have options, but they don't know their choice. They don't know their option anymore. They just buy and bought into. That's what I think.
Well, let me play the video for you, and it is about 10 minutes long, right? But let me know your thoughts on what this dude right here, he's an Irishman, his name is James Conway. He has a theory or two in terms of why we're experiencing what we're currently experiencing and all this kind of stuff as well.
Hang on. In Europe or where?
Whole West, the whole West.
Oh, the
right?
whole West. Oh, okay.
So let's get into it. I'll be right back. I'm just taking a quick piss as well.
Hello, everyone. It
Let's go.
Sunday, the 31st of August, and we are about to enter a very, very frightening period. And I says I will do this video to try and, I suppose, not even waking up, because it's too late to waking up now, but to congratulate a certain group on a tremendous victory. And yeah, we'll see where the cards fall. So I'm going to give you a good little video now on what I have come to know, what they might refer to as hidden. So the first thing is, in the 90s, you would have heard a statement, the nerds will inherit the earth. Now, you all thought that was some guy who had his trousers pulled up under his arms and a pair of funny glasses, kind of was pulling out of an inhaler, and he read too many books and all that. Well, that wasn't a nerd. Nerd was N-E-R-D, which is Nazis, eugenicists, racists, and deindustrialists. That's what the anagram stood for. So I'll take you back to World War II. It was before World War II that this was initiated, but that's for me to know and ye to find out. But what ye would be told in school in relation to World War II is that Germany, the Nazi party, lost that war. That is ludicrous. They did not lose the war. Far before the war started and during the war, the greatest minds of the Nazi side were being recruited by the American military to be brought to America after the war. Some of the figureheads who would not have been the intelligentsia, but they were willing to follow the orders, were transported to Argentina during the war. In all essence, the Nazis didn't lose the war. They simply moved. And a lot of them didn't move. A lot of them were based in America all through the war and during the war. And you can look all of that up if you want to. Personally, it doesn't bother me. But Nazism and eugenics go hand in hand. And what has occurred in the past 10 to 20 years especially can only be described two ways, depending on how you look at it. Evil or beautiful, depending on how you look at it. But what it does is it assures a sequence of events where a class of white Western people will continue to lord over society for the future. Mightn't look like that at the moment, but that's the end point. So, religion. There are three main religions now in the Western world. Judaism, which will be the religion of those who run things. Christendom, which will be the religion of those kind of in the middle class. And then Islam, which will be the religion of the kind of useful workers, do what they're told when they're told, cause havoc when necessary. These three religions will come under the one umbrella after the event. Yeah, so Judaism, the premise of Judaism is that they are God's chosen people, that the rest of humanity is a slave class under them, and that they will be at the top and they will accumulate the vast majority of the wealth, and they will have a slave class to provide for them, which is actually pretty bang on what's going on at the moment. Christendom is where you get to heaven by, oh, how would you say it, being a nice guy. You know, do what you're told when you're told, work hard, don't raise too many eyebrows, all the rest of it, and you will get to heaven one day. Islam is a little bit different. Islam is not only can you be a nice guy, but you must act to guarantee your entry to the next realm. You must act in a jihadi fashion. So you can see how they're about to be used. But anyways, you're all probably wondering about this mass migration to Europe. So this is for all the lefties that are watching, because I actually don't hate you. I feel really sorry for you. I think he are entirely the victims of eugenics. So what has happened with this mass migration is there's an introduction of a new race to raise tensions. There'll be a little bit of an aggro between the native population and the newcoming population. But here's the kicker for it. Conscription. So conscription across Europe for the European army will start with the native population. This is to raise tensions. Now, the bit that they're not mentioning, but is very easily provable. If you have shown any right-wing thinking, you will not be conscripted. They will not conscript you under the guise that they will say it could be troublesome to have someone with a right-wing ideology in the army. The truth of the matter is, this is a cull. So all of the remaining lefties who have little boys and girls coming around 16 to 18 years of age, your ideology is going to guarantee that your child lands to the front line in the first wave. Second wave will be the undesirable of the new population coming in. So they'll go through that with a fine-tooth comb. They'll see who's actually qualified, who actually is educated, all the rest of it. And anyone that doesn't mean those terms will be given a choice. And the choice that will be given will be join the army, and after so many years of service, you will receive citizenship, which will never happen because of drone warfare and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's the call. Very plain and simple. So that's a little bit of the Nazi, a little bit of the eugenicist. We get into the racism. Racists survive because what they do is they group together in their own people. They're clannish. They keep the...
Sorry, I was getting grabbing a coffee. What you saying is bollocks?
No. I mean, like, I understand this. I mean, I'm more of the pessimist than, philanthropist of the West, right? Because, we can't be like that, bro. Can't be like broken in that way, manifest. The Jews were always, I am chosen, right? The Christ, because he came under the precipice of they rejected. And they rejected because it's Jew or a Gentile. Now, when the Muslim comes in, is a whole different fucking kettle of fish because it's like 300 years later or something. Ridiculous. Oh, that's not good. Also, again, it's like intertextuality. Does it start there?
Yeah. So what he's talking about there is like, think of like the Abraham Accords, think of like the Freemasons, for example. Freemasons, so long as you accept a Abrahamic God, you know what I mean? That's like the only precondition to Freemasons.
But where the Christian God comes into the whole thing about, where the Christian God does is that we are all free because of that, right? The Christian God gives us freedom of choice, will. That's it. Judgment becomes the idea of where the church is. Not the church of Christ, but the church of man that we perceive of what is order in this life. Because if we were like anything, we're demonic, we're evil, we're bloody bad people. We are. We can't deny that. So we need family and things that kind of collectively give us, barriers. And that's what makes us great. Let alone when we have those barriers, we can impose those barriers on others.
So do you agree or disagree that like the whole kind of umbrella of religions is going to happen? African?
Do I agree with what?
Like, do you agree what he's saying in the video?
No, I kind of don't know. I get where he's coming from. but I don't because again, I can't put it for one subject. I think Europe as well. Yeah. I mean, that's why, again, that really hurts me with the Irish, right? The Irish were really always kind of backward where it came to World War One, World War Two, right? They never took a side, right? Is that correct? Yeah.
Well, technically, we were accused of being Nazi sympathizers. To be honest, we did kind of like nudge along the Germans, especially because of the way the British treated us and all this kind of shit. So if you were against the British, then we would have been in favor of you. And also, Ireland was the only Western country to actually send condolences after Hitler died. So there is that aspect to it as well. You know what I mean? So, but technically, yeah, we were neutral.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, geez, the Irish went around the world twice over. You know, geez, they talk about slavery, like you say. They don't know the slavery of the Irish. God bless them. You know, I do believe in. That's why, yeah. God, I believe. I mean this, man. You know it. It's true. I've been there in place in it's the south of Ireland, very, very special, where it was ancient, man. When those people came and salvaged their land.
But in terms of like, do you believe that this is the actual plan that's been put in place?
Of course, yeah, it has to happen. Yeah, I do. It has to happen. Yeah, the devil has to come. Yeah, people have to like forgo of it. Yeah.
Do you think it's beautiful or evil?
No, it's going to be evil, of course. The beautiful thing is one that says, I mean, that's hell, isn't it? What is death? When you come to that, right? Where one says, as a Christian, oh yeah, I'm going to heaven or I'm going to hell. Who decides? St. Patrick. Oh yeah. You know? Snake man, right? Snake man.
I'm not really sure quite what you mean, African. Like, what I'm pointing to is like this whole thing of when you look at the whole scenario here, especially when you talk about the whole cull aspect, is like you're going to be culling the invaders or the foreigners, but you're also going to be culling like native population that are like lefties or communists.
Oh yeah, of course, it has to happen, man. I mean, yeah, it's gonna happen straight up. People don't know. That's why we become weak, fucking feeble. It's fucking disgusting. I find, sorry, it's not good. We shouldn't be this weak as the people. We should actually understand our fucking grace, where we come from, the violence we've come from, always, from the ages that we belong. You know, truly. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure how it relates. Like, I agree with the principle, but because essentially, like, because a huge counter to or like what the lefties would say is like why you're not or why we can't deport these people is we don't know where they're from because they came here and they don't have a passport and they don't have any
That's fucking
documents.
bullshit, man. That's just the way like they fucking want to present that. That's fucking bullshit, man. You can't. Oh yeah, this guy is that name. Oh, fuck off. Doesn't exist. If you're coming here for that, that's the problem actually. Is that's why Britain is spending £300 billion a year on benefit. 300 billion, bro. You think about that number, bro. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's right. That's why they're coming here for that.
Yeah, but how would you deport them if they show up with no documentation on them?
Well, Ireland is other places are already fucking taking note.
Yeah, but where do you send them to?
Well, to where they arrive, or where they need to go. I'm
Yeah,
not
where they
talking
need to go.
I'm not talking logistics here because I don't want to do that. I don't need to. If I'm going to do it, I would be in government. I'd be in some sort of fucking Whitehall fucking argument going.
I can tell you.
Good, but you know, I would.
I can tell you don't debate a lot of African.
You know, MOD, and I'd be like, yeah, let's get them up in the Shetlands or the Orkneys out there, and we show them what it's like to be fucking housed in Britain before we fucking, you know, oh yeah, you arrive here now, you wait here, then you go up there. Yeah, fuck it, man, you guys. I mean, yeah. What the hell, man?
But that's
for a ride.
That's why I'm saying, African. I don't think you've debated a lot of lefties, because that's their typical counter. It's like, where do you send them to? These people have no documents. Where are you going to send them to? What's your solution?
Well, if they could do that with the COVID, right? Or what they made, right? COVID, what did they do? They made those hospitals.
No, we're talking about deporting the immigrants.
Yeah, it's fine, but we can, anyone that comes here, we can send them to where? So we can do, you know, put them in the Shetlands, the Orkneys. Yeah, we could make, like, you know, the islands there. Yeah, let's get them in, man. Don't worry, you have some food. Yes, yeah. But no, they're human rights. They're not allowed to be there. They need to be around phones. Fuck off. They came to this country, round them up, get them out there to the Shetlands, the Orkneys. You know, come on. You get me. Do you understand what happened during fucking COVID? Yeah? How many billions?
Yeah, what I'm talking about is 50 million.
Yeah, but we could still do the same thing to them right now. Well, yeah, bang. As a, you know, Britain. You know, put them out. Yeah, let's go.
We're going to put 50 million people where?
Where's 50 million? Where do you think 50 million comes from?
There's been 50 million immigrants that have been led into Europe, essentially.
Oh, okay. No,
where are we going to put them all?
About England and UK and Ireland. Fucking 50 million. Jesus. That's going to be a bigger job than I ever thought. Start the reactor.
And this is the counter, just for everyone else as well. Shout out to Sempletora Chaos with the $2. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Like, this is the typical lefty response. Like, well, they have no documents. Where are you going to send them back to? Like, that's typically like, as Backgrounds Grants would say, that's the typical like stun lock that they put you in.
Well, they're going to be honest like, as soon as it makes it uncomfortable. That's the point. They'll be like, get me home. Okay, make an incentive. You know, what's the incentive, buddy? You want to go home or you want to go up to the Orkney Shetlands? Have you ever been up there? Have you ever been up there, the Orkney Shetlands? Seriously, have you ever been up there?
Yeah, but then if you're going to say that, then yeah, African, just listen to what I'm saying. Like, you're essentially going to say that like that ends in genocide.
No, of course it doesn't end in genocide. There's no genocide about it. That's not fucking. What the hell? No. Genocide is what people are doing to themselves, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You put a shit ton of people. Like you do realize that like what happened in Rwanda
for themselves, buddy.
Yeah, like they'll basically machete themselves. This is what I'm saying. Just hold up a sec. Hold up a sec, African. Like I wanna kind of like map this out in terms of like trying to educate the audience in terms of this, because like I understand it's kind of like a joke answers, all this kind of stuff, but fundamentally, like if we're talking about like mass deportations, like where are we actually going to send these people? You can't just kind of say it's like, well, I don't know where this guy is from, but he kind of, I guess, looks like a Nigerian, or he kind of looks like he's from Madagascar, or he kind of looks like he's from here or there or whatever. There needs to be, it's like, well, we're sending them somewhere, and where did we send them? You know what I mean? Now, to what Mr. Conway's talking about here is that ain't the quinky dink that all of a sudden we have this mass, oh no, sorry, not mass, but like this ultimate enemy of Russia that all of a sudden we're going to have like a massive war against. or that's what we're gearing up to, at least in terms of what the EU's been talking about. So we have the EU 2030 military. So the EU's military strategy for 2030 is driven by Readiness 2030 framework and the Rearm Europe plan, aiming to achieve full defense readiness by the end of the decade. It focuses on massive joint procurement, unhindered military mobility. That's key terminology being used here. Let me zoom in a bit more. Unhindered military mobility. So when the military is moving, it's like there's no questions asked, essentially, across member states and large-scale industrial rearmament, right? So what we have, the white paper outlines the core capability gaps and establishes the strategy for autonomous deterrence and crisis response. Defense readiness roadmap dictates milestones and industrial metrics necessary to transition Europe's defense industry from peacetime levels to large-scale product capacity. And then we have advanced surveillance initiatives, security eastern borders, focused on building a European air shield and implementing a unified pan-EU drone defense system, space-based infrastructure and assets for enhanced security, communication, and monitoring. Then we have logistics and procurement goals, military mobility package, this wide mobility, military mobility area by 2027. It harmonizes rules to allow troops and military equipment to bypass logistical and regulatory borders quickly. So another way of phrasing that, African, is that if we put these motherfuckers on a military plane or a military train or whatever, it doesn't need to go through any checks and all this kind of shit. That we're going to have special vehicles that aren't going to get checked.
Make it uncomfortable first. That's where you give them then out. That's what you say. You give them that, what is it? Expulsion. Expel them first. It's the best way to be. You know, expulsion. Go. Before we tell you to go. Yeah. Where it becomes people, oh yeah, where we going? They don't want to know where they go. You got to make it serious. People don't want to do it because the fucking, you really don't get it, yeah. Like, fuck, man. I mean, you guys, half the time, I mean, I love you guys, but Jesus, I wish you could see the violence I've seen. You know, seriously, I wish. Dude, it's not good, but it's like kind of woke me up to the world. Pretty much. People died.
How many more?
No, it wasn't cool, man.
No, but I mean, like the whole aspect of like expels. What did you say? Like expel them first?
Expulsion. Expel them. Expulsion. You tell them first. This is why you're leaving. Expulsion. You give them an out. If they don't go with that first, back home, if you will. If they're not going back home, why? We can't give you that guarantee of what you have. Yeah, dude, so many people fucking don't give a fuck about what they have, right? Because it's just not given to them, right? That's why it's like, oh my God, yeah, I've always had this. Why would you take it away from me? I have a human right. Fuck off.
Yes, but we don't know where they're from.
Exactly. Well, doesn't matter then. That's why you take him up north. Yeah, that's seriously. Dude, 300 billion fucking pound a year is being spent by Britain. Okay, that is a.
So why would you keep them in the country? Why would you send them up north?
Because
when we have a perfectly African
islands, man. Islands.
1 sec.
Islands.
Don't worry, I'll take you to the promised land.
Islands, bro. If they can do fucking that, they can do that.
Why would I send them up north?
You don't get it.
Why? Yeah, one of us is not getting it. Why would I send them up north when I could just send them to Ukraine to fight Russia?
Because I don't want them to die for fucking Russia, would you? I mean, that's the fucking worst thing, to think that actually Russia is our enemy. That's even worse. I don't like that ideal at all with NATO. I don't. And that's a horrible thing for you to say to me. And actually, you really don't really understand that, do you? Yeah, that's a terrible thing to say to a guy like me, man, because I fucking come from fucking fighting stock. Ain't good.
So would you rather send your native population or a foreign population?
Oh no, hang on. I'm talking about the people that come here illegally. We get them up north in the fucking islands, and they sit there till they go, oh, okay, or we get them out. That makes them the whole thing about where they're governed and where they go, because we don't know who they are, so we have to actually give them something. If they don't tell us the truth, get the fuck or what you want. You can't make this a sort of heartstring notion. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're going to put them on an island and they starve to death.
Where's the island? Where am I talking? The Shetlands and the Orkneys. Do you know where those islands are? The Shetlands and the Orkneys. Do you know how far they are?
Let's get the Google Maps.
Shetlands and the Orkneys. Do you know how far they are up there, bro? They're the Kings and Queens Isles. Dude, we can fucking do that. They wouldn't go anywhere. They wouldn't even know what the fuck, man. They want to go home before they fucking meet the second fucking winter.
Yes. Okay, but what if they starve?
Hey, do you remember during COVID? What did we do? What was the one thing that COVID they did? It was the Nightingale. If they can make a Nightingale fucking place, they can make a Nightingale for people. Fine. But they can't go anyway. That's how you do it. If they're gonna hit each other,
but then you just you still have the same problem.
We're not there.
The same problem, bro.
No, we're not there to govern their fucking attitude, society, are we? Oh my god! Oh,
1 sec.
Oh, come on, man.
I got the delivery. 1 sec. But you still have the same problem where you're paying for the food, you're paying for the accommodation, all this kind of shit.
Yeah, but it's way
I'll be right back. I'll be right
cheaper
back.
than
1 sec.
fucking doing right now.
1 sec. I'll be right back. So here's the video. 1 sec. Watch the rest of the video.
Assets of that group of people to themselves. They survive. And then the deindustrialists. That is the control group. That is people who step away from society, go back to barter, go back to self-sufficiency, all the rest of it. And they'll be allowed to continue because this more technically advanced society needs a control group where they're like, oh, we have to have humanity behaving as it did historically. So your groups like Amish, Mennonites, your religious zealots that head off into the woods and do the compound and all that, they will be left alone. They'll be allowed to develop. So yeah, the nerds will inherit the earth. The frightening aspect that probably an awful lot of you don't realize is that politicians for the past 10 or 20 years have all had the one ideology, which was Darwinism. We have removed how stupid people are meant to die. We've removed it. Safety rails, insulation, all of these things have allowed stupid people to live and breed. And that's undesirable from the nerds' standpoint. It goes further than that too. They're dead set against homosexuality. They realized a very long time ago that there are a lot of people who have homosexual tendencies, but because society was so kind of religion-based, that they kept these desires underground. There were plenty of gay men who were married with children. There were plenty of lesbian women who were married with children. They kept these desires down. Now, by making society an open place for homosexuals and lesbians to carry on their deeds and all the rest of it, they come out into the open where they can be easily identified, where they can be manipulated by certain groups who sponsor things like perhaps chemicals that could be ingested into the body and used to assure that they would never breed again. this is not an easy thing for me to say. There are winners and losers out of this. There are people who identified it, who had a critical mind, who haven't gone with government policy over the last 10 or 20 years, who haven't built up massive amounts of debt, who have ownership of their assets, who have moved assets away from currencies like the euro, dollar, etc., which are inflating so quickly that they will soon be worthless. They have their assets in things like gold, silver, certain cryptocurrencies, land, real estate, all the rest of it, stuff that will survive this hyperinflationary period. But I am coming to the conclusion that this, although evil.
So now that we played through the whole thing, what are your thoughts, African? Let me know your thoughts. In terms of a solution to the current problems that we have. Because thing that a lot of people like don't understand is like they'll try to hand wave and say, no, there's no way that's the plan, all this kind of shit. But this is covering a wide range of problems, not just the immigration problem, but also the economic problem. An example of that is in Germany, the way the pension scheme works is you pay 20% of your salary into your pension. All right. Now 20%, how does that work out? Well, you need 5 workers for each pensioner. So long as you have at least 5 people working for each pensioner, then you're able to pay off the pensions. Right now, Germany has about, on average, anywhere between 2 to 3 workers for each pensioner. If you want to talk about like demographics, if you ever saw like a demographics table, which kind of like shows you what percentage of the population is what age and all this kind of stuff, majority of people are old. The majority of people are pensioners. So you quite simply do not have enough workers or children growing up to become workers to make up the deficit of what you're saying. It's essentially going to be a pyramid scheme. So that's just the pensions. That's just the pensions, let alone that in terms of the amount of EU nations that are currently in debt. How do they plan to pay off these debts? As mentioned, hyperinflate the currency, pay off the flat amount, etc., etc. All right. So the country's able to pay off its debt, but people off the country are now going through hyperinflation. You know, think back to stories you're told in Germany where it takes a wheelbarrow full of cash just to buy a fucking loaf of bread. You know? Think about like food prices, all this kind of shit. Another thing you mentioned as well is the whole trans thing. Why was trans ever part of the lesbians, gays, and the bisexuals? The LGB. Why is the T part of the LGB? What did the Germans do to the Jews? They made them wear a star. They made them easily identifiable. Now you have every gay person, every trans person wearing this trans flag. They have this little icon on their X profiles or their, Blue Sky profiles, whatever the fuck they're using, their social media. They have all their banners and images and all this kind of shit on them. So they're easily identifiable. And when you look at the whole trans thing, this is why I keep telling people to look at 19, I'll pull that up as well. A lot of people don't do the research. Exactly, background scramps. I look at like Dylan Mulvaney, like any of these trans people, they're just like castrated homosexuals. So like if you are like a homophobe or you have a huge disdain for gay people, like the trans thing is like that is the solution, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Where's the thing on Bob? There's a lot of people like even like trans advocates, like I've brought this up in the base before, and they look at me as if I have 2 heads. I mean, 1980, Iran, fatwa, trans sex Dual surgery. Quote. They show up in chat, but they usually go up in panel. It's usually me and Shazzy in chat. Shantae's saying, hey, you're taking her spot in chat, boys. Halfwood, everybody else, the link is pinned. Want to join the conversation. But let me run through it. So the key fatwa, religious ruling. So this is like a religious edict from Ruhollah Khomeini on sex reassignment surgery. Dates back to the mid-1980s, often started around 1985, 1987, not precisely 1980. It built on earlier comments in his 1963 and 1960 writings, which addressed corrective surgery mainly for intersex individuals, but did not fully cover transgender cases without physical ambiguity. More specific ruling came for advocacy by Mam Khatun Malkara, a transgender woman who met with Khomeini. In the name of God, sex reassignment surgery is not prohibited in Sharia law. If reliable medical doctors recommend it, inshallah, you'll be safe, and hopefully the people you mentioned might take care of your situation. Solution to homosexuality. You know, the situation of homosexuality. Legitimize sexual reassignment surgery, leading to legal recognition, including changing birth certificates and documents when supported by medical professionals. Later confirmed by Ayatollah Khomeini. High numbers of like Iran's like top 3 for like transgender surgeries. Often state subsidized as well. Ain't that interesting? You know, the people who throw homosexuals off the top of roofs, top of buildings, they're subsidizing these surgeries. All right. This is the thing. Like when you look into like who's actually pushing it, you know? So that's the whole like transgender aspect to it. And then you have the problem that I outlined that there's 3 main problems or enemies to the state, which is obviously the foreigners. But then you also have the traitors to the nation. You know what I mean? The communists, the people that actually want to see a total elimination of the state, a total elimination of the nation. You know what I mean? Oh, Shala Alam Alaikum. Or Alhamdulillah Habibi. Alhamdulillah. You know what I mean? Now again, like I think maybe Plastic African got uncomfortable. That's why I said like it's time we start having these uncomfortable conversations. I'm not advocating for this. I'm on the record. Whereas we might as well just to prove it out as well. That I tried to warn these motherfuckers. I tried my best. So I don't want to hear shit that like, oh, I was secretly planning this and all this kind of stuff. Oh shit, wrong tab. Bada bing, bada boom. So this is over on my boy Jake Project VO Pod. This was 10 months ago. I'm the soothsayer for the F the Big Irish. Oh no, I'm the soothsayer off the Big Irish. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. It is what it is, man. We're all a little bit retarded. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'll try to get up on panel in a little bit, but my headphones have been having a problem with the mic. No worries, bro. Like I was saying, where are we at? There we go. So again, this is First Amender. This is one of the trans advocates and all this kind of shit. And this is me like trying to say is like, listen, I'm going to be the Satan. I'm going to be the devil. I'm going to be the Nazi. Right? And I'm going to show you that as that Nazi, as we heard in the other video, I actually want this whole trans thing to genocide the gays. Right? This is my opening statement 10 months ago. But did they listen? Did they listen? Did they fuck?
The same amount of time to reply, and then we go into open dialogue. So starting with Teriak or Damon, time starts whenever.
Yeah, so I guess I'll go first. Damon, is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, first of all, hail Prometheus. Also want to thank Jake, my opponents, for showing up. Damon as well, for being a partner on this, and especially the chat for the folks at home. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start my opening with just a little prediction. You know what I mean? Like, I pretty much the only thing I can see them do is just like base their whole kind of like argument on one big ad hom. We're the devil, we're Satan, we're Yahtzees, we're the worst people in humanity kind of thing. So if that's the
true.
case,
You guys are.
then, yeah, if that's the case, then I will be your Satan. You know, a little inspiration from Book of Job, Ha Satan, the adversary. I'll be your Satan, okay? I'll be your punching bag, all that kind of good stuff. So first of all, I want to start with definitions, because definitions are important. And again, this is going to seem weird why we're defining this, but just keep this one in the back pocket. So first of all, I'm just going to define what genocide is. A lot of people think that genocide is like two nations go to war and one nation wipes out another nation. That ain't the whole story. Like, genocide also includes if one nation was to take all the males and females and castrate them. That would also constitute genocide as well. Just note that in your mind, put in your back pocket. We'll come to it later. Second of all, what I want to do is highlight the whole gender conformers and then the gender non-conformers. Now look at I was about to call him trans amender. Look at First Amender's face. This is like foreign to his ears. He does not have the ears to hear. You know what I mean? Because he wants to win. He wants to win. He doesn't want to. He's closed-minded. You know what I mean? See, that's what you get, Jack. You fucking Benedict Arnold, okay? You sided with the raccoons. You made your bed, Jack. Now you got to sleep in it. You got to sleep in the bed with the raccoons. You know what I mean? I tried to warn you. I gave a whole fucking speech about how we need to rise up against the raccoons. But you do you, Jack. You do you. But I'm basically trying to. I'm gonna end up getting shot over this shit. You know what I mean? Either by someone who gets upsetty spaghetti of what I'm actually saying, even though like it's literally a prediction, not a prescription. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Oh, come on, dog. Raccoons are pretty friendly. Nope. Jack sided with them. Jack sided with the raccoons and they're still attacking him, Halfwood. Raccoons are cunts. They're actually considered the top percent of being the next domesticated animal right next to yeah, this is raccoon propaganda right here from Halfwood. I'm telling you that, man. I'm telling you. But just like, watch First Amenders. I actually might let this play. We might review this debate. Just as a bit of food for thought kind of thing. But just look at First Amenders' facial reactions. When I'm telling him, like, this whole trans thing, 2 + 2 not equaling 4 here. Why are the trans being put with the gays and the lesbians and the bisexuals? Doesn't make any sense. Because, like, gay, lesbian, bisexual, that's all got to do with, like, who you're sexually attracted to. Trans is nothing got to do with that. Unless, of course, this whole trans thing is a way to genocide the gays. But it's 2 groups of people we're going to be talking about here tonight. And again, like, I know, like what Jake will, like, audience, like, right wing, all the stuff, don't really kind of get a lot of the concepts. But just to simplify it down for you, it's like, there's basically the gender conformers are basically, you know, males or men who were born male and act like men, women who are born female act like women, and also transgender people who are post-operation. You know what I mean? They adhere to what they call as gender conformers. Non-gender conformers, GNC, gender non-conformers, they're basically like homosexuals, lesbians, tomboy girls, effeminate men. They're basically, they operate as if they're, you know, men or women, all this kind of stuff. They defy the gender norms, as they say. So if I was a homophobe, like if I was a Satan character, you know what I mean, like basically my whole plot would be this. You know what I mean? basically what I want to do is I want to confuse these gender non-conformers. I want to because we basically want to just wipe these people out. So what we do is we'd confuse them young, you know. So we basically tell these people that are already confused, you know, sexually maybe, as young as 9, 10, 11 years of age. Like if they like other boys, how do they not know that they don't, they're not just a woman born into a man's body? You know what I mean? But how do you know the difference? Well, you have to continue on with the gender stuff. Do you know what I mean? And then what we do is we basically lead them through the path of all these drugs like Lupron. Lupron, by the way, is a drug that was used to chemically castrate sex offenders. So you see how, like I said, this is starting to go down the evil path. We're basically convincing these young people who are confused to chemically castrate themselves. And then when they're down the path and they're old enough, we can get them to do these surgeries. So they surgically remove their genitals. You know what I mean? Which, like I said, in terms of the confusing them young, we've seen data from the DSM-5. But whereas they're saying 80% of like kids that come in with gender dysphoria, when they grow up, it dissipates. They no longer have gender dysphoria. So
and they would have just grown up as a gay kid. You know what I mean? Might as well bring back lobotomies. No. Half of it needs to be a politically correct way to do it. So how do you do it politically? That's why I say it's evil genius. I say at the end in this, it's literally evil genius.
As little as 9 years of age, these young kids, these doctors, it's an 80% chance that they might diagnose this wrong. And the consequence of this is to chemically castrate them, remove genitals, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, if I was that evil genius, I mean, like I said, that Satan character, you know what I mean? I'm effectively genociding the gender non-conformers. Because like I said, in terms of the whole thing, we're chemically castrating them. We're leading them down this path, and we have an 80% error rate, the potential of this. And you might say, this is a crazy conspiracy theorist. But this is what they do in Iran. Iran is one of the top 3 countries for trans surgeries in the world. And the greatest evil genius part about this ideology is that I'm the hero, I'm the ally, I'm the trans ally. You know what I mean? And I'm charging them thousands of dollars to do this to themselves. All these gender non-conformists, I confused them. I've got them to think 1 = 0 by just adding in gender, fucking with their heads. And now what would have been a homosexual has now castrated. Dylan Mulvaney is a homosexual who's castrated himself, mutilated his genitals, and like I said, he's paid thousands of dollars to do it. So that's why it's evil genius. And I'm willing to play that character for you. And with that, I close.
I was willing to don the uniform. Well, not literally, but okay. This is a bad pause for me, but hey, it is what it is. But I was willing to actually engage with them, to try and show them it's wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. You're just castrating and genociding fucking gays. But did they listen? No. Like I said, we'll play it out. We'll play it out.
Statements.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Now I kind of see more or less where you're going to be aiming there. Damon, you got 5 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
ahead.
So regarding trans ideology, this is an identity politic ideology that can't even logically explain what the identities within their group actually are. All they spew about is some ephemeral, ever-changing, diverse, infinite spectrum of ultimately meaningless vagaries, which to anyone with a rational brain sounds like wonderfully articulate and highly educated bullshit. So this is willing ignorance and a rejection of reality. Some of its advocates are so bad faith that they won't even give you a straight answer with the most basic questions like what is a woman, or their worldview under understanding gender ideology or gender identity or transness. And in debates, they can be so disingenuous that they just try to kill the conversation before it even starts by attempting to outright deny that there even is such a thing as trans ideology. So to establish a few things here, there's a lot of money to be made in transitioning people. So this incentivizes establishing trans people as a specific protected group, so such people can be identified and ultimately commodified. To do this, it needs to be agreed upon what trans actually is. What does it mean to be trans? How do these people deserve to be treated? Do they need special protections, or so on? Now, who decides this? Well, there's no elected official, but we all know the messaging. How did we come to understand that messaging, though? Who influenced it? Who has the most to gain, and who has the largest platforms to put the messaging out? Just follow the money.
It ain't much, but it's honest work, Jack. It ain't much, but it's honest work. What can I say, man? What can I say? Like this whole aspect of if you're gonna try to debate, you know, you gotta be able to like have the strength, you know what I mean, to endure such an annoying cunt, so to speak. But like I said, I don't want to hear no shit about it where we weren't told. Or Teriak, like, you know, why didn't you help us? I fucking tried. And I got the receipts to prove it, ladies and gentlemen. Because like I said, you'll see with this whole thing. Like, Damon is trying to give him with the whole thing, like, what does trans mean? What does this mean? All this kind of shit. And, like, follow the money. Who's funding this shit and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Give you a little background on Damon. Like, Damon actually works in the medical industry. So he's seeing, like, behind the scenes and what they're actually trying to push and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And like I said, like, follow the money. Why the fuck is Iran like one of the top 3 surgeries for trans when they take gay people and throw them off roofs? You want to talk about a homophobic ideology?
To the positions of power, and you can easily see the corporations and institutions that benefit from it. And these are the people who are establishing and disseminating the ideas and who are controlling the narrative on the issue. So this is an ideology. And the promoters of this ideology don't want you to know what they're actually doing. They claim that they're rational, that they're not in denial of reality. They say that there's a difference between biological sex, which can't be changed, and gender, which is how one feels, but that's a lie. The truth is that they make the distinction only so that you can't see how insane the actual real ask is. And what they actually demand is that you recognize first that gender is indeed about how one feels, and that it's complex, it's fluid, it can be changed at a whim. But later, after this first stage of conditioning is complete, they want you to then accept that gender and sex are essentially one and the same. That sex is no different. And nowhere is this clearer than when they actually chant trans women are women. And this ideology is a rejection of truth. If these people aren't delusional and the gender was the only thing, was only something that they feel, and it's distinct from biological sex, then why do they surgically mutilate healthy body parts to imitate something they can never be? And more importantly, if this is only about their personal truth, why are they so obsessed with deceiving and manipulating us all into believing it too? By playing along with their delusion, using imaginary pronouns, allowing them into women's spaces, to emotional blackmail, bullying, and even weaponizing the law. Now, not all trans people believe that in the trans ideology or agree with it, even though they are trans, and we appreciate this. And because of that, I want to make it clear that I'm not attacking the trans community, I'm attacking the ideology, because it promotes the notion that certain people need to be identified early and set on the path of transitioning based on the feelings and behaviors that they have. And this risks the lives of young, confused children that otherwise might simply just grow up to be gay or queer. And this suggests that homosexuality is something to be fixed via transitioning. Then later they suggest that these trans people be put into the spaces that are reserved for the opposite sex, putting safety of even more people at risk. And by questioning these things, we're not being transphobic. We do not fear trans people. We pity the fact that they're slaves to a dangerous system of ideas. And by attacking these ideas, we're not eradicating trans people. We're hoping to free them from the dangerous delusion that they have by eradicating trans ideology. The belief that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man, and the subsequent predatory behaviors that we've seen this encourage in motivating policies and regulations and social frameworks and institutions such as schools, and with all the and with the goal of identifying any queer or aberrant behaviors and rounding these people up and funneling them into a transitioning pathway just because it's financially incentivized via grants, kickbacks, supported by DEI policies, ESG credits, and making corporations grow fat and rich of human suffering. These ideas are a disease of the mind, and we're getting sick of this disease. We're done with tolerating it. It's been too long, and we're here for an intervention to help you who embrace this ideology understand that you've got a problem. You're hurting yourselves, you've become a threat to those around you, and we care about society. We want a healthy country. We care about you because you're part of it. So we're going to cut that disease out. And we want you to be healthy, and we want you to rejoin us in reality, where we understand what a woman is, and we understand that children shouldn't be groomed, that a biological man shouldn't be given a medal and applauded for beating the shit out of women at the Olympics. And sometimes kids going through puberty can be confused about their sexuality or are experimenting to find themselves. And this can often resolve itself or simply mean that they're a little bit butch or effeminate, but it doesn't mean that they're trapped in the wrong body.
That's time, Damon. That's time
that's
right
it.
there.
Yeah.
That's Okay, awesome. All right, there you go. That's a lot to kind of consume here. I'm gonna shoot it out to First Amender. You got the first opener here because I'm pretty sure you have some stuff to say there. So your 5 minutes will start once you.
Starters, I had an entire intro written on how tanning beds are not, in fact, homophobic, but that tanning beds are perfectly okay. And in fact, plenty of homosexuals use tanning beds outside of the joke. Maybe where it says, is tans ideology homophobic? I'm assuming what you meant is trans ideology homophobic.
And it's with Jake. Jake got to put the or in, and so it basically the YouTube title was fucked. But he did correct it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. Halfwood says, honestly, I kind of knew this, and it makes sense. 80 years from now, there will be less trans and gays because that's a very intricate way to indoctrinate self-annihilation. This is why I played the first video. Alright. Like, that's the goal. You know? No, it isn't my title, but in Jake's, like, at the time, he genuinely did put tans instead of trans. Got to put the or in. But he did correct it. You know what I mean? The reason why I'm showing you this is that it's like, that was the first thing he was more focused on, was to call out the Jake's title. You know what I mean? Like this, like this feminine type behavior of like the need to be right. You know? Point and laugh. I'm like, ah, you made a typo. Who gives a fuck? Let's actually engage in the debate. He's wasted his first 30 seconds. You know what I mean? And like I said, the reason why I play this is to show that anybody who's coming after me saying, Teriak, you're a Nazi who wants to get rid of the homosexuals. Why did I do this? 10 months ago. I'm literally trying to get them to wake up and show them, listen, I'll be the Nazi, I'll be the devil, and show you that I've just castrated, gently mutilated Dylan Mulvaney and got him to pay me thousands of dollars to do it. How is that not evil genius? %, at least 80% of the kids growing up would have just ended up gay. Every trans person, Dylan Mulvaney is just one less gay man on the streets. He's for the streets. First Amendment should not be allowed to vote. But this is the thing. This is like two examples of people on the right here. The left-wingers, the lefties, the progressives, that are destructive to the nation. And in terms of like with Europe, filled with them. Filled with these motherfuckers. Doing their pride parades and all this kind of shit. They gotta go. They've got to go. Can't deport them. You can't deport them. So what do you do with them? You can't just start executing people on the streets. And the other thing we mentioned, or I was trying to walk through with African, is like they don't have any documentation. And African was just like, yeah, just put them on an island and let them starve to death. Can't do that either. But if you have a war, if you have a great enemy, well, then they're just casualties of warfare. Nothing wrong with that. That ain't against the Geneva Convention. That's just how war works. See, See how like when you keep your eye on the big picture, a lot of shit starts to clip into place. A lot of things start to make sense. What I mean is that logically in today's zeitgeist, tans make no logical sense to assume. No, again, it's just this whole like incessant like need to be right, point and laugh at someone who makes a typo. You know? Agree, wasted 30 seconds over nothing, 100%. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But if you send them to go fight on a war, and notice what do the Democrats all say? Russia is our greatest enemy. What happens if Russia attacks a NATO ally? Do not send any of your children over to fight in Ukraine. Look into drone warfare. This is not going to be like World War I or World War II. Just send them all to Israel. Israel is the final solution. A lot of people say, I don't want, Jews to be infiltrating America or to have like disproportionate power in America and all this kind of shit. When you look at like the even the documents brought up in the Nuremberg trials, it says emigration. They originally pitched Madagascar, but that didn't make any sense. But Israel makes a whole lot of sense, And then they have a nation, and then they can have nationalism. You see what I'm saying? And they give up on the whole internationalism, communism, globalism, all this kind of shit. Yeah, but I don't see how pride and sexuality have anything to do with each other. Being proud of what you have sex with is what I don't quite understand. Well, pride cometh before the fall. Ain't that a quinky dink? Ain't that a quinky dink? Pride cometh before the fall. So they get the little glitter kits out, they do the little sparkles and all this kind of shit. Show us exactly who they are. Mentally ill. If you're going around in a fucking gimp costume around children, you're mentally fucking ill. Right? Give them a little flag and a nice badge so we all know who they are and we can identify them. Like I said, they're loud and proud and all this kind of shit. And this whole thing of like, if your identity is based on sex, you're mentally ill. Look into the Rorschach tests. The original dude that developed the Rorschach test, he was able to determine with at least like a 90% accuracy whether or not someone had a mental illness. And one of the key traits for determining that was, were they using sexual imagery when they got shown the ink blots? Halfwood says, well, yeah, most of the drone warfare now, you don't even get the time to even fire your gun before you get kablooey. Ain't that a coinky dink? Ain't that a coinky dink? I'm just saying. Do not come. I'm going to come.
So the question in and of itself is actually, it doesn't even make any sense. It's a no nonsense. It's a complete nonsense question. The term trans ideology isn't a real thing. It's a rhetorical invention that is used by people who want to attack trans rights without saying that they're against trans people outright. There isn't some unified doctrine or dogma that trans people are quote unquote pushing. It's just real human beings asking to exist with dignity, and there are political movements supporting or opposing that. Calling it homophobic, that makes even less sense. None of you, neither Tariak or Damon, even addressed whether or not trans ideology is homophobic, but just going against trans existence in general, not necessarily even referring to whether or not it being homophobic. So I literally got zero argument from Damon and Tariak regarding the question.
If I was the Nazi, if I was the homophobe, this is music to my ears. I don't even need to address your argument, Teriak. You're just a homophobe. You don't even understand what trans ideology is. You can bring a horse to water. You can bring First Amendment to the debate, but you can't make him listen.
Question, but trans existence doesn't actually erase gay people. In fact, the fight for LGBTQ rights has historically been intertwined. Plenty of trans people are gay or lesbian, and if anything, transphobia and homophobia are closely related forms of bigotry, usually coming from those same groups. So when somebody is asking, is trans ideology homophobic, what you're really doing is actually just setting up a bad faith trap question, trying to pit gay and trans people against each other. It's the same tactic when anti-LGBT activists used to pit lesbians against gay men, or trying to fracture solidarity by framing rights in a zero-sum game. To address some of the things that to argue, Teriak was arguing the 80% desistance rate regarding psychological positions. That's true. That's completely true. But actually, what is in fact the case is that's actually gender affirming care. I argue by the basic.
Yeah, we're just affirming their gender, comrade. Okay. We're just affirming gender. We're not genociding gays. We're just affirming gender. You'll get the you see analogy, okay? We just affirm gender. No, we do not. See the way how it's like it's politically correct. Like half of it is like, oh, just fucking lobotomize them. Can't do that shit. How the fuck are you supposed to politically correct? Go about that in a politically correct way. You can't. But what you can do is say, I'm affirming them. I'm on their side. You know? But the outcome, ironically, these are fucking utilitarians, but the outcome is you're sterilizing and genitally mutilating a gay person. I tried. I literally fucking tried to get them to see the truth. First Amendment is the queen of technicalities. Yup. 110% background Gramps. Alpha says the problem is anyone basing their life off their sexuality is the issue. It just becomes toxic after a while. Even a player compared to a hoe or any type of sex addict. Mental illness, Halfwood. Literally a mental illness. We're just affirming their sex too. What's the problem? Welcome in, Viren. What I'm highlighting with this is that like this whole like trans thing is just a way to genocide the gays. And it's like I said, it's like it's evil genius because it's like they've put themselves as like an ally to the gay people. But when you let it run its course, what it's effectively doing is chemically castrating and genially mutilating gay people. You know what I mean? And you're charging them thousands upon thousands of dollars to do this to themselves. And like I said, this was 10 months ago. 10 months ago this video was. So I don't want to hear shit off like, oh, Teriak, you're a Nazi or you're a homophobe or whatever. It's like, I tried to warn you. I literally tried, like, First Amender and Alex. You know? But this is the thing, when people can't see the big picture, well, they eventually do see what it is, but usually that's too late, you know? I've realized a lot by hearing your perspective these past couple of months, Big Irish. I want to say thanks. Education system is incredibly jaded. It's, like I said, it's basically a test. It's a test to see, like, are you reasonable? Are you actually able to engage in sound reasoning? You know? or do you just fall for propaganda or just follow the masses and all this kind of shit? And that's why, again, in the previous video, when he was mentioning, like, if you've got right wing thinking, or if you're like anything like that, like, you're not going to be conscripted. And there'll be a guy saying, "Oh well, he's far right." That's why they're branding you as far right and Nazi, because you can't trust Nazis on the front lines because they'll defect. You know what I mean? And again, if anyone was wondering why did I have a debate versus Rob Noor where I was saying Russia should take over the EU, hedging your bets, so to speak, you know? Yeah, but they're doing the opposite of what they're saying too. Yeah, that's why it's like, we're not genociding the gays, we're affirming their gender. We're politically correct. We're empathetic. See how it works? You know? I agree, that's a decent vector of attack too. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like, at this stage, I'm just like, fuck them. Fuck them. I've tried. They're not listening. It is what it is. Yeah, it's called Firm. And let them do it. Firm and let them do it to themselves. It is what it is.
Standards, which
We're
is
back.
to say that you ought to go for a psychological evaluation. And typically when you have children that are going through that, it's very simple. A social transition is enough. There's no need to apply hormone blockers. They don't have gender dysphoria, and there's no need to have any gender affirming care outside of a social transition and psychological assistance. That's basically it. And guess what? And you're right. Roughly about 80 to 90% of children do desist. However, for the final 10%, they do have legitimate gender dysphoria, and it does not go away even past puberty. So if somebody is going through a pubertal stage, it's incredibly cruel to assume that 80% desistance is an error. It's rather just more gender affirming care. Regarding the mutilating genitals at the cost of thousands of dollars, or mutilating the body, such as facial reconstruction or mastectomies, well, you can actually rest your laurels quite comfortably, knowing that actually treating with gender affirming care, such as hormone blockers and then HRT, when they are an adult to be able to decide for themselves, actually results in less surgeries and less invasive practices, not more. And just so you're aware, in terms of the pharmaceutical industry, that's a literal non-existent blip on the pharmaceutical industry and how much money that they actually make on those drugs. It's literally a nothing burger. If you want to talk about things where they actually make money on, I mean, we could go over their balance sheets. It's the gender affirming care stuff is literally non-existent to pharmaceutical companies and how much money that they actually make. Saying that gender and sex is one and the same, nobody argues this. Transgender literally just means gender doesn't match their sex. Bullying and weaponizing the law, that's actually the other way around. That's projection. Anti-transpositions literally have hundreds of laws passed and hundreds more coming, and I can provide you the anti-trans legislation that has been passed throughout the United States that subjugate trans people. There's also the idea that the belief of a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean by sex or by gender? Because the sex doesn't ever change. Thank you.
Thank you for that opening statement, First Amender. I really appreciate that. Alex Kirsch, the savior of today. You got the clock, my friend.
Before you start the clock, I just want to make.
And again, like background scramps, like what he doesn't go into, and the reason why he says like, oh, like just keep giving them the drugs that chemically castrates them, like reduces the amount of surgeries and all this kind of shit. Like that's because like even from like that stage, they lose all sex drive. So even like the ones that like get into it because like they've watched too much porn or they've been like abused or whatever, they basically lose their sex drive. And once you lose your sex drive, all of a sudden you're losing meaning to actually to live. It basically demoralizes you. And then furthermore, if you actually get the surgery, the data is in on that one as well. It essentially kind of confirms that like anybody who gets the surgery, suicidal rates goes up, depression goes up, drug abuse goes up. It's like pretty clear, like empirically, because they love their empirical, that it's a worse or a worse outcome for the person as well. So this is why I brought up Iran. You know. Oops. Yeah. Like I said, there's literally like no point in trying to even engage with them at this stage. Purely from the point that they're, like First Amendment showed, the need to be right, the need to be seen as an ally, and all this kind of shit, you know? Funny how the trans community doesn't like to acknowledge the detransitioners, and if they do, it's just they weren't real trans and can't acknowledge it because it's off their rhetoric. Like, that's the thing. It's the same thing with like whenever you get like a Muslim tea attack, you know, a Muslim terrorist attack. So, oh, they weren't a real Muslim. It just gets hand waved and poo pooed and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? If my dick got chopped off, exactly, Sutherman. And what if I told you that was the plan all along? Convince these gay kids that this was the way. You're, like I said, like this whole thing of like telling a kid, like as they're going through puberty, they have all these tingly feelings about, you know, like other boys, and they're a boy. Get in their ear and say, how do you know you're not actually a woman trapped inside a boy's body? And we can change that. We can turn you into a girl. You know what I mean? We call them Terrys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. See you, Backrams. I appreciate you, bro. But, like I said, we can meme about this now and all this kind of shit because, like I said, like I've got the receipts. You know? Like, this is my receipt. Like, that anyone that says, oh, Terry, you're a sick bastard. How can you... I'm not condoning this. I'm literally just pointing out, like, this is the evil geniusness to it. Like, you can't tell me this is not evil genius because, as First Amendment just proved, we're not sterilizing gay people. We're not mutilating their genitals. We're affirming their gender. You're actually the hateful one. You're the enemy. We're the ally. And they're paying us thousands of dollars to do this themselves. You know what I mean? Beauty is awkward and weird for everyone. Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like heaven maxing. It is what it is. Nah, I ran yesterday. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I get you. I get you saying. That's why I brought up Iran.
Make sure the prompt is correct. That it's that trans ideology is homophobic. I just want to make sure that's the correct prompt, right?
Yeah, Jake
Correct.
is dyslexic. He can't spell a re too good, okay? Give him a break.
Yeah, but
Give me a break, bro.
I just want to make sure that's the prompt, though. Okay.
It's not anti-Latino rhetoric over here.
Well, to be fair, guys, tans are pretty homophobic. All right, just FYI.
All right, go ahead and start the clock. Okay, so.
All right, so you got 5 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, Alex. You're
So
there.
first things first, I was under the impression this was about like the trans ideology is homophobic, but like First Amendment stated, that none of that was actually covered in their opening statements. So since we don't want to talk about definitions,
Yeah, like it's ridiculous. Like, and to be fair, like I'm pretty sure like Alex got called into this, like, you know, like 24 hours before and all this kind of stuff. And as you'll see, like Alex doesn't really provide anything in terms of the whole debate. He just basically says, you guys didn't make an argument. Like Alex's argument is you guys didn't make an argument. That's all he really says throughout the whole thing. Dante says, Dylan Mulvaney, you can't convince me he didn't do that sex change for the popularity and money. Yeah, 100%. That's why I pointed out. That's why I brought him up. It's like he's a gay man who's chemically castrated himself and chopped his wiener off for attention. He's a gay man who sterilized himself. And he's now convinced a shit ton of gay people to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Holy fuck, neither of them engage at all. Exactly. What is there to engage with, Background Scramps? You know what I mean? Like, because like think about it, like me and Damon basically destroyed whatever position they could have held from our intros. Because on the one hand, Damon's coming at it from the like let's go through definitions. Let's go through all the scientific terminology. Like how about you guys define like what is a woman, all this kind of shit, and then I hit him with the, I'm actually going to be the Nazi. I'm going to be the devil here, and I'm going to show you that I actually agree with the trans thing. I want to see less. Like as a homophobe, I want to see more gay people sterilizing themselves and cutting off their ding dings and deleting themselves and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, how can you, because we're attacking them at both angles. Where Damon's basically like the angel or the good cop, kind of saying, listen, let's turn away from this shit. Get these people the proper help that they need. They're clearly mentally ill. And they don't want to go near that. And then there's me saying, it's like, no, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Sterilize yourselves. Let's genocide the gays. That's why they literally is like, they just deny. But if they actually had engaged in this shit, maybe it could have been a different story, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Alfred says, I feel like most of you lobster wiener off don't even look at their downstairs anymore. Why would you? Like I said, there was a study with over 120,000 trans people that done the surgery. And across the board, all of them, self-deletion rates went up, like skyrocketed. Depression skyrocketed. Substance abuse skyrocketed. Southern Man becoming a member. Welcome to the club, sir. Appreciate you, Connie. Thank you very much for becoming a member. I'm a real member now. My man. Appreciate the support, sir. Feel like if it was just a real natural thing, we'd see more women transitioning too. Come on, like same thing with Ellen Page. Like, have you ever seen a more depressed human being? Comes off fetishy it being mostly men. Well, that's the other thing as well. There's like some dudes that like they don't do the whole surgery thing. They're literally just like what was called formerly, because before the whole transgender psyop came around, there was two distinct categories. There was transsexual, which were like they genuinely believed that they could change the sex. And as you heard from First Amendment's opening statement, you can't change sex. It's like that's a scientific fact. Like the biologists go hard in the paint with that. It's like you cannot change your sex. So that's why they moved over to gender. Because not only did they have all the reporting on the transsexual surgeries, it was just a scientific fact that you cannot change sex. Right? Which is why they had to change it into gender and basically just continue on doing the same thing. But not only did you have transsexuals, which was like a recognized mental illness, then you had transvestites, which were typically just like gay men who like to dress up in stockings and stilettos and all this kind of shit. And essentially just do woman face. And like this whole thing of like autogynephilia and all this kind of shit. Like, again, mentally ill people, Now we convince them to cut their ding-a-ling off as well, But there are some sick freaks who try to use this whole trans movement thing to try and, perv on women in the bathroom as well, which is why the bathroom question is such a big issue, They don't do a lot of transgendering women to men because it's harder to sew. Yeah, but did you ever see how they do it? They lob off a huge part of your forearm and then they try to mold that into a dick. It's disgusting, man, Have you seen the Ellen Page boxing video? Man, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. But again, it's this whole thing of like trying to convince these gay kids to go along with this shit. Add that tips, keep that wick. It's also much more dangerous for women to take testosterone long term, 100%. I've seen many where it causes a ton of reproductive issues. But again, like that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Sterilize themselves. And then once they've sterilized themselves, push them over the edge. Get them to lob their tits off. Lob some forearm meat off. You know what I mean? Hi, I'm Avarice. Welcome in, Avarice. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the club, buddy. Welcome to the club, buddy. And Yak, I think Grid is mad at me. Good. Fuck him. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? Wear that shit like a badge of honor. You know what I'm saying? They put like a pump type thing in it too. Oh man. Por favore. Maybe they should be sterilized. This is like I said, like this is why I kind of like I sit there and I kind of go, bro, like there's no way that these politicians are this retarded. There's no fucking way these politicians are this retarded. And like I said, this plan has been in the works for like 80 years. Because they were doing this shit in Iran fucking 40 to 50 years ago. You know what I mean? My niece came home from school one day saying men can get periods if they just take the medications long enough. You know what I mean? Completely, like, why the fuck are you even going to school anymore? You know what I mean? This is why it's like the homeschooling thing is making more and more sense each day. Might have had a little chat with him today on the show. My man. So let me play the clip. Let me play the clip.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
You know, did you like sitting down and go, hey buddy, got a sec? You know? I still can't believe that shit, man. Like I was saying to my chat Avarice, like if I had the ability to mind control him, try and get him to shoot himself in the foot, I could not even possibly have imagined doing a more catastrophic job, because he's just exposed himself, like the type of person he is. Sometimes, like I said, like, light's the best disinfectant. Like Easy keeps saying, it's like, you know, vengeance is for the Lord. It's like with the trans thing, these motherfuckers will do it to themselves. They'll do it to themselves. I don't know if they should be sterilized. Some are kids, some are just young and dumb and led into the wrong direction, giving lies. Yep. True point. That's why I'm not like cheerleading this. You know what I mean? This is why I genuinely tried to highlight this to like the First Amender and Alex and all this kind of shit, all these lefties. You do realize, like, you call us Nazis, but if I was an actual Nazi, if I was an actual homophobe and I wanted to genocide the gays, I could not think of a better plan than this whole transgender bullshit that you guys are spewing. Because I have this whole kind of thing I can hide behind where it's like, I'm not trying to genocide the gays. I'm just affirming their gender. I'm an ally. Now give me money so you can pay me to cut your dick off. It's evil genius. It's evil genius. You know? Most people like me, I think they shouldn't procreate. I understand that feeling. I understand like what causes that, but that can take you to dark places, other man. You know what I mean? Like it's very easy to kind of like go down that line, and then you know, like where's the line? You know what I mean? But that's why, like I said, I spend so much time saying, you know,
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
please be patient. My mom's took the Tylenols. You know what I'm saying? Patience. Patience is a virtue, as they say, you know? Don't entirely disagree. Oh, he is live. Oh. You wouldn't even be addressing it. You would keep it hush hush. Wait, what's this in response to? See, that's the thing. When chat starts popping off, it's very difficult because then I lose track of what people are saying, all this kind of shit, you know? Like that kid Jazz Jennings, they were young children and their mom advocated for their transition. Oh man, and they say all sorts of bullshit like, "Oh, nobody's cutting their tits off until they're over 18, guys." And then it's like, Chloe Cole. Excuse me, what? And then you do the whole thing of like, what's the meme? It's like, it's not happening. It's not happening. Okay, it is happening. Oh, sorry, no, it's not happening. It might be happening. Okay, it is happening, but that's a good thing. Pretty sure Jazz regrets it. Man, they all do. They fucking all do, man. That's what I'm saying, man. It's 2030 is when it all kicks off. When the proverbial mask drops. And then at least we can all be honest about what's actually going on. And yeah, there'll be scandal. Shit like that. And place be a shit show. Hyperinflation, all that kind of shit. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you either saw this coming or you didn't. And I do genuinely feel bad for you if you didn't see this coming, but what the fuck was I gonna do? What, like, just fucking, like, grab me mic, put it around my shoulder and start marching down to the fucking parliament? And get locked into a fucking mental institution? See, that mom should not have been allowed to have offspring. Man, like, when you look at like some of the Hollywood actresses and they have like 3 trans children, you're like, bro. And like, I often wonder, is that kind of like the is that like weird fucking like ego complex where like she takes out the anger she has for the lover on the child, you know? Telling you, man. Yeah, there were many examples of children, but they deny them or say they're just a few. Yep. Oh, that's an anomaly. That's a glitch in the matrix. Where the fuck, you know? Blair White has come to regret it too. Told you, man. Told you. I think these people should be in prison. And there probably will be like some doctors that get sent to prison. Maybe. But if the financial crash taught us anything, like how many bankers went to prison? You know? But on the other hand, like I think like because who sent me that video? It was Stammy, wasn't it? Stammy sent me a video a while back. Yeah. We'll get into this one because it's this will be in like an impromptu, a little bit of a deduction as far as after this one. We're just going with the flow, chat. Like I said, it's open panel as well. If you want to hop up and if you got a particular topic, I'm just chilling today. I'm hoping this is going to be my last pack of cigarettes. They bought some Bitcoins. So I was like, I'm sick and tired of people saying, well, do you own any Bitcoin? So I bought some Bitcoins. So now I've kind of put myself in a position where it's like, I need to budget for the rest of the year fucking efficiently. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not in a jam, so to speak, but like I've kind of put myself in a position where it's like, I've kind of forced myself to try and quit cigarettes kind of thing. Like, I've access to funds if I need them, but I'd rather not because Like, I'd rather leave it there for tax reasons, so it's easier for the bookkeeping and all this kind of shit. Because again, I'm a lazy fuck. But like I said, I'm trying to push myself, you know. We used to burn witches at the stake. How far we've come, or how far we've fallen. Possibly, or they hate men and want a little girl. Yeah. A lot of the parents seem like man haters a lot of the time. Could be. But let's
go straight into
we'll play the rest of this opening, and then we'll play a little bit of the open dialogue, and then we'll switch to the trans video. Because I never actually reviewed this video on the Deductionist file. It wasn't really long, it was only like 30 minutes or so. So might as well, because it's kind of like an impromptu episode.
Gender identity and sexual orientation are fundamentally independent characteristics of an individual's sexual identity. Gender identity refers.
Alex proves my point here. Listen to what he just said here.
So, since we don't want to talk about definitions, let's go straight into it. Gender identity and sexual orientation are fundamentally independent characteristics.
Gender identity and sexual orientation are fundamentally two different things. Oh shit, I was muted. So if gender identity and sexual orientation are two completely different things, comrade, why are both in same movement? If LGB is about sexual orientation, why is trans in same movement? Explain that one to me. See what I'm saying? Just completely went over their heads. Like I said, this shit's like 10 months ago. This is 10 months old. This is not me like trying to pull some shit out of my ass or whatever the fuck. You know? Прости меня, Господи, но они не знают, что делают. That is flawless Russian for forgive them, Lord. They know not what they are doing. Now I'm going to get accused of, like, not only being a Nazi, but now I'm a Russian fucking propagandist or some shit like that. Calling it. I'm fucking calling it, boys. You know what I mean? Are You Crazy says, Bitcoins take some very large swings both ways. True, but it looks like it's basically the bottom of the market. That's why I was like, fuck, I'm just going to buy it now so I can say I have Bitcoin, right? So, anytime I'm talking about Bitcoin, I'm a proud owner of Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen. I quit smoking and started carnivore 8 months ago. My fucking man. Let me play you the clip for that one, sir.
My fucking man!
You know what I'm saying? Save the money, bro. Yeah, but like once you get good enough for budgeting, right? Then you got to get into the time frame. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I just realized that it like Stammy messaged me. I didn't reply to him for like fucking like 2 weeks. I apologize, comrades. I apologize, but getting back to this, like when you're saving enough money and you got your budgeting like in a good healthy spot, like not that you're starving yourself or you're leaving yourself short kind of thing, but it's like you're clearly surviving off this and you can actually maintain this level and you have like all this additional income or like fund or capital. What you then do with it, then you have to start looking into investments. Because one thing that I would like often say, like a lot of people would consider themselves, you know, capitalist. I would then say to them, okay, like what investments do you have? And they would say, oh, well, I don't have any investments. And are you really a capitalist if you're not really investing your money? You know? Like we went over on yesterday's show with Vintage, it's like $50 a week. Not really that much. You know what I mean? You know, buy a couple of less drinks when you're going out, or maybe rather than going out once a week, you go out once every 2 weeks. That definitely should give you enough like ground to start, like, you know, that's $50 a week at least right there, you know. So, and to lose to you, Southern, thank you very kindly. Oh wait, we didn't play the premium meme for hitting the goal as well. Oh my God, fy favore. Fy favore. Ladies and gentlemen, which one are we going to play? Which one are we going to play? I suppose since we're talking about the trans thing, we'll play the Asman clip.
If you had a robot, a sex robot, and it was controlled by a person in another country where prostitution was legal, but where you were at, it was illegal, but you're having sex with the robot, but the robot is being controlled by a person. Is that illegal? Number one. Number two, if you're a guy and you have sex with a female robot, but the female robot is being controlled by another guy, are you gay? But the robot looks like a girl. Like, let's say the robot looks like a girl. Like, are you gay or not? Only if you know it's a guy. All right, I really like that. So basically, it's like a Schrodinger's gay.
See, this is why people don't take me seriously, okay? Because on the one hand, I'll be doing like, you know, pretty robust shit like this debate, and then on the other hand, I'll be like asking questions like that. But it's necessary questions. Necessary questions. And again, Shadow the Southern Man lost 65 pounds. My motherfucking man, let me play you the clip again, sir.
My fucking man!
I love hearing stories like that, man. You know what I mean? I love that shit. Bunch of quitters here. Shantae's like, it smells like bitch in here. But Shantae's like, you know, 100%. That's great, man. You know, ghost on purpose. Hey, it's my bad. My bad. Okay, I'm fallible. Okay, my mom took the Tylenols. I'm kind of retarded. It is what it is. Yeah, but saving comes first. Maybe invest in the business. Yeah, it really comes down to like what you want out of life. You know what I mean? Like if you have like a real passion and like you've kind of put enough time in terms of like developing the actual like the business plan and it's something you genuinely want to become an entrepreneur and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, man, you might as well do that because you're going to get way more out of that than just the raw cash from like the investments and all this kind of shit. You know, like I'm in that position where it's like, even if let's say I became a crypto millionaire, I'd still stream roughly the same time frame. Like unless I met a woman, I met the chick. You know what I mean? The future wife, so to speak, and we wanted to settle down, then I probably wouldn't stream as much. But if I was a crypto millionaire, I'd still be doing the same exact shit. You know what I mean? Have a house, that's my current investment. Yeah, like real estate should be relatively safe. You know what I mean? Like Vintage was talking about this as well. Like that would be his ideal strategy. But the one thing that I brought up in terms of that, it's like, yeah, but like the average person, the average Joe Schmo, can't really afford a house. Like they're struggling to even get the mortgage for the house. And then it's like, okay, you got the mortgage and technically you're living in the house, but it's like, that's the next 30, 40 years where it's like, you better hope you don't lose your job. You better hope you're performing top level. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's where I was kind of like coming at it from that angle. Whereas I look at it from like, crypto is how I'm going to get to be able to buy my house outright rather than having to go into debt and all this kind of shit. Or at least that's the plan. You know what I mean? Because like I said, nothing's ever guaranteed, all this kind of stuff, you know? I'm terrible at responding to people. It is what it is, Shantae. It is what it is. All you can really do is apologize, you know? Bitcoin last year was 130K. Now it's at 61K rounded off. Yeah. Like, that's why, like I said, I'm throwing it now because it's like, worst case scenario, it pops back down to, I think, like 45K is what the bears are basically saying it's going to be at. You know, it looks like we've basically found the bottom. So if it does drop another couple of K or whatever the fuck, I really don't give a fuck kind of thing. Mainly just to have, you know, a relatively modest amount in it to say, listen, I actually have skin in the game for any of those critiques, you know? Like a better mic or camera for you, invest in your own business though. Yeah, no, 100%. Like that's definitely something, because like this is the thing. Like I am extremely frugal. You know what I mean? Like it would require this camera to break. This camera ain't the best camera. Let's be real. Let's be real. This ain't the best camera, you know? But it does the job, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's not high def, not best lighting, maybe, all this kind of shit, but it does the job. You know what I mean? Same thing with the mic. Actually the mic, I think the camera's like $20. And the stand was included in that price as well, by the way. You know what I mean? So just to give you an idea how much I shop around, how much research I do in terms of spending money. You know what I mean? Like I understand like when people call me a Jew, you know, like I am pretty, you know, frugal with my money, so to speak. You know, the mic I think was like £100, but the reason why I like the mic, or I invest in the mic, is because of the, like, you guys weren't able to hear that clap, but if I do, where is it? If I do this, you guys were able to hear the clap, and that's purely because of the software of the mic. I actually make sure that like I actually got that right. Yeah, it actually worked. I was just making sure I was watching back on the playback to make sure that it actually, you weren't able to hear the clap, and then you were able to hear the clap, because Shantae would have trolled me. You know what I mean? But that's, like I said, that like it's a very, you basically, when you buy this mic, you're buying it for like the software that's on it, essentially, and the software will constantly update automatically, all this kind of shit as well. So it was worth the £100 investment, you know? That's like, because that's one thing that I want to make sure that like I never have any mic issues and all this kind of shit, you know? A lot of you motherfuckers need to invest in a good mic, okay? I'm looking at you, Half Hood. You're fucking coming on panel and it's all windy and shit. You know what I mean? Who else is really bad at it? Steelborn. Steelborn fucking either eating on mic or background noise. It's unbelievable. Oh, it's Steelborn. Get your shit together. Be favore. You know? But I understand, like sometimes he's literally like driving to work and all this kind of shit, and it's like a mobile mic, so I can understand that, you know. If you got crypto millions, you're going to help us invest. 100%. 100%. But again, like, then it's risky, because then I have money and then people might sue me because it's like, oh, I lost money and all that kind of shit. I'd be like, you know, this is not financial advice. I'm not a doctor, you know. Everyone I know says if they were millionaires, they'd leave and live somewhere remote with good weather. I wouldn't change my life. I'd buy a nicer house. That's about it. Yeah, similar kind of mindset to me, Shante. I've invested the most into my son. I don't need to be rich. I want my son's future to be better than mine. Hey, my man. To ease my investments, know what I mean? 100%, man. 100%. I'll give you a machiwa for that one.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
This is what we need to see more of. You know? There was I can't remember the video I was watching, but it was like a stark kind of difference that we see in modern day, where pretty sure it was like a field in Ireland or something like that, and there was like an owl lad, and he was planting like apple trees to make an orchard, and he was like, you know, 60, 70, 80, kind of like that region, right? And dude asked him, it's like, bro, why are you planting all, like, going out of your way, like you're an old man or whatever, you should be in retirement, you know, enjoying yourself, like you're out here, you know, plowing a field and planting like orchard trees, like you're never going to see these, you're never actually going to experience these apples. The dude was like, it's not for me to experience, for the next generation to experience. I was like, man, holy shit. This stuff will bring a tear to your eye, you know? versus, you know, the next generation where I fuck these kids, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. The good guy, Southern man. We need more of this. Sam Turner Chaos says there was this guy, Red Dawn Radio on Odyssey. I think it would be a great guest for some of these vids. He quit the content for personal reasons, though. It'd be great if he came back. 100%, man, you know? You said Bitcoins, actual whole coins. Hey, I ain't that rich. I ain't that rich, crazy. Maybe you guys start donating more, okay? Start donating more, crazy, then I'll be able to buy full Bitcoins. But I'm hoping that I have a lot in XRP. I'm cooking with XRP. And in around that 2019 region, hopefully I'll be able to get out high at the peak of the bull. And then wait a year for it to chill off. And then hopefully I'll be able to get a full Bitcoin by then. You know what I mean? That is my aim, though, to have a full Bitcoin. And have the Bitcoin as just like a long-term, like that's basically like my bank. And then the XRP is the speculation or the risk kind of investment to get a higher kind of multiplier on it. You know what I mean? 100%, baby, 100%. I buy nibbles when BTC fall. All of them fall. I have an account. I bought BTC and some other tech, NVIDIA, etc. It's just $500. I've had it there for 2+ years. That account right now is 430. Welcome to crypto. Yeah, but you got to think about it in terms of long run. You know, like if you're going to be getting into the Bitcoin, you got to be thinking like in terms of 10 years, because no one has ever lost money over a 10 years period with Bitcoin. You know, shit, I guess you could even say like 6 years. You know. But it's definitely, like I said, it's up to you. It's like, I'm just saying, like, this is my personal opinion. This is not financial advice, all this kind of shit, you know? Shantae, I would pay off my house and truck, my debts, and I would start a racing team. I'd go race in the world of outlaws. That's my dream, to race on a traveling circuit. Hey, my man. My man. Chat is on fire. Let me race through these. It's because my AirPods, my PC headphones are fine, I think. Yeah, like I said, it's a mix, though, sometimes. You know what I mean? But I was just joking. Half of it would be walking around eating, pissing me off, making me motion sick. Hey, it is what it is. I don't walk and eat. I do those things separate. Hey, multitasking, man. Multitasking. See, Gramps, I don't have no goals or dreams like that. It's good to have goals like that, especially if you're investing in yourself to make money back or just to be happy. True that. A father plants a tree, he will never feel the shade off. Precisely. Half would you still do that? 100%. We've got to call half out. You know what I mean? Collectively as a chat, we've got to hold ourselves accountable. I'm living the good life. I thought I would have been dead before 21. Never thought I'd be a mother. I'm in a place I never dreamed I'd get to. 100%. Yeah, let's get an Ave Maria for that one.
Oh, my nigga. Go get money.
Grazie planus, as they say. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like a plan. And like look into just like $50 a week. One sec, I'll pull that up. Because fuck this. We're kind of moving on from this. Just kind of back and forth with the chat. But like this is what can happen if like over 6 years. Crazy. If you just invest like $50 a week. Okay, it's not letting me pause the video for some reason. Kind of weird. Can't lie. There we go. So this is what happens if you're just to invest $50 a week Bitcoin, right? Now at this stage it's quite bad, because if you had to just like, the green line is just leaving the money in your bank account. The yellow line is if you were to throw it into gold, and the orange line is if you're to put it into Bitcoin. So if we were to freeze at this point, right, after 57 weeks, we would have invested $2,850. Amount would be $2,946 if you in terms of gold value, and you would have lost like basically half your money with Bitcoin. It'd be $1,560. This is what I'm saying long term, brothers, okay? Because people say Bitcoin go up, Bitcoin go down. You know what I mean? But the main thing is not to frown, right? Because this is over a 6-year time period and we've only done about 1 year, right? Let's see what happens. So after a 6-year period, 364 weeks, $18,000, 200. That value would have been $27,000. Let's call it $28,000 in terms of the gold value. So you would have had a 50% profit. If you had to put it into Bitcoin, it would have been a 700% profit. You know what I mean? And that's just at the end of each week. You're just putting $50 into Bitcoin, no matter what the price. You know what I mean? I'm going to take a nap, be back later if you're on. 100%, Jack. Like I said, we actually have a couple of things to go through. Because we are getting sidetracked and all this kind of stuff. I was just an experiment. Yeah, like I said, man, it's up to you as well. Like what you kind of want out of it. Like we kind of discussed as well. If you've got like a particular business interest or you want to be an entrepreneur and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? The enjoyment that you'd get out of that or even just the experience. Sometimes it's hard to put a monetary value on stuff like that, you know? Didn't a little over a year ago, Bitcoin went down over half. Yeah, typically that's what happens during a bear. It's called a bear market, where Bitcoin will do a spike, it'll go up, set new all-time highs, and then it'll go down again. Typically revisit what the previous all-time high was. So this last turn is about 130k, I believe, and then the previous all-time high is around 60k. And now you see it's in around that same price range now, about 60k. And now over the next 3 years, it's going to slowly start grinding up and set a new all-time high. So that strategy there that we've seen, that little chart I showed you, was just you're putting in $50 a week, no matter what the price. At the end of each week, you're just putting $50 into Bitcoin, and you're seeing it there, like in terms of the value. You could do a thing where you time it, and you basically make heavy investments. You time it where it's like, okay, right now would be a beautiful time to put a heavy investment into Bitcoin, and then wait 3 years for it to spike up again, then take your profit, and then wait for the market to chill out again, revisit those all-time highs, and then keep just like leapfrogging like that, you know? Salute to Southern man, you know? Ideally, my daughter would take my stat on the racing team when I retire. I'd probably never retire if I made a world of outlaws. Hey, my man. I laugh because everyone told me I was going to be a shit mother and be nothing. All my friends who told me that, seems like I played out the opposite. 100%. You know what I mean? And now you know who your real friends are. You know? Silver linings. Big Irish, would you be able to point to how to get Bitcoin? Is there an official app? See, this is the difficulty because, like, you want to buy from an exchange, but you want to buy from a trusted exchange. And in Europe, we use different ones. America has its own, like, exchange and all this kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be too good in terms of, like, I wouldn't know which would be the most reputable or best exchanges to buy off in America. But like you could even, let's say, like ask like Grok or AI and like do a bit of research into like which exchange is best and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, you just basically just buy it off an exchange. And there we go. My man, crazy. Robinhood seems okay. Not promoting it. Again, this is not financial advice. Take the risk at your own peril. I'm just giving you information that I think is good, but again, it's just my opinion. This is not financial advice. I'm not a doctor, okay? But take your time with it and all this kind of stuff as well. If you are going to get, and again, don't be playing around with money. Like, don't be fucking taking out loans or going into crazy amounts of debt and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But anyways, let's get back to the video because I want to get onto this and then to the next video as well.
Of an individual's sexual identity. Gender identity refers to a person's innermost concept of self as a male or female or something else, and can be the same for or different from one's physical sex. Now, sexual orientation refers to an enduring pattern of emotional, romantic.
And again, Alex fucks up here. Is like, do you feel like a male? Or do you feel like a female? That's your sex, you fucking idiot. Do you feel like a man or a woman? See, this is what I'm saying. These motherfuckers, these lefties don't even understand. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And or sexual attractions to men, women, or
You know what? I'm just gonna fucking do double speed for Alex because he just talks absolute bollocks for his whole intro.
both sexes. Transgender ideology is based upon how somebody feels as a gender, essentially. That's from the National Library of Medicine. Don't take it from me. Now, my opponents have already made some pretty interesting arguments, but I feel they're going to make some more interesting arguments that are nonsensical. For example, like trans ideology is inherently homophobic because it erases the very idea of same-sex attraction, but they haven't mentioned anything about homophobia, essentially. So I would like for them to actually address the issue of homophobia here. It's not true because trans ideology is about gender identity. Gay people and lesbians are still free to define their attraction to the same sex. If lesbians say they won't date trans men, they're called transphobic, but they did not address this. But however, the true fact is, being gay or lesbian still defines attraction to the same sex. Nothing about trans rights changed that. Now they could talk about trans ideology creates a culture of coercion. Nobody's forced to date anyone. Sexual and romantic boundaries are always respected. If somebody is forced into a relationship you do not want, you are always free to decline, just like in gay and lesbian or enforced in the straight world. Now they may try to bring up
Again, completely ignored my argument where it's like this trans ideology, what you're doing with affirming their gender is mutilating and chemically castrating homosexuals, which meets the definition of genocide. You were genociding gay people because you want to push the trans agenda.
feminist spaces, which they've tried to very, very slightly bring up, but it's completely irrelevant to the topic of discussion. While these issues do occur, it doesn't prove that the trans ideology is homophobic. These spaces experience more external pressure from conservative think tank groups that are currently attempting to pit the gay, lesbian, and bisexual communities against the trans communities, like the Hands Across the Aisle Coalition or the American Nationalist Organization for Women, or other right-wing think tanks like the Heritage Foundation, which brought same community organizations together to undermine and pit the LGBT community against the trans community, which is interesting that the right-wing, I guess, is here to defend the LGBT community, but they have not said anything showing that. So it's not interesting that they're here to defend that, even though they haven't shown that they're here to defend the LGBT community. Now, they may try to deflect and talk about trans athletes, which they've already tried to do, or child conversion therapy, which has absolutely nothing to talk about with the discussion at hand. It has nothing to talk about whether the trans ideology is homophobic towards people. Has nothing to do with whatsoever, but they're going to continue to try to go down the rabbit hole, try to undermine our arguments. But it's completely irrelevant to the topic at hand, actually. If the topic is actually talking about the trans ideology is homophobic, what does child conversion therapy or trans athletes actually have to do with this? And the answer is nothing, essentially. So they're going to try to say that there's language policing, which inclusive language is offered, but it is not mandated. Nothing here is being erased. They might try to bring up hate speech laws, which isn't necessarily about somebody's opinions, but something that can cause actual harassment and harm to somebody as a whole. And they may even try to take us down into the deep rabbit hole of definitions and what these terms mean, what do that terms mean, because they might try to say these guys can't even define what a woman is, which is completely irrelevant to the topic once again at hand. We can definitely say, oh, well, this has nothing, because it doesn't have anything to do with this. The topic at hand. And
okay. Defining what is a woman has nothing got to do with the topic. Okay, when you say you feel like a woman, I feel like a woman. Bow, bow, now, now. What do you mean that's nothing got to do with the topic? See what? This is why I done 2x speed for Alex, because he just talks absolute bollocks.
Audience, don't let this dissuade from the fact the prompt of the debate. Trans ideology is homophobic. But how is it? They did not include it in their opening discussions. So the topic of talking about child mutilation, as they like to call it, gender affirming care, trans athletes, has nothing to do with this topic at hand. And for some reason, they seem to hell bent on this discussion. They might try to say, oh, this is not about trans bashing, but that's entirely what both opening statements were. Now, they're going to try to use multiple arguments that have nothing to do with this topic, but we'll see what it takes. Now, yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you so much for that opening statement, Alex Kirsch. Really appreciate that. Now, we're going to go into open dialogue, gentlemen. Now, of course, I'm going to try to moderate as least as possible. I'm going to let you guys kind of fight it out, etc. Try not to overtalk each other. I think that's pretty much the only time I'll try to get involved, try to separate and re-establish everything. But outside of that, we'll go open dialogue. Starts now.
Yeah, Damon, like the gender non-conformers are cooked, bro. You don't like see this? Like the
Did I not call this?
I want to
Am I
be
not a
clear
fortune
on
teller?
what you guys are kind of expecting for the prompt. None of you guys actually addressed the prompt in your
I
explanation.
don't know if you or your
Is your
colleague are both
position-
deaf
is your
or if you've
position
genuinely not listened
that
to our
you're
openings,
against
because
a
we both
quote
made an
unquote
opening
trans
about
bill?
this.
Is that your concern, or because you didn't actually say whether or not being trans, or as you would refer to it, trans?
By the way, Albert, I'm probably not going to do a full stream on Bitcoin because anytime I bring it up, I get more hate for the Bitcoin shit than I do with the Nazi shit. You know, I get called a Nazi, like fair enough, all this kind of shit. But I get more hate for bringing up Bitcoin. Like some people hate talking about Bitcoin. Like they genuinely despise it. And I don't understand why. I genuinely don't understand why.
Trans ideology being homophobic. None of you actually addressed that.
Right, okay,
So
listen,
are
if
you
you want
guys
an
just
answer,
against transness, or
are you going to let us
trans
answer?
ideology?
Because
How
you
does this
cut
work?
us off to begin with. You're the one who interrupted Terry.
Yeah, you're asking
He was
us to
talking.
we'll readdress our arguments. Is that your question?
Both of us addressed it. I addressed
You did
it.
it.
Either you're not listening or you're being disingenuous.
Is genociding homosexuals homophobic?
From the
No,
get-go.
you literally did not address.
I called you. Don't let me talk. Please let us finish. Don't let us finish. We're making a point here. Both of us addressed it. You're either being disingenuous or you haven't been listening. Teriak addressed the whole point in his opening statement about how it's homophobic. If you didn't hear that or if you didn't understand it, I'm afraid that's on you. Secondly, in my opening statement, I first tried to call out anyone who tries to poo-poo this argument by saying that you guys are so damn bad faith that you're going to even disagree that there is such a thing as the trans ideology. And then I went into spending about 2 minutes explaining how there definitely is, and we can all tell that there is a trans ideology and what it says. And one of the things I touched upon was that the whole reason why you're trying to identify these kids early and shovel them into the pathway of transitioning is suggestive of the fact that homosexuality is something to be fixed. If you display some kind of behaviors that seem to be effeminate and you're a boy,
But I
or that
never
seem to be
argued
butch
whether
and
or
you're a
not
girl,
homosexuality
then
is something to be fixed.
no, but the whole suggestion,
However,
that
if you're
we're not going to let you be.
referring to, say,
Excuse
for
me.
example,
I'm touching on what you just said there.
anti-trans mega donors bankrolling, say, for example, the ADF, which specifically fund anti-LGBT legislation and specifically get American politicians on it. You could look at the Edgar and Elsa Prince Foundation, Betsy DeVos and the DeVos family, who has donated millions to the ADF, as well as
Why
other
are you ignoring the
anti-LGBTQ
point that we made
groups.
and you're trying to sidetrack it?
No, because the
None of
reality
this is
is that
relevant.
you think that it's an ideology. However, the reality is that you have a lot of very, very pro-Christian organizations
Explain
that
how
have
it's
a
not
lot
an
of money
ideology.
bankrolling, and they release empirically
Explain how
false
it's not an ideology.
information in order to get people all riled up, and then you are hook, line, and sinker into propaganda.
There
See
can
what
be
I'm
a
saying,
whole
Damon?
ton of people who are, there can be a whole ton of people that are against transness. There can be a whole ton of people who are against it. There can be whole groups that hate those people. What you're trying to do is you're trying to make it about the individual. And like we both said,
Yes,
and like
because
the
it's
debate prompt
individuals'
shows,
identities.
no, it's not about the individual.
It is
We're talking
individual
about the
identities.
ideology.
It's people where
Well,
doesn't
No. The reason why you're trying to make it about the individual is because you're trying to demonize us and say that we're being hateful people. If you want to do that, fine.
Well,
you can call
it is
Teriak a
inherently.
transphobe.
That's literally
You can
what
call-
that's literally what the ADF does.
Yeah.
You can
'Cause I-
call
like-
Teriak a transphobe all you want. Teriak's even got a flag to prove that he supports the trans ideology.
This was a
But
beautiful part of the
anyway,
debate. This was a beautiful part of the debate. And before I present what's about to happen, you guys are probably gonna understand more what I mean about, or the whole kind of like Nazi meme is going to probably make a whole lot of sense because I forgot that this was actually in the debate.
Like it's not an ideology. I've already explained.
I need a
why it's
flag.
not
It
an
is.
ideology.
You know, sometimes I actually get myself into these pickles. You know, having looked back on the footage, maybe I do this to myself. Maybe I gotta hold a bit more accountability of the situations I get myself into. Starting to make a lot more sense now.
A homophobe should be one sec. A homophobe should be all like my whole argument is based.
I gotta
around,
be. I gotta be honest, and
my-
you don't display that again.
My whole like why can't they like a homophobe should support the trans
We're
movement,
streaming.
like,
we're
that's my
streaming
whole
on
argument.
YouTube, dude. Like that.
Yeah,
like
that
can
that's
get our
for-
accounts flagged.
It's for trans
the
flags.
trans
We're also
flag.
on Twitch.
It's for trans flags.
It's not.
Yeah, you're specifically
Well, like,
doing it to make it look
It's
like
for
can't fit it.
wait, it's for trans flags, right? Yeah, it's a windmill. It's a windmill of trans flags. What's wrong? I'm an ally. I'm an ally, guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Like I said,
I
I'm
would
trying
like
to.
to-
This is
okay,
my whole
all
point.
right,
One sec.
all right, hold on.
One sec.
I-
To
I'm trying to
clarify,
be
I just want to be clear. Like the reason why I like brought up Satan and like I'll be your Satan and all that stuff is like a homophobe wants this trans ideology thing to continue. Like you get them young, you talk to them, start talking about gender, all that stuff,
literally
and like
the
all these
exact
kids,
opposite. It's
all these
usually-
all these gay
it's
kids, all
usually
these kids that are
homophobic
attracted to.
foundations, such
Yeah.
as the ADF
Yeah.
that pushes that.
I have a
So
the
here's the
Alliance
question.
Defense
So
Freedom
here's
and its
the
ecosystem
question.
You guys gonna be
specifically
talking over
aligns
Teriak
a
the whole
Russian
time.
Guys, really quick,
where they are
gentlemen,
anti-gay
gentlemen,
perspective. It's
gentlemen,
the other way around.
Gentlemen, really fast. I have a clarifying question for Teriak. Are you, Teriak, are you implying that because of the the removal of testicles for children, etc., it would be considered genocide? I think you mentioned that in your opening statement.
Yeah, so
that
that's why,
that in itself would be removing the testicles of young kids that are probably potentially homosexuals, thus
Or chemically
removing
castrating them.
etc.
the whole idea
would be
of-
homophobic in itself, correct? Is that what you're saying?
The whole idea of like in the mindset of like a homophobia, it's like you're not conforming to like these gender stereotypes. So you're gender non-conformist. So what I'm going to do, like as like this angelic, like you're going to pay me to do this to you. Like I'm your savior, I'm your ally. I'm going to get like these kids when they're young, these gay kids, these boys that like other boys, and I'm going to simply get into their mind. Oh, how do you know you're not just a woman in a male's body? You know what I mean? And then I convince that what would be a gay kid to now he's going to chemically castrate himself, and then after that he's going to go to surgery. And then I've linked all the sources in the back as well, gentlemen. Like the study done with 107,000, where the surgery is like clearly a worse mental health outcome, which just pushes them off the cliff. I mean, so as a homophobe, this is what I would be pushing. This is what I want.
Even though that's not true, actually, I would like to ask a question
What
to the both of you.
what was false?
Actually.
What did I say that was false?
Okay.
What did
Like this is what I'm saying, man. Do you see? Do you guys not see this shit? Like this is. You can take a duck to water, but you can't make him swim. You know what I mean? Like a homophobe doesn't want to genocide gay people.
Double path standards. First of all, do not advocate for bottom surgery among children. Being gay doesn't mean that you're trans.
Those are things. Stop interrupting, please. Okay, let's be respectful here. Okay,
Alex, go ahead. Alex, go ahead.
Anybody on the opposition side point to any peer-reviewed evidence that shows trans inclusion erases gay and lesbian identities?
Yes, I just explained it.
You did not explain it, actually. What you
He
said
was
is
literally-
no, he actually did not.
That's what I'm saying, Damon. One equals
Okay, if you're saying, okay, you've got to be honest with what it is that you're saying, and let's be very clear. In your opening statement, you tried to rubbish the idea, and when you finished your opening statement, actually, you tried to rubbish the idea and say that it's somehow bad that we want to be clear about what definitions are. You said they want to take us down this wild rabbit hole of definitions. You're the side that seems to think that being clear and having some kind of clarity about definitions is a bad thing. I wonder why that fucking is.
And what does that have to do with the actual topic at hand? See, right now, what you're doing,
because what you said, what you did, the question you just asked, you asked the question, let me answer it.
No, Damon, you like to interrupt all the time, and that's one thing you need to get a hold of.
You literally asked the question, bro.
Okay, no, sir. You need to understand something. I asked a very specific question, and right now you are stalling because you do not actually have the answer.
No. I'm not stalling. I'm not stalling.
Because you have no peer-reviewed studies. Because
you want to let me answer it then?
No. Is there a
do you want to let me answer it?
Okay, so really quick, Alex,
can we go to a clock? Can we go to a clock? Because like that's objective.
Yeah.
A clock is objective.
Yeah, we'll do that. Alex, look, let's start with Alex. Go ahead and ask your question, and then we're gonna give Damon a nice solid 2 minutes to answer through that, and then we can move on with the opener. How's that sound?
Yeah, sure. Does he have a peer-reviewed evidence study that proves that trans inclusion or ideology erases gay and lesbian identities? Yes or no?
Okay, Damon, you can go ahead.
There's no such study that's been done, to the best of my knowledge. And even if somebody wanted to do it, it never even would have been.
But again, like we don't have a study, but I've just given you the logic of how you're genociding gay people. You know, is there a study? Like they're literally doing the meme. They're doing the leftist meme. Is there a study for that? You know? They also says you can convince grown adults of some of the crazy shit. Why the fuck they refuse to believe kids are even easier to convince they are something if they have certain feelings or like specific things. Exactly. You know? Do you have a study that proves that the sky is blue? You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. I'm going to let it run for a little bit longer, then move on.
Ethics committee. No ethics committee would allow such a study.
All right.
Okay.
On the face of it, it would be called either transphobic or homophobic, if you think about it logically. But if you want a logical answer, it's very simple that it does. You need to understand what you mean when you say the gay identity. If you're trying to say that trans inclusion jeopardizes gay people or their identity, you need to say, well, what does that include? What is part of their identity? Part of it would be their freedoms and liberties. And yes, their inclusion would take away their freedoms and liberties, because by doing so, you're going to have, just look at hate speech laws that have been put forward to protect the trans people. Look at those hate speech laws. Okay, if you're going to say that you have a space that's being given for lesbian women, or a space that's allocated for gay men, and then all of a sudden you put somebody there who says, I identify as gay or I identify as lesbian, and actually they're a biological male going into a lesbian space, or a biological female going into a men's space, a gay space, you're going to have those people who are going to suddenly think, hang on a second, no, I don't want to suck on your mangina. I don't want to blow you when you don't have a real penis. Well, dude, what do you think I'm talking about? You're going to have people who are interacting with lesbians or who are into... No, just don't interrupt.
Okay,
you ask me what I'm
30
talking about. I'm explaining to you. So you're going to say that these people who go into opposite sex spaces among people who have a same sex attraction by definition, and then the minute they're rejected, they're going to weaponize those laws, those protections that they have, and they're going to say these people are transphobic. These people are transphobic, and that has been happening. And it's documented that that's been happening. So if you guys are going to deny that, you genuinely are the reality deniers that we said you are. Now go ahead.
Okay, First Amender, I'm going to give you the clock as well. You got 2:15. Go ahead.
Trans affirming care isn't turning anyone into something they aren't. It's just about helping people
see what your boy's doing.
Live as who they already are. Sexual orientation, being gay, straight, bi, whatever, and gender identity, trans, cis, non-binary, those are different things. Supporting trans people doesn't erase or replace gay people. A gay man is still a gay man, and a lesbian is still a lesbian. There's nothing in trans affirming care that changes that.
Can I just ask a question?
If I see my face there, I'm like, but if I convince that gay man when he's a kid chemically castrate himself and cut his dingaling off, that's genociding him, correct?
Clarifying question.
Hold on.
The idea that affirming care,
let him finish the time,
is about converting people, right? It comes from the same fear mongering that claims that gay people are recruiting kids in the 1980s. In reality, what affirming care does do is that it gives people the freedom to explore their own identities safely without pressure from being something that they're not. So just as an example, right, I'm assuming you're from the UK, right? Under the human rights and government assessments by even right-wing government sources, the UK, they found no robust evidence, for example, that conversion therapy can change your sexual orientation or gender identity, and it often causes harm, such as depression and suicidality. So the idea that there is this empirical basis, and I can provide...
Doesn't change your sexual orientation. Okay, so if I'm a dude and I'm attracted to other dudes, but that's the trigger that says maybe I'm a woman trapped inside a man's body and I transition to a woman. Am I gay or am I straight? Is Dylan Mulvaney gay or straight? You know what I mean?
Gov.uk. Here you go. I'll go ahead and I'll get you that just for fun.
That's cool. I haven't trusted my government since the 1980s.
All right. Well, I mean, considering that they're like more right wing than most other,
we haven't had a right wing government since the 1980s.
The UK government is right wing, by the way. Apparently. The same UK government that like facilitated the gang rape of all these children because they wanted to keep social cohesion, didn't want to offend Muslims. That right-wing government, by the way.
There you go. Anyway, the point is that trying to force a gay person to convert to being trans is like super harmful, and there is empirical evidence to show that is not the case. And I don't even necessarily need the UK government. I could just look at medical studies to prove that.
Okay, thank you. Now we can get back into open dialogue. Anybody that wants to respond or speak?
I'd like to ask a clarifying question.
We need to keep doing the clock thing. Just keep doing the back and forth.
When you mentioned earlier on, like a gay person is still a gay person and a lesbian is still a lesbian, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you mean by a gay person is still a gay person?
Yeah. So
or a lesbian is still a lesbian.
Yeah, it would be a cisgendered man that is attracted to men. They are not
Okay.
trans.
And how do
Right.
they know that they're cis man?
Do you feel it internally? It's an
Yes.
internal sense of your
Yes.
gender. Now, a lot of cisgendered people, they have a difficult time kind of realizing this, but the best way that I can,
Okay, can we do role play?
describe it for people, the best way that I can describe it to people who are cisgendered,
Well,
as
like-
in their sex matches their gender, is imagine that you're going through puberty,
Yeah.
but
Can I
instead
give an
of
example?
your body turning into a man, instead what ends up happening is that you have gynecomastia, and so you have you start to grow breasts instead of a large chest. So there would be something internal that wouldn't match with what's happening externally. So that's kind of
Yeah,
what a
so-
transgender person feels.
Can I give
Okay,
an example?
so
let's do
wait-
a bit of role play. One sec, just let me just real quick. Like I only need like 30 seconds if you're gonna set the clock. Real quick.
Okay.
An example. Okay, like you're the doctor, I'm the patient. Okay. Doc, I'm attracted to boys. Okay, but I was born male. I'm attracted to boys. Okay. How do I know that I'm not just a woman who's like a straight woman or a gay man?
I don't know. Time to talk to a psychologist. I'm just a doctor.
Yeah, okay, you're a
If
psychologist.
only
then.
that fucking happened.
Okay.
Okay, then we would look at the DSM-5 to determine whether or not that you have gender dysphoria. There's some pointed questions. Takes
Mm-hmm.
about 3 appointments.
Yeah, but that's why I gave you the DSM thing where it's like, like when they're young. Like
Yeah,
they'll-
you have to
they'll be
actually have gender
diagnosed with
dysphoria. Most
and then they
children
grow
don't
out of
have
it.
gender dysphoria.
You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
So-
They can't even define it. See how easy it is? You know? He's an expert, but it's something you feel inside. It's something you feel. But what if I feel as though I'm a black man? What if I feel as though I'm a fucking leprechaun or unicorn or fucking pony? 3 point. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Shante. But then like I said, the next steps down that line as a homophobe, if I don't want them to be a gay man or to
Are you a
Hmm.
participate in activity.
homophobe? As a homophobe, who's the homophobe?
I never said that I
The
was a homophobe.
psychologist?
I'm playing devil's advocate. That's
Yeah, I'm
what
asking,
saying.
who's the homophobe?
Yeah, so as a homophobe, if I was a homophobe and I genuinely hated like gay people, I would
Okay.
want them to go down this avenue. I'd want the
All
gay
right,
kid
and then you would lose your
that
license.
doesn't know
Like,
that
what do
they're
you
gay
mean?
because they're still
It's
confused.
again. This is why I argue WPATH standards.
How many doctors have lost their license? How many doctors have been exposed for trying to gaslight kids into getting into these trans surgeries? Because bear in mind, gender affirming care. There's doctors that have lost their license for trying to steer kids away from it. And you see how it works now? You see how it works? The doctors that actually try to convince the kids, no, you're just a gay kid. You're just a gay kid. You're not actually a woman. But doc, I feel as though I'm a woman. You're a transphobe. The doctor loses his license. You see how it works? Do you see how it works?
And that you specifically, in
Yeah.
order to be a psychiatrist, providing transgender care for minors, that 100% requires a specialization. It's not even enough to just have a doctorate. You actually have to be specifically
First Amendment,
trained.
do
in
you
order
work
to
as
provide
do you
that.
work in that field?
No, I
do you
don't
work
work in
the
that field. I do a lot of reading
Right.
in the
Okay.
field regarding the field.
You give a hell of a lot of credit to this field when it doesn't actually deserve any.
It does. if
I've
you
worked
observe
with
the
no.
WPATH
I've
standards
worked
and the
with
assessments
I've
of
worked
care.
with children and vulnerable adults, and I work in healthcare. I've worked in American companies. I worked for British companies in healthcare.
Yeah.
Both psychological and medical, and it does not meet the standards that you seem to think it has, not by a long shot. This does
Really
not
quick,
happen.
really quickly, gentlemen. I want to get Alex Kirsch in here. Alex, it looked like you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I just want to ask, Damon.
This is what I'm saying.
Are you guys?
Jake shot us in the foot here because like I'm literally like drilling him down through like the actual like real example. And I'm about to hit him with it's like, okay, so you're telling me there is nothing stopping a homophobic doctor that wants to genocide gay kids from getting psychiatrists and literally just convincing a bunch of kids that would have been gay to go down this whole transgender thing?
Actually, advocates for the LGBT community.
I'm indifferent.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you think?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
LG
I believe that everybody deserves to live safely.
Okay,
In that
that's
respect,
Terry,
I'm an advocate for it.
I'm
Okay,
indifferent.
Terry,
I'm indifferent. And just to,
Okay, so why are you
to counter
understanding
question, to do a counter question, because I answered your question. So just keep the faith.
I'm still on my time. Okay.
Well, hold on.
Okay, we want to do time then. Okay.
Well, we'll do. Hold on, really quick, because he hasn't spoken a lot.
Like,
so,
can we lower it down to like 30 seconds? No, Jake. Like 2
Hold on.
minutes is a lot.
Just. I know it's a lot, but I don't think he's gonna do the whole time here. But Alex, you asked a good question here. Terry has indifference. Damon says he's for it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why I ask this question is because, like, both being in the UK, that if you argue that trans people shouldn't be protected by hate crime laws in the UK, you're undermining the exact positions that LGBT community in the UK actually fought for, including trans people. Now, gay people pushed Parliament to recognize that hate crime protections after decades of homophobic violence. Now, if you remove these protections, from trans people, why should the LGBT people keep them? And Terry, you're indifferent, so why are you even in part of this debate if you're not willing to defend gay people?
Right, Terry.
Yeah, so my whole dynamic here is like I'm playing devil's advocate though. Like I'm coming at the perspective of like what homophobe would think, and this is the reason why I actually like what's the difference between a straight woman and a gay man. I mean, like it's easy to find in terms of the rest of us before all this this ideology came around. Like it was very easy to distinguish what a straight woman and what a gay man is, because you were either a woman or a man. But now we put in this confusion, and now these homophobes can literally just like heavily encourage this behavior. They're not doing anything negative; they're just being very positive to basically push what would be a gay kid to chemically castrate themselves and mutate in their genitalia. That is an effective strategy for a homophobe in the current socio-political climate. And what I'm saying is, you have said we haven't provided any argument how this has been homophobic. That's been the core central theme to my whole entire argument. And Damon's basically simply been pointing out, you are now running away from saying we did not make arguments when we clearly made arguments. Damon's provided statistics, and I've linked the statistics in the back as well.
Well, here's the thing, though. The amazing thing about this whole argument thing is, like, you are actually basing these arguments off of right-wing think tanks, not necessarily members of the LGBT community.
We're basing it off of logic. We're not basing it off no right-wing think tanks whatsoever.
Yes, there are right-wing think tanks that literally argue exactly what you're saying. The problem is that
there's hate groups that argue what you're saying.
Hold on. When you are talking about the medical community and how they address this, what they use is gay affirming psychotherapy. That approach specifically does not try to change a person's orientation. Conversion
the person that you actually see before you get recommended to a therapist. Sorry, you're lying. You're lying.
No, what we're talking about is using the orientation to try and gaslight them into thinking that they're the opposite gender. And it's actually, once I put that idea in their head, as a doctor, I would lose my license because then I'm not affirming their gender. And I get no punishment for gaslighting them into doing this. Do you see how it works, comrades? Like I told you, evil genius.
You're wrong. You're lying or you're wrong.
And authenticity.
You are lying or you are wrong.
Gay and bisexual clients.
You're lying. I'm not going to let you talk lies, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm going to go ahead and
You can shout louder, but you are wrong. You're woefully mistaken, or you are bad faith.
You're being rude.
Allow me to finish.
Okay. All right. Damon, we're going to set the clock again. I'll give you 1:15. Lay out your argument. Damon, you go ahead. I'll give you the same time, okay?
Under the gender-affirming practices of care, gender-affirming care is about supporting a person's existing gender identity. If they are gay and cisgendered, it is about affirming it socially, psychologically, behaviorally, and medically. There is zero efficacy to molding them into something else. What you are saying happens physically does not happen. I will provide sources in my link below.
Okay. Damon, go ahead and you can respond to that.
The only thing I need to say to that is that we've seen the youngest person transition in Germany at the age of 14. In Brazil, I believe it was at the age of 11. These people surgically transitioned. And the fact that that could happen with somebody who doesn't even understand at a legal age, at least, and can't develop any kind of, can't demonstrate any kind of competency to be able to claim that they understand the surgical process that they're able to undergo. They can't demonstrate what's called Gillick competency to say that although they're underage, they're willing to undergo this surgery and sign off on it. The fact that this is allowed to happen to people at that age, at an age that they're not even legally allowed to have sex, that just proves that everything you're saying is absolute fucking dog shit. I'm sorry. You're either lying or you are seriously not educated on the subject. But you made a point earlier that I want to ask you about because I actually found it really fascinating. I think it's a very good thing that you said, and I'd like you to expound upon that a little bit. When you try to explain how we can imagine what these people that are going through, I guess, transitioning to a different gender when they're going through puberty and they're feeling confused about their gender identity, you gave an example. I think is what you were trying to say. Imagine that you're a cisgender man, but your body starts developing breasts. That's kind of what it's like for a trans person. Is that what you're trying to say? Can you explain that a little bit more?
Okay,
Yes.
First Amendment.
Yes, your internal sense of your sex doesn't match with your external body. That's what it is.
So is what you're trying to say that for a trans person, if they were a male, but they, with their gender identity in their head, how they feel would almost be like if physically your body started growing breast tissue and you're a man, but in their head, it's instead of their body doing it, it's actually their personality, I guess, doing it, or their identity doing it. Is that what you're trying to say?
There's an internal identity that is predetermined by hormones as well as brain morphology, and it happens as
Okay.
early as an embryonic stage.
I really like that. That made me think about it in a way I didn't really think about before. And I get that because I guess you would agree that if there was a boy who physically actually was growing breasts, that we would all say, look, take him to the hospital and remove those breasts, because that's what we do, gynecomastia surgery, correct?
Correct. Yes. For my
Exactly, yeah. So because there's something physically wrong with the body, so we do an operation to fix it. What you're saying is that there are these people that have some... No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. What you're saying is that on the other side of the spectrum is something wrong with the person's mind. So if there's something wrong with the person's mind, why aren't you treating the mind?
No,
you're saying that that's what they're doing.
Hey, we got a Crystal Strange raid tonight as well. What? Coinkydink? I think not.
But that's not what they're doing.
It's just
their
mind is
their mind
different.
is growing tits, dude. That's what your argument was.
Okay. It happens
Exactly,
in as early
thank you.
It
I'm
happens
done.
it happens in as early as an embryonic stage. You're talking about differences in hormonal structure than what is typical of cisgendered counterparts.
Yeah, it's a
This can
it's a
be
chemical brain
observed
imbalance,
in
dude. It's a mental health issue, not a physical one.
brain
Yeah, Damon,
morphology.
you
It's not something that
transphobe.
you change.
Thank you.
It's not something that you change. It just is that way. It's like trying to change a person.
But
who
you are
has, say,
changing it, dude.
Autism
This is-
and their
you
brain.
said-
You're not.
you
there-
said
there's
that we
nothing
did
wrong with it.
nothing-
It's just a different
Dude,
way.
Can I
that the
interject,
brain
Dude,
Jacob?
you're so bad
Is that
faith.
the
You're so bad
Okay.
faith. You said that we
I'm
didn't put
just
any of this in
explaining
our
it.
argument.
I'm not being bad faith.
You
I'm
said
just
that we didn't
explaining
put
it
this in our argument.
very
We
plainly.
did put it in our argument. We did
Okay.
put it in our argument.
So
We
I'll
clearly
explain it
said
again.
that
All
you're
right,
one
all
of
right,
so
these
in the
people.
intro, but then
So,
you
gentlemen.
clarified later on, which is fine.
So, gentlemen, Teriak, you had something
Thank
to say.
Because again, like it seems like First Amendment's like trying to gaslight, I think, at this stage. But I'll ask the same question to Alex just to be good
There's
faith.
got to be
okay?
recordings of this. Like,
So like Alex, okay.
gaslighting.
Oh, there is. Like if
There
is
is
recordings.
recordings.
My 9-year-old kid came up to me and said, "Daddy, I like other boys," I'd say, "Son, you're gay." Okay. If my daughter came up to me and said, "Daddy, I like men," I'd be like, "Okay, you're straight." Okay. Now my 9-year-old kid comes up to me and says, "Daddy, I like boys, but remember, I'm a homophobe." Okay. I'm Satan. Okay. I'm wearing that mask. Okay. If I don't want him to be gay, and as an evil genius, what I would want is to basically convince him that no, you like other boys. How do you know you're not a woman? How do you know you're not just a girl? Like you were born
Right-wingers
female and now
often
we have this
prefer
aspect.
Hold on.
their children are gay.
I still have to talk.
For-
I'm asking
hold on
Alex,
really quick.
I'm asking Alex. So like
This is
like,
directed to Alex really quickly.
So
All right,
how do you
go
determine
ahead.
that? As the boy, as the 9-year-old boy, how do you know that you're not actually just a woman in a male's body?
All right, Alex.
What does this have to do with trans ideology being homophobic?
You see what I'm saying?
saying?
Because again, like I said, as the homophobic father, I'd want to push that like 9-year-old boy down the path.
Because an
of, no, you're
entire
actually a woman.
nation is doing this.
Yeah,
An
you're just a
entire
woman
fucking
born into
nation
a
is
male's
doing
body.
this as a solution for gayness.
So like, how would the kid? At
It
9 years
is.
of age
It
be able to
is.
push back?
An entire nation is doing this as a solution for gayness. How can you be so obtuse and ignore that?
All right, Alex, I'll give you the floor here.
You have the clock. It's the clock. And again, First Amendment, please respect Alex. He's an intelligent individual.
I guess I try to be so, but First Amendment's pretty intelligent too. So don't try to gaslight him essentially. But the thing is, like, this is such a bad faith question essentially because like you're trying to say, oh, well, how do I?
Bad faith question, especially young, so little people know as but exactly. You know what I mean? It's dumb they use phobias and hate, but bro, it's like even this whole thing is like he doesn't want to engage in the question because they don't have an answer. If I'm a homophobe, right? I use the parent example here. I'm pretty sure later on I use the actual psychiatrist example. Like, so you're telling me that there's no mechanisms in play to actually prevent a homophobe, a dude that actually wants to genocide gay people, right? There's nothing stopping him from actually getting caught and losing his medical license and all this kind of stuff. Matter of fact, the doctors that actually want to prevent this occurring, they want to prevent these gay kids from castrating themselves and cutting their genitals off. That doctor actually loses their license. Doctor who wants to prevent that shit lose their license, but the doctor who actually wants to genocide gay kids, they're following the book. They're given gender affirming care. And Alex will not engage in this question. I see mom saying shit like that just in a different way, where they went to a new area so no one knew their young child wasn't known to be trans by the other kids and parents, so they could lie. Exactly.
That you're not gay. How do I know that you're not actually a woman? This is a conversation that you can actually have with your children, essentially. And if you feel like you're not qualified for a discussion like this, there are therapists actually out there that can actually do something that's called gender affirming care, the big scary boogeyman word, essentially. Because for all you know, this could just be feelings that a child might be feeling, and then eventually they might grow out of. But this is not a guarantee. Every person is completely subjectively different, essentially. But again, this has absolutely nothing to do with the actual prompt of the discussion. All you guys are doing is deviating away from the topic. You still haven't talked about how trans ideology is completely homophobic. You haven't explained if, like, for example, if trans people themselves can be gay or lesbian, how is that erasing erasing homosexuality, which it is not. And like, if you believe respecting trans identity,
yeah, I don't want my kid to be bullied for being gay, so I'm gonna gaslight my kid to convince them that they're the opposite gender. So they'll castrate themselves and genially mutilate themselves. But at least I don't have a gay kid. At least my kid's not gay. At least the kid's not going to get bullied for being gay. Oh my God, man.
Identities forces anyone to change their sexual orientation. How is that possible? You still haven't.
And to be honest, like, I know, like, we absolutely smoked him in this debate just right from the intros and all this kind of shit, but we could have done at least I could have done a way better job of just like drilling the thing. Is like, would you concede that it is homophobic to genocide gay people? Yes or no? They would have to say yes. You know what I mean?
Like, really brightening things up. Instead, you always just deviate to, trans athletes, or talking about gender affirming care. You're not actually addressing the issue. Where is the connect? Where trans ideologies.
Okay. Hold on really quick. Hold on really quick. I just want to put Alex's question in a little bit more of a stableness here. So let me ask you, Damon, here.
I'm pretty stable.
No, not stableness. It's just more of like a little bit more of like a question format. A question. Okay, Alex, that's all.
Go for it.
Okay, so I believe what Alex is asking is, gentlemen, where's the actual component where transgender ideology is homophobic? Where does that cross exactly?
So
I want that specifically there.
Alex's entire question there was actually answered in my opening argument, because I knew that was what they were going to do. I said that this is going to be the bad faith argument that they go for. You're actually ignoring the homophobia itself. You're saying that it's not even a homophobia because you're saying that trans people can be gay too. Now, this is a mistake. This is false thinking here. There's some people who completely know that they are men. They are men. They feel like men. They look like men. They act like men. They're cisgender men. But they happen to be gay. Now, if you're going to catch these people at a young, early age, which we do because this is an ideology and it has permeated schools. And schools will get credits, schools will get bonuses, schools will get kickbacks, and they will get extra funding based on how many kids they have who are either autistic, for example, or who may be transitioning. This is why we see so many extra people overdiagnosed as being part of the autistic spectrum, for example, because it's incentivized for schools to do so. And if you're going to transition these kids who appear to be a bit effeminate, if they're boys, who appear to be a bit more cuddly with boys than they should be, who appear to be a bit queer in some way, if you talk to them, and First Amendment is right for this, they will be asked questions to determine whether or not they may be trans. Do they feel like a boy? Do they feel like a girl? The problem is that these doctors, as we all know, will not tell you what a boy or a girl is. They won't tell you what a woman is.
Whether or not they
won't
have
tell you what a man
dysphoria,
is.
Not being
So if
trans
you-
in and of itself.
Yeah, what does gender dysphoria mean? It just means distress.
That doesn't.
Any
yeah,
kid,
no, yeah,
any
the
kid who's
distress from being
confused is going to
associated with
demonstrate
being
pointers
trans.
of being
But
distressed.
there are people
Any-
that have gender euphoria, not dysphoria, which is not
if
designated
you
as
catch
a
these
mental
people and you
disorder.
get them, if you catch these people and you get them on the pathway to transitioning, which you can do without even informing the parents.
Yeah, but Shantae, the whole thing is that like the parent has this fucked up idea where it's like, oh, like they're like if they cut their dingaling off, now that all of a sudden magically somehow, even though it doesn't actually in reality, but it somehow magically makes them into a woman. So then if they have like their gay relationship, well, at least like my kid looks like a woman, so it looks like they're normal. See what I'm saying? Exactly. But it looks like they're straight. It gives the illusion that they're straight. But they're still gay. You know?
Why are you gay?
That would be my argument, at least, you know?
By socially transitioning them first. And then even by giving puberty blockers, actually, without the parents being informed, you can do that too, because Gillick competency standards have been lowered massively. Now, when it comes to that point, you're going to be transitioning somebody. You've given them puberty blockers. Now, they get lied to. They get told that this is reversible. It's not reversible. Okay? They will lose those first few years of the stages of puberty that they would have gone through. They only get the last couple of years if they stop taking them while their body still would have been in the state of
How much
puberty.
time does he have?
Now, when that
No,
happens...
time's not there.
Okay.
You could, do you want a time on Damon?
Well,
We
I
could
mean,
do that.
I you know, you talked for a while, and it sounds
All right.
like he's starting to.
Yeah, give him 30 seconds. Give him 30
All right,
seconds.
so let's.
My concern hasn't been addressed, right?
Well, okay.
There was a
the
claim,
tail end of what I was going to
there
say
was a
was
claim
basically if
earlier
you
in
transition,
saying, hey,
if you transition this,
Damon,
Okay, all right,
Damon,
guys.
we let you talk.
All right.
buddy, but your
And
concern
then
hasn't
it
been
kind
addressed,
of
but you don't want to address.
descends. It just descends down this whole thing. But, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I played I actually played fucking a shit ton of that. Played how much? I was at about the 30 minutes. Yeah, we played almost like an hour off that. You know what I mean? First Amendment is gay no matter what. True that. True that. They're all gay. True that. Also true. You know what I mean? But let's actually look at like the repercussions of like what this feeding into this like what only can be described as like multiple personality disorder. Like that's basically what they're trying to like exploit and try to like gaslight the kid into doing kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like out and out. Like this is the danger of, and we've seen this on the last Seductionist episode where it's like these people like will do is like, well, that's the good side of me, and that's like the evil side of me. You know what I mean? And we see it with Milo had a good explanation of it. Actually, let me see if I can try pull that up before we get into this. We're going to have a little impromptu deductionist file thing here. Milo. Is this it? Am I able to review Tucker clips? Or am I just going to, is the stream going to get pulled down?
Gay marriage is monogamous? That's funny.
Oh, you mean it?
Well, I sense that they're not, having known some. But are any, I guess is what I would ask.
I mean, I think you get that sort of elderly antiques dealer in Kentucky kind of You know,
Oh,
you get
wow.
the you
That's
get
so good.
You know,
Gosh,
yeah,
that's so good.
we have a senator like that, who you know, I think if he found a husband who was prepared to put up with I really shouldn't, but look up the ladybugs. Look up his ladybugs. It's on the internet.
We have so many senators like that. It's crazy.
Well, I think people know the one I mean.
The actual one from Kentucky.
No.
Oh.
A little bit over. You can imagine he sort of invites his friend Jasper in for a mint julep. And it's like, do you want to just sit there while I get myself dusted up? Yes, of course there are loads, but I'm thinking of the one in particular that everybody kind of. You said you don't out people, so I feel like
No, sorry. I'm not going to use Mitch McConnell's name. But
it was Lindsey Graham.
Oh,
No, I don't. It's a shame, isn't it? The falling over, the like. How long are you going to stagger on? They're determined to turn themselves into the goblins that dictate their behavior.
Well, that's the thing about, and I'm not. Yeah, it's that there's a bloodthirstiness that's just really distressing and offensive to me.
But
actually,
but think about it like this.
Nah, I can't do it. Don't do it, Teriak. Yeah. Nah, it's getting pulled down. But basically, wait, is the stream still going? Stream still going? Test. Can you guys hear me? Okay, yeah. So basically, somewhere in that podcast, it talks about like this whole thing of like they basically develop like multiple personality disorder. Thank you very much, Shante. But they develop like multiple personality disorder where it's like when they're around their gay friends, like they're the gay person or the gay side of them, and then when they're back with their family, they're the straight side of them or the straight person of them. And it's like this whole thing of like if you are a compulsive liar or if you're constantly lying, all this kind of shit, this will like is how your mind will like sort shit out in your head and all this kind of stuff. And it's the same thing that we seen on the last Seductionist episode, where the dude was like, "Oh no, that was the evil me." You know what I mean? That wasn't the good me. That was the evil me. You know what I mean? Milo has that 100%, but like a lot of fucking gay men have that. You know what I mean? And that's what gets exploited in the whole trans thing as well. Now, here's what happens when you pander to this mentality, essentially. Right?
This guy, he broke into the house. He's dead. Bobby, please.
Got a body on the bathroom floor.
I should have told her.
No, it actually came up by Cramps. Because I had it on the YouTube studio, and it was like, we noticed you're reviewing someone else's stream. You know what I mean? So I was like, fuck it. I was able to switch it off just in time, though, thankfully. But if you look through that, at some point he starts talking about it where it's like this is like the quote-unquote gay experience or the gay lifestyle, where it's like you're going to have to lie, and you lie so much, you start developing a new personality and all this kind of shit, and then all of a sudden your head's all fucked, and it's basically like demons. You know what I mean?
Hey, it's okay. I'll never get to.
Jesus Christ.
It's like I'm in a bad dream, but I can't wake up.
A frantic teenager calls 911 after surviving a violent home invasion that leaves 2 people dead. But suspicious evidence at the scene raises chilling questions, forcing investigators to consider an unthinkable suspect.
Oh, sorry, I did it. My bad.
The following is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. Just after midnight on July 7th, 2024, dispatchers in Palm Bay, Florida answer a desperate call to 911.
911, what's the location of the emergency? Hello? Okay. Okay, what's going on?
Oh, God. Basically, I was home alone, and this guy, he broke into the house.
Now again, notice with the like this one, we're going to get the dispatch call, and then we're going to get a little bit of interrogation. So this is like an all-encompassing one. Well, I wanted to highlight this, but like this whole aspect where, like basically, her mom's dead and her boyfriend's dead. Now, notice it's like we're going to get a whole fucking spiel until we actually get to that part.
The phone, so I.
Do you know who the man is?
No, I don't know who it was.
Is he still in there?
I don't think so. I waited. I hid in my room for like a really long time. I don't even know how long it's been.
The caller, later identified as 16-year-old Julia Grace Egler, explains that the intruder broke in through the sliding glass door in the back of the house.
I don't think the door was locked, but I don't think he knew that there was a hammer by the back window.
Was it your hammer, or did they bring it with them?
It was just the house hammer. It was just by the back. I think they sucked it down. They grabbed it and broke in the window.
They broke the window with a hammer that you already had in your yard?
Yeah, with the glass.
Okay, take a deep breath. You haven't heard them in a while, right?
We'll get into Crusader.
Was there only one person that you saw?
That I saw, yeah. There was one person.
Okay, and where are you in the house right now?
I'm just in the living room.
Okay, we already have help on the way, so just take a deep breath, okay? Did they try to make contact with you?
No, because I brought... The only thing I was able to grab in time were the dogs, because I wanted them with me. Because I didn't want whoever it was to kill them, obviously.
Is there anyone else at home with you?
Not anymore.
Were you expecting anyone to come home?
My mom and her boyfriend were out getting, they were buying a bed frame for her bed. So they were out buying stuff, and it's just me home alone.
Oh, man, I know this is really scary. But your mom and her boyfriend should be on their way home?
No,
Okay, take a deep breath. We have officers that are going to be coming into the area really soon. And I'm going to stay on the phone with you just in case, okay?
With officers on their way, the dispatcher takes steps to ensure the home is safe for them to enter. But a simple question changes everything in an instant.
Do you still have your dogs with you?
They're just still in my room. I didn't let them out because I didn't want them getting blood all over their paws.
Right. Well, did you say blood all over their paws?
Yeah, because...
Is there blood inside your house?
Yes.
Whose blood is it? Is it your blood, or is it the person who broke in blood? Are you injured?
Oh, I'm fine.
You're fine?
No,
so
I'm fine.
it's the person who broke in. It's their blood? Where is it at?
No.
Bear in mind, like, all this spiel, and they still haven't told them that, like, the mom and the boyfriend is dead.
I don't know if it's their blood or not, but I don't think it's theirs. It's my mom. From what I heard when I was hiding in my room, I could have warned her. It's all my fault. If I had been able to grab the phone, then...
No, nothing is your fault. If someone broke into your house, nothing is your fault. Now, I just want to confirm, do you know if anyone is hurt at your house?
Officers with the Palm Bay Police Department arrive and greet Julia at the door, seemingly unaware of the grim scene waiting on the other side.
Hello. How you doing? What's going on? Why is there blood on the floor?
Because they're...
Huh? What? You okay? Are you okay? Are you bleeding?
No.
Who's bleeding? Come outside. Come outside. Come outside. What is going on? Why is that door smashed?
Someone came in.
252, can we have medical respond? We have blood on the floor.
Who's bleeding? Where's your mom? Stay here. Stay here. Hey. Hang on. It was 10:33. Somebody stay out here with her. Have a seat. You ready? I got doors to the right. Got a body. You okay?
I don't know. I mean, physically, I guess, but... Please help me. Bobby, please.
Got a body on the bathroom floor.
Julia's mother, 38-year-old Kelly McCollum, and Kelly's boyfriend, 22-year-old Matthew Zenort, are found inside, both appearing to have suffered multiple gunshot wounds. A large chef's knife with presumed blood on the blade sits on the bathroom counter, consistent with the multiple stab wounds on Matthew's body. Both victims are beyond any hope of saving.
Sorry, guys, I'm sorry. If I had just grabbed the phone. It just grabbed the phone.
If you just grab the phone in time? Are you hurt anyway?
Oh.
Oh, we're gonna get into it with that. 100% Shantae.
Was there any arguments or anything tonight?
Between who?
With me.
Me and my mom used to argue a lot.
You have
I should have told her I loved her.
Go and get it started.
I should have told her I loved her. Okay. Hey, it's okay. I'll never get to it. It's okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Please forgive me.
Officers ask Julia if there are other family members who can be contacted, but the teen's only immediate relatives are a father and brother living out of state.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry so much. It's not a very manly thing to do.
I don't apologize for having feelings. It's okay. You need to throw up, okay?
Nobody's gonna judge you for that, right?
There's absolutely no judgment here. Just love, okay?
Jazzy, are you timing people out? What's going on? I think it might have slipped or something like that. It is what it is. It is what it is. He's back, though. He's back, baby. You're my boy, Blue.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's sobbing. I should have said I love you more. She knows her mom's dead already. She said that they got into a fight tonight.
Nicole's talking to her, so I'll just calm her down a bit.
Let's hope.
Julia is moved farther down the driveway, kept out of earshot as officers discuss the details with a sergeant who has just arrived on scene.
Kitchen floor. Second 7 in the bathroom. He's got shell casings in there, and also a butcher knife in there.
Okay.
Outside the back door, there's an axe with a sledgehammer.
Okay.
Where he busted the door in.
Okay.
There's shells, not spent, but there's shell rounds outside the back door, which look like the same ones that are in the bathroom.
Okay.
There's like 3 or 4 empty shell casings in the bathroom.
Okay.
The sergeant relays this information to an arriving detective, along with a harrowing theory.
Shell casings are by him. Looks like murder suicide. You can see where he busted in through the screen door in the back.
Yeah, some axe back there on the floor. There's in the
juvenile live here? Yeah, she's the daughter.
She's the daughter.
Female. But not the male. I don't believe so.
I don't know.
There is history of DV.
Yeah, I guess there's history out here.
Just curious, when was our last call out here? I can go check the history.
We had a signal late
I'll
here
ask.
a couple weeks ago. She was signal late a couple weeks ago.
116 by me.
3 months earlier, on April 8, 2024, officers had been called to the home for a domestic dispute between Kelly and Julia. Footage obtained from this incident reveals a troubling history between them.
So my daughter, I'm having a hard time with my teenage daughter.
Yep.
Really hard time. She's been Baker acted twice in the last month. She took beers and would not give them back. I said no. She would not give them back. She started to drink. I have her phone.
Yep.
She's obsessed about, and
She's punished.
when she was drinking alcohol, I took the phone and she's like, give it back. And she barricades her room. Won't let me out of her room. I said, let me out of your room. On the thing, she grabs this off of me very fast, starts to run towards the door. I didn't want to touch her, so I grabbed the back of the hoodie. Again, he's a witness. I'll have like bump from. I grabbed the hoodie and she fell on her butt. And she goes, you choked me. And I said, I didn't mean to choke you. I'm sorry. I grabbed the hoodie because you were running out the door, didn't know where you're going with the cell phone.
Kelly explained that Julia went into the bathroom and locked the door. The officers went inside to ensure Julia's safety.
You haven't made any kind of statements tonight wanting to hurt your mom, or I guess you guys got into an altercation. And were you drinking beer?
I don't think so. No.
You don't think so?
I'm just no.
It's kind of yes or no.
No, it's a no. I'm just an ugly crier, so that's probably why my face looks red or whatever.
Well, no, she said that you I guess possibly grabbed a beer out of the fridge.
I think I just grabbed it to just be annoy her or something.
Look at me.
No, Julia's like the daughter. But Julia is trying to act like a dude. That's the whole thing. Alright? Exactly.
Yeah.
I've done that.
After ensuring Julia was okay and unharmed, the officer expressed his concerns, bringing up another past incident.
We just don't want it to escalate to the point where we start making irrational statements or actions towards ourselves or someone else, right? Because obviously that's when we get called. I mean, what happened last time that we came? You had to go to the hospital, huh?
Yeah.
According to police records, during the previous call, Julia was sent for a psychiatric evaluation after taking too much Tylenol.
If you're going through anything, I'd rather you talk.
What's with the Tylenols? You know what I'm saying? We got a Tylenol epidemic, folks. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable.
Then bottle it up. Because the moment you bottle it up, you're just going to keep piling stuff on, and it's just going to blow up, right? That's usually what happens. I don't want that to happen.
But now, 3 months later, a full-blown tragedy has just taken place, and detectives must work to figure out exactly what happened. Julia explains to a detective that it was still light outside when an intruder came to the back door. After seeing him, Julia claims to have grabbed the two dogs and fled to the bedroom.
I was in my room and it was so loud. It was so loud. And then
What was loud?
It was so quiet. The silence. I heard.
What was loud? Like yelling?
No, I think I heard gunshots.
Okay.
And when I heard those, I knew someone had died. I could feel it, I don't know if that sounds stupid, but I just...
So how long ago did you hear these gunshots?
Like, hour-ish, maybe more. I couldn't tell how much time passed. It just felt like so long. The silence was so loud.
What did you see when you came out?
The silence was so loud. I don't know, man.
It's a limbo. Just a bloody mess. And the boyfriend. They came home and killed them.
Who killed them?
I don't know. I had just been braver, faster. I should still be here right now.
The detective learns that Julia spoke with Kelly via text while she and Matthew were out of the house. But after reading this conversation, something clearly doesn't add up.
You guys are having conversations, but you said it was light out when someone started breaking into the house. But these text conversations are happening at 9:15 p.m.
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was like sunset-ish. I don't know.
But the confusion doesn't end with Julia's unclear timeline. Inside the home, officers struggle to make sense of a crime scene that becomes more puzzling by the second.
So he must have been shooting as he came in. I think.
But the casings are in the bathroom.
Yeah, but there's a casing there's a.
Right.
He could have picked the casings up. I think he was waiting for her. Her backpack's there, her shoes are off.
Right.
Like, she comes in, takes the shoes off, sets her backpack down. She's gonna have to be shot on that right-hand side. Walks in the door. And then he comes out. He's sitting over here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
While there are multiple shell casings and unspent rounds of ammunition throughout the house, there's no sign of a gun anywhere.
Is there guns inside the home?
Yeah, there was.
There was? Where did it go?
I don't know.
How do you know it's not there anymore?
I don't know. I went into my mom's room and before I called 911 because I wanted to see if he was still here or not.
Okay, what did you do when you were in your mom's room?
she has this lockbox where she kept a lot of my things. So I
None of this makes sense,
looked in
bro.
there to see if it's stolen any like electronics or anything, right? Because those are expensive. And I could see in the holster where the gun was, it was empty.
Along with the gun, Julia claims several boxes of ammunition were also missing from Kelly's room. The detective steps away momentarily, asking an officer to give Julia a pat-down.
You're not in trouble or anything, but this is just for everybody. Nothing on you that's going to poke, stick, or stab me on. Are these your AirPods?
Afterward, the detective calls the officer away from Julia.
I'm really asking a question. No,
Something like your clothes or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me questions, it's creatures.
Rather than confront Julia outright, the detective continues asking questions, searching for anything else that might confirm her suspicions.
Did you touch your mom? I don't think so, no. I didn't want to touch their bodies. They were on the ground and stuff, and I didn't know if it would make things worse. I didn't know what it would do.
What do you mean by make things worse?
Well, I didn't know if like it would hurt or if like I was, I don't know, put her through more pain by like moving her. And I don't know.
Okay, was she breathing when you saw her?
I don't think so.
Did you check to see if she had a pulse or anything like that?
Welcome in, Pachun.
I didn't touch her, so no, but I didn't hear her breathing, and there was a big pool of blood, so I just assumed, I guess.
So you just what?
Assumed, I guess.
Okay. Is that, you did the same thing with Matthew? Assumed?
And they were all bloody. I didn't want to get blood all over my hands, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, I just felt like if I did anything, it would make it worse.
Still, blood seems to have transferred onto Julia's shoes, as bloody footprints are discovered throughout the house.
No, that was not us, because we did not step in any blood.
These look like Converse. Yeah, those are, I think, daughter's shoes.
And the gun, have you ever touched the gun?
A long time ago, my mom had me train with it in case someone broke in.
So you're familiar with guns and how they work, how they shoot? Okay. Well, I know it's a lot for you to process. I know it's a lot going on right now for you. Obviously, we're going to do our absolute best to figure out what happened here. Because, you know, it's your mom, right? So we want justice for your mom and her boyfriend, figure out who did this and why. Is anybody come to mind?
My mom told me once that they were really into like drugs and stuff. I don't know if it was someone who had some kind of like grudge and came after them, or because this is just me like thinking out loud.
Yeah.
But they didn't really seem like they wanted me in particular. It was like, because if you think about it, I know that there was some dogs and stuff barking, and you don't like go into a room with a pit bull in it. That's obviously a dumb thing to do.
Like, do you think they knew you were there?
Well, I think they saw me, but I don't think they, I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to, I was mostly focusing on getting my dogs and me out of trouble, right? Because I've had them for years and love them with all my heart.
So why do you think it is that he didn't come after you?
The dogs.
By Julia's account, the killer smashed through the unlocked sliding glass door, took Kelly's gun and ammunition from her bedroom, waited for Kelly and Matthew to return home, shot them both, and fled, all while leaving behind a potential witness who could have identified him. It's a tall tale, but whether there's truth to any of it remains to be seen. For now, the detective leaves Julia in the company of an officer who keeps a watchful eye.
It's like another bad dream, but I can't wake up.
I can't even begin to imagine. I'm sorry.
When I wake up tomorrow, my mom's to say, "Good morning, honey. Did you sleep?" I'm going to jail.
Why would you go to jail?
You can't put me anywhere else.
That's not what happens.
While a search warrant is secured for the residence, Julia is taken to the police station and left in the care of 2 officers.
Wow, what a night. It's been busy.
Sorry to kind of like
add more to your plate.
Why are you apologizing?
I don't know. Well, I get that a lot. I guess I just have a habit of doing it.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Did you hit the lady over there in Malibu earlier? That's where I was at. Somebody got hit by a car. Was it you? Okay. You apologized, so I figured I'd ask.
Oh, sorry, I did it. My bad.
Wait, it was you?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm the criminal here.
An officer then collects Julia's shoes, giving the teenager a pair of booties and a snack.
My mom loves these.
I'm sorry, then.
By morning, Julia is still waiting for detectives to begin questioning. Officers assigned to Julia's care deliver breakfast and put on a popular anime called Death Note. The show centers on a teenager with a supernatural notebook that allows its user to kill anyone whose name is written in it, as long as they know the person's face.
These motherfuckers are goddamn psychos. Andrew Wilson nailed this right in the head, where it's like they've weaponized mental illness. They've weaponized psychos. Because psychos have no issue committing atrocities. This is what I'm saying, like, Kieran, you guys have not researched the whole trans phenomenon and all this kind of shit and how it links to like all this like mental illness shit and psychotic shit and all this stuff. You know?
Finally, detectives bring Julia into the interrogation room, where the truth of what happened to Kelly and Matthew will soon come to light. But first, they address something new they've learned about Julia.
I was informed that you like to go by Jasper. Is that accurate? Because I don't want to, yeah. And what are your pronouns, if you don't mind me asking?
I usually go by he.
He? Okay. So obviously it's been a couple of hours, so you've been with us, so I gotta read you this thing. Your rights first, and then we can go through everything with you and figure out what's going on.
In Florida, juveniles have the same Miranda rights as adults, and courts have ruled that a parent does not have to be present before police questioning. After reading the Miranda warnings, the 16-year-old agrees to answer questions. Very quickly, investigators learn that Kelly and Julia had an argument just one day before the murders took place.
Do you know what the argument is a reference?
I think I wanted to go to like the party or something, and she didn't remind me about it, and I was mad at her for just going without me. I think something along those lines.
But you wanted to go out and have a good time too. It was like a birthday party?
Or? I think so, something like that.
So she comes home with him, and you wake up, and you guys get into a little bit of a disagreement. You're expressing your frustrations, rightfully so. You wanted to go to this party. And she's expressing her frustrations back. What is she saying back to you?
Just this back and forth of, I did tell you, no, you didn't.
Okay.
Yes.
So what came of that?
I think she took my iPod and my phone, but before she left again, she gave it back so I'd be able to text her.
According to Julia, when the devices were confiscated, Kelly would put them in the lockbox in her bedroom.
So I looked in there to see if it's stolen any like electronics or anything, right? Because those are expensive.
Before they continue, Julia asked to use the restroom. They take the opportunity to collect the teenager's clothing for evidence, trading them for a jumpsuit. When questioning resumes, they press more about the ongoing disputes with Kelly.
Well, me and her would have a lot of arguments about things, especially over like me being trans. So she'd be like, okay, you're not a real boy and blah, 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 and all, the whole spiel of transphobic stuff.
Okay.
But
she doesn't approve of your lifestyle, she doesn't approve of that.
Would you say she was like trying to kind of meet me in the middle, but it wasn't really working all that well all the time. She would try to call me child instead of, because it's more like gender neutral rather than kind of meeting in the middle, I guess.
Kelly's Facebook page is filled with photos that suggest they once shared a close bond. In a video Kelly posted in February of 2020, affectionately captioned, "My Julia," the preteen proudly speaks in support of Kelly's business.
My name is Julia, and I want to tell you about...
One sec, folks. We got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Kieran Martin. G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. I was on mute.
No
Just
worries, no
wanted-
worries.
Yeah, I won't stay long, just for a minute. I just wanted to respond to what you said about, people not understanding the psychological background, the psychiatric background of the whole T thing. You said no one's done the research on this shit. Well, I haven't done heavy research, but I've looked into it quite a bit, and you're dead right. The comorbidity rate amongst trans kids is incredible. Things like autism, depression, self-harming. They found out that, if you leave kids alone through that phase, 80% of them will turn out gay. That's just how it is. And so there was a joke made in, there's a thing called WPATH, which is the World Professional, Authority for Transgender Healthcare. They're a self-appointed peak body. And there was a whole bunch of, they're basically activists, and there was a whole bunch of files leaked, and they were making internal jokes that by the time they're finished, there'll be no gay people left, because they're literally just, instead of, is being gay good or not? Well, it's better than cutting your dick off, right? So, and then the other thing that was going on was the way that it, the activists are working through homeless shelters and through wards of the state. So you have someone who's homeless and has real troubles, and they're a kid, and they're being convinced by the activists that maybe your problem is that you're in the wrong body. So then you can also look at the thing that the whole thing starts when the kids get online and they get into Reddit and they're into their fan fiction. There's a real link. There's a real link there with the anime fan fiction and stuff like that. It's actually horrible. It's insidious. It's horrible. It's terrible. It's I was going to say it's the worst medical scandal since lobotomies, but it's gone way beyond lobotomies, and it's all going under the radar. There was a Texas hospital that was told to stop transing kids, and then they agreed. Well, they were made to, but they were still fucking doing it. They were still doing it. It's like billions of dollars. So I don't take lightly what you were saying, that yes, the mental aspects of it are incredibly deep, and I think the industry, we'll just call it that, increases that problem with the mental problems. So
Yeah, they wanted.
Yeah, go on.
You go on. Like this was like why I was showing the debate before this was like in the debate, like that was my whole thing. It's like as a homophobe, like I want to genocide gay people, and what better way than to use the trans ideology, trans agenda? Because like think about it, like as a homophobic person, like if I was a psychiatrist, I have two psychiatrists. Like one's in like a genuine like trying to pursue truth. The other one is like a homophobe and they just want to like genocide the gays, right?
Yep.
The psychiatrist that wants to genocide the gays, like they just gaslight the kid into castrating themselves and cutting their dinglings off and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, and they have the like that kind of like backed excuse of, oh, I'm just affirming their gender. I'm giving them gender affirming care. The doctor that realizes, no, you're just a gay kid, that doctor loses their license.
Correct.
Because
It's the
they're
same
not
like
providing gender affirming care.
a parallel thing happens with, say, for example, something like anorexia. A young girl goes to a doctor. She weighs, 40 kilos, and she's skin and bones, and she says, my problem is I'm too fat. Is the doctor going to say, I agree, I affirm your self-diagnosis? Right? No. Part of, especially with psychologists and therapists, their role is to question and to challenge the person's perception. That's actually the starting point, is to first understand it and then to challenge it. Not to try to impose your own on them, but to just put some tension on it and see if it's real or it's not. And like I said, most trans kids will just end up being gay anyway. So But it's also more than that. It's also, if you've ever seen any work by James Lindsay, some people will kind of accuse him of being a bit of a conspiracy theorist, but he's gone deep into this, way deep into queer theory, looking back through the academic record. He goes right back to Gramsci, who was I think he was pre-Marx or just after Marx. He was writing about the pedagogy of education, introduced queerness as a concept, as a constant challenging of the norm. So even when everyone becomes queer, you've got to challenge that, because that's become normal now. So it's a continual tearing down of any kind of structure. And that's why, again, where the trans thing also breaks down this concept. We had this fucked up situation in Australia with, you can't make this shit up, a court case called Giggle versus Tickle. Right, Tickle versus Giggle. So Giggle was a online app made by a woman called Sal Grover. It was like a woman's app, like a networking app. Women can get together, they can find a roommate, they can get advice on parenting, shit like that. And this this guy whose actual surname is Tickle, that's fucking hilarious. Who's a trans, you know, he's a guy, but he claims to be a woman. And if you see him, I mean, there's no doubt. He got rejected by the face recognition software that they use to allow women only in. Took it to court. It's gone to the Supreme Court. It's now going to the High Court. Her appeal was already knocked back. And the government wrote into law that you can't discriminate against this is kind of paraphrasing, you can't discriminate against a woman based on her appearance. So if a 6-foot man with a beard wants to go into a women's gym, you can't discriminate against that woman based on the fact that she looks like a man, right? It's insane. It's insane. So, you know, she's still trying to raise money for the High Court appeal. It's the opposite of what happened in England, where England actually, the Supreme Court came down with the ruling that biological sex was actually a thing. And it just happened recently in America, I believe, where the Supreme Court made the same distinction that sports teams, female sports teams, can exclude. They didn't use the word trans women. They just said can exclude men, and they fell back onto the biological basis of sex. So at least in America and England, they're getting somewhere. But over here in Australia, man, it's going to hell in a handbasket.
Well, like that. That's what I'm kind of pointing out, that there's no way you devise all these fucked up rules and contradictions, all this kind of shit, unless you were genuinely trying to like genocide gay people. Like, there's no way you could be like that coincidental or that like retarded.
Well, I believe, I saw it on YouTube, so it must be true. I believe the highest rates of trans are actually in like somewhere like Iran, because it's so frowned upon. You know, like you'll get killed if you're gay, but they actually kind of accept trans because at least you're not gay, right? It's well, like that.
Like that coupled with like when you look at like what happens when they have the surgery, like the self-deletion rates skyrocket, the depression, substance abuse, all this kind of shit. And like the Iranians, and this is all the way back in 1980 or mid 1980, so like 40 years ago, the Ayatollah came out and he issued a fatwa, like, which is a religious, like, imagine the Pope signing into law like this thing that we accepted the transgenders, well, they're calling it transsexual surgeries, because they looked at it as a solution to homosexuality. So why the fuck is a regime that actively is homophobic in the way that like they literally throw gay people off roofs? Why are they accepting that? Because it's a solution.
Yeah, well, solution. The other point you're going on, nice reference there. The other point they're going on to is what they call like a detransition rate, which they claim it's 1-2% or, you know, it's whatever. It's not. It's fucking huge. What they do is they don't keep records. So I've seen detransitioners who have gone back and said, I think I made a mistake, you know, and they just don't want to know. They just literally don't want to know. They just shut them out. So there's a guy called Jesse. I can't remember. I think he's a Scouse or he's from somewhere in England. Beautiful young guy. Had his balls cut off and his dick cut off. He was coerced into it while he was going through a mental crisis. The morning he woke up after the surgery, he thought, "Oh shit, what the fuck have I done?" And he's having these experiences where the so-called neo vagina, they used his scrotum skin to line the inside of the vagina. I think it was him. It could have been someone else, but basically they put the skin on the wrong way. So he's got hair growing into his body. He's got pubic hair growing into his body instead of. It's fucking hideous, bro. Absolutely hideous. I can't believe. What's Panchuchin saying? How old, Kieran? Under 18? No, I think he was 18. But if you look up Chloe Cole, or you can look up, the famous Jazz, you can look kids, man. But they start them with a social transition. Then they move to puberty blockers, which are actually used to be used to sterilize
straight pedophiles. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then the pipeline from there is through to hormone replacement or hormone switching therapy, so-called therapy. When they get older, it's absolutely hideous. There's no good results. You have women who get this fake penis made. They have to stretch the urethra. They've got to add a pump that they manually pump up to get something like an erection from this skin sausage that's hanging off the front of them. These are not vaginas and penises. They are. It's fucking abuse, man. It's experimentation. You got sick fucking psychotic doctors and surgeons who want to play around and see if they can, it's some fucking challenge for them, and they make a whole bunch of coin. It's horrible what these people are doing.
Like, this is why I call it like evil genius. Because if you were like think about it.
Well, you're talking about a top-down kind of approach, like there's a cabal of evil geniuses who are making this happen. I wouldn't argue against it. I think they're often actually. I tell a lie. There's a lady called Helen Joyce. She's really good on this. I think it was her who pointed out that this is a top-down thing. This has been introduced from some elite sphere somewhere. The same as feminism was. Feminism wasn't a grassroots operation. It was a fucking top-down imposed, and they used all kinds of strategies. But you could say that feminism and queer, all that, all goes back to the same thing, which is trying to undo Western civilization. Just hitting it right at that's why they go for the kids. That's why there's fucking books on how to have gay sex in fucking the child section of the library.
Because that's another thing as well. Like it's like the same thing of like hurt people kind of thing. So it's like if you basically start like broaching like sex and all this kind of shit with kids too young, like it fucks their mind up. Which again, this thing to mentally destabilize them.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. You destabilize them, and then they're left. If they're left with no foundation for their worldview, so there's no Christianity, even to the point where you apparently can't tell what a man or a woman is, right? How destabilizing is that? And then what you are is you're open. You're open to some sort of structure, some sort of movement that will give you a sense of a framework, and then they pull them in that way. So it's unbelievable to me. Like it's fucking evil. It is. It's evil. That's the only word for it.
It's like what was the dude in Hollywood? Charles Manson? Was it Charles Manson? I always get the names mixed up. The dude that had like the fucking cult thing and all this kind of shit. Like, it's basically like this whole kind of like you fuck the mind up so much. Yeah, it's something like that. But the it's basically you put the mind in such a confused state where they don't even know up from down and all this kind of shit. And then once you have them in that state, like you're their rock. You're the only kind of like, you know, grounding or solid thing. So whatever you say and all this kind of shit, typical kind of like a cult type behavior. And like, sure, there's another one in terms of the Jamestown, the dude that convinced like Joe, like the whole like drinking the Kool-Aid, like that cult is where it stems from, where the people like literally drank poison and all this kind of shit. And you can get these motherfuckers to commit like atrocities. You can like convince them to go in and shoot up a whole town or a bus full of children or whatever, and they wouldn't ask questions. They'll just fucking do it. You know what I mean?
A lot of the cults do have the equivalent of a struggle session where I remember seeing a documentary about Osho, the Bhagwan, Sanjri. You know, he used to write these books, a bit like Eckhart Tolle, you know, sort of these, you know, life-changing spiritual books and shit. But there's a great documentary called, what's it called? Oh, fuck, I can't remember. There's a great documentary about the town that they sort of moved into in America. Wild Country, I think it's called. And they would have these struggle sessions where, you know, you basically stand in the middle of a circle and everyone tells you everything wrong with you. And they break you down until you have no sense of yourself anymore. And then you're obviously looking for some sort of grounding. And then they offer you a framework. And usually the framework includes you've got to fuck the fucking grand leader, right? So it's fucking terrible, man.
Yep. And I think about this on like the mass scale. This is why I keep trying to point out like who are the three enemies to the nation. You have obviously like the illegal immigrants like Habibi and his thing and all this kind of shit that want to actively destabilize the West. But the second group that I name is like the traitors, like the communists, the lefties, you know, the Pride Parade advocates and all this kind of shit. Like, wouldn't it be such a quinky dink if you're able to like mentally fuck these people and like convince them, yeah, like let's actually go over and fight Russia because Russia is our greatest enemy and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? How would you be able to do that? You break them down mentally to the point that turn them psychotic. You just fly them over to Ukraine and you blow them up, because then you're not wiping out or culling these people. Essentially, all you're really doing is like they're casualties of war at that stage. You know what I mean? Because think about like who's that guy, Dylan Burns? He's already doing the whole like reporting in Ukraine, all this kind of shit. This is a noble war, like crazy shit, man. And they're like all the lefties are slopping it up. They think that China's their ally and Russia's their enemy. So what happens when Russia attacks a NATO ally?
Yeah, who's that bloke who went to Cuba? Lefty
Hassan.
fucking Hassan. Yeah, went to Cuba. He contravened the sanctions by America to send aid or send, you know, support and food and shit. And he went over there with fucking truckloads of the shit. and he was put up in a hotel, you know, paid for by the so-called government, etc. And he comes back and wondered why he's in trouble. Fucking hell, man.
Mm-hmm. And like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of you can't deport like traitors to the nation, but you can't send them to war. And that's why I keep saying it's like, is this all some like grand scheme to the basic kind of like cold society of like all the communism, all the queer shit, all the like obviously the illegals and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's why I genuinely think that this whole kind of like wrap up or this kind of like prep for Russia is all about. Because when you notice, like as soon as Biden took office, it was like, okay, starting a war with Russia. This shit's going on in Israel. You know what I mean? Let's go, boys. Let's go. And then Trump steps back in going, what the fuck is going on here? You know? It's just food for thought in terms of like what I'm seeing and trying to like put all the pieces together. Because
well, it's also
even, like
it's also one of the criticisms they made of Trump many times. Oh my God, he's speaking to Putin. Oh my God, he's speaking to Kim Jong. I mean, or what's his name? Kim Jong if he's
Xi
still
Jinping.
alive. No, from North Korea.
North Korea, yeah, Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, oh my God, he's speaking to these people, and it's like, well, wouldn't that make sense to negotiate with your enemies and to make offers, make threats, and they're seen as a bad thing? And I was thinking, no, that makes perfect fucking sense. The same thing he did with Zelensky. He said, "You haven't got any cards, mate. You've got no cards. Right? Wear your card. Wear your ace. The ace up the sleeve. So don't tell us what we're going to do." And remember that? I think you might have seen the press conference where Zelensky went to him. Yeah, it was, and JD Vance got involved and said, "You should be thanking us, you motherfucker." Like, what the hell?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think that's the main difference with I've seen with Trump is that he's actually out there doing the work. Which is, yes, Crusader, yeah, diplomatic relations, right? So, but I think, like you're pointing out, the other side that under Biden, no one talks to anyone. We just so what the hell? Which is the less usual tactic. We don't talk. We shut down dialogue.
Like what I'm pointing, because like Pachuan says as well, like in Europe it's like openly, it's like, yeah, like this is a noble war, we need to fight Russia at all costs and all this kind of shit. and it makes me think, like I'm kind of like going even like one level higher to then it kind of saying, like, if I was a Nazi and I had a deep state CIA and like all these kind of networks, Odessa and all this kind of shit, and I wanted to essentially wipe communism, queer, like all this shit off the map. Big confrontation with Russia would be with drone warfare would be a politically correct way of doing so.
Yeah, especially on behalf of somebody else, like the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not our war. We're just looking after, NATO and Europe, and we're sort of, support. Like, I get you, but I mean, it's almost impossible, I think, for anyone, let alone me and you, to understand all the complex factors that go into it. There'll be political, there'll be financial, the whole thing with Lockheed Martin during the Iraq War. And then the concept where you spend millions on weapons to flatten a country, and then you pay millions to contractors to go back in and rebuild it, right? Things like this. So it's almost impossible. And then to think that somebody could coordinate all of that, I don't think so. I think there's more different actors at the top who kind of recognize certain human predilections and certain vulnerabilities in human psychology, and they kind of move things in a certain direction for their own interest's sake. And then it kind of gets a life of its own and starts to move, and they're kind of fanning the flames, if you will. But I don't know that anyone could really come up with a blueprint at the beginning and go, well, fuck me, I'm just contradicting myself because the fucking communists did. The Marxists come up with the long march through the institutions, which they've been successful, by the way, as if you hadn't noticed. So yeah, no, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a cabal, some kind of eyes wide shut kind of shit going on. Some cabal of fucking rich, really, really, like people who are richer than countries, fucking making it happen.
Because, like, isn't it interesting that, like, anybody who's shown, like, reasoning skills or rationalization, like common sense, what they call common sense back in the day, like, they're just branded as far right,
Well, that's something that...
And you can't trust someone who's far right. You can't put them on the front lines because they'll defect over to Russia or they'll help the enemy. You need, these progressive liberals. You need to send them over.
You familiar with Douglas Murray?
Yeah,
I mentioned you. Yeah. Yeah. So he pointed out a couple of years ago, around the time he wrote his book, The War on the West. Good book, by the way. I highly recommend it. He pointed out this idea that, we have, what do you call it? Like white privilege. You have, things like this idea of privilege. Then they started with pretty privilege. If you're good looking, you've already got a certain bit of privilege. I can attest that's true, by the way. That I'm very privileged in my life due to my pretty. Yeah. He said, watch out when they come after intellectual privilege. When they say being smart is privilege, right? If you think about it, it's fucking insane. That's the inmates running the asylum. Right. And that's actually what's happening without them saying it. No one's come out and called it, smart privilege. But I think you're dead right. What's happening is people who have open debate. I sometimes watch Abolitionists Rising. They're a great channel. And if you start reviewing them, I'm going to sue you because I review them. So what he does is he just stands in the street and has conversations about abortion. He sees prohibition for abortion in the same vein as slavery was seen. So he sees himself as similar to the anti-slavers back in the day. And he hears the same arguments that people made for slavery that they make for abortion. But the other day, just yesterday, I saw an interaction he had with some college students. I thought I had seen how stupid people could be. And then I thought I'd already seen the bottom. Panchurchin, it's called The War on the West by Douglas Murray. The Kariak, I should send it to you at some point. It's unbelievable. This guy's got a couple of PhDs, I think, one in the history of biology or something, history of science, and another one in something else. And these fucking kids, they're always saying, what qualifications do you have? Blah, blah, blah. And he normally doesn't bite back. He doesn't respond on that level. He just keeps making the argument. And bro, it's insane. It's insane. And we're starting to see it already now. You've seen a couple of judges in America get booted, and I think one's on trial for their like DEI type stance, where they're perverting the course of justice in the name of equality, activism. So they're the ones who were back at school in the 80s and 90s and were going through university. So that's what I think Douglas Murray pointed at that as well. We're going to start seeing what we already are. The journalists, the politicians, even the lawyers, they're all coming through now. They're becoming managers, they're becoming judges, and so it's right into the system now. Thankfully, it looks like America still has a sturdy enough rule of law and like a system that can filter it out. But it's amazing how far it can go before it actually gets pulled up. So basically, are we screwed? Or just God bless America? Okay.
Well, not this is what I'm saying in terms of like the are we screwed aspect. Because think about it, like World War II, you have like again, not to get bogged down too much in terms of the particulars, but if you were a nationalist, right, and you essentially were betrayed by the Allies or Britain in a sense of, like they're siding with the communists and globalists, they don't even realize what this means, all this kind of shit. You go into hiding, and you're kind of thinking, okay, how the fuck are we going to fight back against what's going to be a mass to a global infrastructure that, like I said, has infiltrated not just the colleges and education, but like the judiciary and all this kind of shit, and not just in America, but like all across the West, all this kind of shit. How are you going to combat that? Because they're like, they have all these resources, they have all these like they've essentially won the war. They have like the whole like PR on their side and all this kind of shit. Think about the amount of like films that were made about Nazi Germany. How many films were made about, Stalin or the Bolsheviks and all this kind of shit? You know what I mean? It's a pretty lopsided scale, to say the least, right? So
Yeah, we
if
had
that's
we have a channel over here on TV called SBS. It's kind of like a public broadcaster. So they have some sort of responsibility to, I don't know, show independent stuff, maybe be balanced, a bit like the ABC. And I remember back in probably the early 2000s, every time you turn that fucking channel on, there's a documentary about World War II and about or about the Nazis or about, you know, the man himself. Like every single week, I'm thinking, who's running this? I mean, I like watching the documentaries, but it was like again and again and again. And I did wonder, what's the campaign here? Like, what's the what's behind? What's the rationale behind this? Behind this drive? Like, I get it. We were all taught, you know, probably the epitome, which isn't true, that the worst genocides, etc., were the Germans in World War II, which isn't true, by the way. It was probably maybe the most systematic. That's probably what got people's attention the most, was the way that they kept records and, you know, were very mechanical about the way they went about it. But if you compare it to the Soviet Union, or you can go back in history, like how many massacres, how many genocides weren't reported and weren't spoken about. So I can understand you want to have a focal point for the concept of evil. But the idea that there's kids running around with Che Guevara fucking t-shirts on and the hammer and sickle is just insane. It was Jordan Peterson who said the hammer and sickle should evoke in you the same response as when you see a swastika. Right? It should be,
if not worse. But like, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you're in that position and all this stuff, like in terms of like actually like going into hiding, all this kind of stuff going down to Argentina, all this kind of shit is true. You're sitting there and you're kind of going like, you know what's about to come, like this whole kind of thing of like, because even when you go back to World War II, you know, Stalin was already making moves in China, in South America, and all this kind of shit in terms of pushing this like global agenda for like communism, get rid of all the nations and all this kind of shit, right? If you know that this is going to come to fruition, what better way than to play into your hand? You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is, you know that they're going to push queer ideology to you know, rock the cart or try to destroy the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is the backbone to the nation.
Yeah,
but
well,
then
I would argue.
you roll out, and this is why I keep pointing back to the trans thing. It's like you roll out this trans thing, and then you like basically super glue it onto the whole LGB, because lesbians, gays, bisexual, that's like who you're attracted to, or your sexual orientation. You know what I mean? Whereas
it's still based on
trans
biology.
is completely different.
Correct.
But
Correct.
the trans is
So
completely different.
there are plenty of gays and lesbians who don't want to be a part of the LGBT so-called community. They draw the line at LGB, right? They say, you know, lesbian, gay, and bi. Now, bi is just gay, because if you, like, for example, if you're a man, we already know that you're into women. So the fact you're also into men, it's just like a form of gay, and same with the lesbians, right? So, but it's still based on biological, on a biological foundation. Yeah, you're a man or a woman. The trans thing's part of the queer theory, where they start to break down that concept. Like, again, to quote Jordan Peterson, sex evolved, dimorphous sex evolved before trees, right? The idea that we can distinguish between a man and a woman is the most probably one of the most fundamental distinctions that we can make. And that's why you can do it in an instant. If you hear of, now, every now and then you'll hear a guy speaking and you think that's a woman. And then you see him and you go, holy shit, the man's got a woman's voice, right? Every now and then. But generally speaking, 99.9 to the 10th fucking degree, you look at someone for 5 seconds and you know it's a man and a woman. So to undermine that and to have people supposedly confused about that is really cutting the tree off at the roots. If you
But I look at it as a mind virus. And when I look at it, it's like it's a mind virus to genocide gays. Like if you look back to that debate that I was showing previous to this, Like that's based my whole argument, where it's like I'm a Nazi, I'm Satan, I'm the devil, I'm everything you accuse me of being. But I actually want this. If I am a homophobe and I want to genocide gay people, I want the trans agenda. Because like I explained, with like the doctor who's actually like wants to genocide gay people, he's protected. He's giving gender affirming care. And all he's doing is gaslighting what would be a gay kid. Like Dylan Mulvaney should have been a gay dude, but now he's castrated himself, cut his dick off, and he's paid thousands of dollars to do this to himself.
Yeah.
That's evil genius. That's
Yeah, there's
literally
also-
evil genius.
There's also two, generally speaking, I'll go back to Helen Joyce. She wrote a book called Trans, When Ideology Meets Reality or something. I haven't read the book, but I saw so many videos from her book tour, so I kind of got a real insight into what her perspective is. And she was pointing out there's two, and others have pointed this out. There's two kinds of trans. There's generally it's teenage girls, and that can be attributed to a combination of a social contagion. Teenage girls are prone to that. It happened with anorexia. Yeah, well, it happened with anorexia, and it happened with bulimia. It happened with cutting. It spreads like a
Tourette's.
The social contagion, right? So, and also combine that with the obvious difficulties of being a young girl growing up, and you start to grow into a woman's body, and men start giving you attention. It's a bit uncomfortable, etc. The cure for that is puberty. Right, that's the cure. Puberty is the cure. Is that you go through it, you grow into your body, and you learn the skills to navigate the world like as who you are. The other group of trans are basically gynophiliacs. They're middle-aged men who like to cross-dress. They get turned on by presenting themselves as women. So the fact that they have to, and I'm sort of quoting Helen Joyce here, or at least paraphrasing, this is where the concept of the trans child comes from. The autogynophiliacs really get upset if you don't accept that they're women. Like you have to accept it, right? So if you take that back, if you extrapolate that backwards, you end up with the concept of the trans child, someone being born that way. So basically, you've got middle-aged men with a sexual deviation who are pushing an agenda that produces this concept of a trans child. That was the way that she was kind of reasoning on it.
But this is what I'm saying, like that to me is literally like a mind virus. Because the example I give in the debate is, okay, you have a 9 or 10-year-old boy, and he comes in to you and say, "Oh, I really like other boys. I don't really like other girls."
Yeah.
How easy is it for you recognize, okay, this is a gay kid, or this is probably going to grow up as a gay kid. Let's say it's like a 9 or 10-year-old Dylan Mulvaney. How easy is it for me to say, well, how'd you know you're not just a woman trapped inside a male's body?
Yep. Especially if you're motivated by money or ideology. The likes of Chloe Cole, she did a great interview with Jordan Peterson. She was diagnosed with autism, etc., etc. She said that when she was a kid, all the women around her and the girls were growing, waists and hips and big breasts and stuff, and she noticed her own development wasn't going that way. She wasn't kind of rounding out. She was going to be like a slim sort of, maybe a bit flat-chested, etc. And somehow that got turned into, it might be better if you're a boy. And so it's fucking. You should have seen Peterson's face when she was describing the comorbidities, and he was like almost had his hands in his face going, because he's a clinical psychologist. I respect him as a psychologist, right? I really do. And I think when his focus a few years ago was all about psychology, I was really, really respect him for that. A lot of really interesting insights and good work. As he moved into the political sphere and stuff like that, he had some good takes, but I'm not so interested. I think his qualifications and his professional work, his theology, I don't go for that either.
But Kieran, isn't it so weird that what did the Germans do to the Jews? They gave them stars, they gave them numbers, all this kind of shit, so they were easy to identifiable.
Mm-hmm.
Now the whole LGB queer thing, like they have their own flag when they're on their social medias, which is all, it can all be recorded and pulled up through AI now and all this kind of shit. There's databases and all this kind of shit, so we all know exactly who's who. We have your IP address, all this kind of shit. They have their badges, they have their LGBT badges, all this kind of shit as well. So it's shaping up to be basically the exact same thing, and that takes care of the degeneracy. Then you have the traitors of the communists and all this kind of shit, right? And like when you notice like this whole aspect of funding the communists and like getting them to go to ICE protests and all this kind of shit, it's basically just coaching them into like almost like a pseudo military prep. And then like you have the foreigners as well. Like even looking at it from the aspect, I don't know, like if you kind of looked into with Australia and all this kind of shit, but it's like they're housing like these foreigners, like not only in hotels, 4-star hotels and all this kind of stuff, treating them as nice as they possibly can, all this kind of shit, but also putting them in military barracks and all this kind of shit. And what they're doing is that they're using them to quell the protests, like the counter protests and all this kind of shit. So they basically all hop in a van. They go down the country because there's like a protest against the new centre getting set up. And they basically just beat the shit out of the nationals. So you're now coaching these immigrants into saying that we have your back. So like anytime you hop in a van, you're just going to be going up to beat a bunch of white people and all this kind of shit, feeding into that whole shit. You're priming them, you're priming the communists, and you've primed the queers essentially. So when the time comes, when Russia drops that bomb on a NATO ally, why wouldn't they get on the plane? Especially because they're all in debt now.
Here in Australia, with the immigration thing, it's kind of interesting. We had this would have been, God, I forget how long ago. There was a couple of prime ministers, Julia Gillard and Kevin Rudd, on the Labor side, which is the left side over here. And then, ironically, the Labor guy came up with what he called the Nauru solution to illegal immigrants, which was we pick up illegal immigrants on the high seas on the way here, and then we had a deal with Nauru that we drop them off there, and they hold them, so they're outside the jurisdiction of Australian law. So we have no responsibility for due process, etc. And they basically live indefinitely in these camps in Nauru. We also had Christmas Island. There's a couple of other places where, so that was our solution, right? Our government solution was just fucking stop them, pick them up in open waters, keep them outside Australian jurisdiction, and circumvent the whole process. Now, it was quite effective. The the whole policy was kind of called "Stop the Boats," and it worked. It's brutal as fuck for the poor people stuck in these camps, but it fucking worked. It stopped it. But we recently had an issue about bringing back ISIS brides. So we have Australian citizen women who went over to the Middle East. They're marrying jihadis and stuff like this. So officially, they have the right to come back because I think constitutionally or whatever it is, you can't strip someone of their citizenship. And so we've recently had them come back, and like a couple of them. And the question is, how do they handle that? Right? It's pretty. It's beyond my understanding, but I can see where. Okay, again, I'll quote Peterson again because it seems relevant. He said, "The left are really good at playing identity politics." He said, but they got to be careful because if you push the right to play identity politics, they'll play it better than you.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be nasty. Like we've seen the right do identity politics. And he said, you don't want that. Right. So, but I don't know, like I see Britain and I think, damn, it's like, it's one thing to say you had a garden, right, like a lawn, and you've got weeds in one corner. That's a problem, okay? You can deal with it. But if the weeds are filtered all through the entire lawn, how do you get rid of the weeds without destroying the lawn? Right. So that's what it looks like to me in Europe, is that it is so embedded right through every country. Like, look, I'm not advocating for it, but it sounds almost like you've got to round them all up and get them out of here. And man, that sounds familiar, right? That sounds familiar. And then how do you figure out who they are? So I've been watching the Patriot marches in England and I think in Ireland as well. United Kingdom, stuff like that. Man, that looks like it's gonna pop off at some point. And that's scary shit, man.
But this is why I'm saying, in terms of like priming, like those three groups, those are the three main groups of the traitor to the nation. You know, the immigrants, the traitor or the communist, and then the queer, essentially, right? And in all three facets, it looks like they've been greased up or primed up and ready to go into Ukraine. Because a huge problem with the immigrants is like, this came up earlier, it's like a lot of them literally just fucked their passport out the window or off the boat when they were coming over here. So it's like, where did you deport them back to? That's the typical like, leftist counter. It's like, where are we going to put them? Where, and all this kind of shit. It's like, send them off to Ukraine. We need manpower. And it's all fighting age military men from North Africa and the Middle East, which again weakens those countries. Those countries can no longer defend themselves because all the fighting age military men came over here, and they're just going to go, well, we don't need to we don't even need to know where they came from. We're just going to promise them citizenship. Say, oh yeah, like we'll give you a nice, you've got a 4-star hotel now. We're going to give you a nice, lovely apartment, and you're going to be a national. You're going to be able to stay here forever, and all this kind of shit. Blah 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 blah. Feed them all lies. Get on the plane, habibi, go over to Ukraine. Then the communists that have like took out hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a useless fucking degree that they're never going to get a job in. They're in a massive load of debt. Well, we have a huge payday here if you go out and fight this war for us. And Russia's is the ultimate enemy. Like as Pachun was saying, like we all want to fight Russia, right? And then again with the queer thing, they're already so fucking mentally ill that they, like we're kind of talking about with the whole Charlie Manson thing, they'll do whatever the fuck you want them. You know?
Oh yeah, these fucking retards with signs that say "Queers for Palestine." What?
Because they're pedophiles.
What the fuck, man? Like it's
that makes sense. Queers for Palestine makes sense.
How?
Because think about what age was Aisha? Islam is the perfect religion for a pedophile.
Yeah. That's not what they do that, but that's not the main thing. The main thing is this whole non-binary, you know, the whole even non-binary is a fucking retarded term anyway. You can only have non-binary because there's a binary, right? If there was no binary, then non-binary makes no sense.
Also, how would bisexuals exist?
Yeah, correct. Well, it's also, I mean, look, we could go into it, but it's just you end up down the same rabbit hole. It's absolutely retarded. The whole thing, like that's right off the bat, simple as that. That's why I say there's no such thing as gender. Right? It was made up by John Money. It's a load of bullshit. It was promoted by Judith Butler. There's no such thing as gender. It's simple as that. Just stop lying to us, right? Stop.
But if I can convince you, Kieran, that 1 equals 0, I can convince you of anything.
I know. Was it Voltaire or Disraeli who said if you can, what did he say?
Convince them of the absurdity, you can get them to commit the atrocity.
That's it. Perfect. Thank you. Yep. Which is the same thing where the left will do things like, you know, throw around the word. I don't know if Nazi. You say it all the time. You could throw that word around, accuse your opponents of being that. It justifies doing anything. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? If you really believe that your opponents are that bad, that reprehensible, that immoral, that outside of common discourse and political debate, they're outside of it all, why wouldn't you do anything? Like, you'd be a hero for doing that. You'd be a martyr. But
Precisely.
but when it's all tied into, if you look at the Charlie Kirk situation, then the kind of friend group that Tyler had, you see it. It's right there. It's queer fucking theory. It's all fucking queer shit.
Let's look at the Baphomet statue.
At the what?
The Baphomet statue.
What's that?
You ever seen the Baphomet statue?
No.
One sec. Baphomet. Right. It's like it speaks to kind of like the. Oh, is this going to be us blurred? For fuck's sake! Unbelievable. All right, one sec. Where is it? There's one with the fucking, yeah, there we go. Is this it?
Baphomet. It sounds a bit satanic or something.
Oh, it is. It is, right? And when you look at like this figure, right? And this is even described in the Bible, right?
Yep.
Head of a beast, right?
Yep.
Tits of a woman, penis of a man, and it's all the children around here. Bestiality, transsexuality,
Yep.
and pedophilia.
Yep. Yeah. It kind of reminds
Like that
me.
is like the peak. This is the peak image of like your perception on reality is gone.
Yep.
You're
I
fucked.
think that reminds me of reading Rachel Wilson's book, Occult Feminism, where she tracks it back to witchcraft, right? So, and I was thinking about that. If you pull out from under people the concept of patriarchy, the concept of Christianity, monotheism, etc., you're left. Well, what's the alternative? The alternative is going to be witchcraft. It's going to be superstition. It's going to be, and if you embed yourself in that, and you become opposed to the concept
Reason.
of patriarchy, yeah, exactly. So I've noticed a lot of maybe I'm going a bit of a tangent. It's just how my brain goes. I've noticed some music recently. I know Rachel's done this too. She's done a breakdown of some popular music. Stefan Molyneux also did this at one point, looking at the sort of the symbols and the wording in popular music. People like Billie Eilish, but Florence and the Machine. There's a couple of songs by her recently, and they just sound like howling witches.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even lying. They literally, it sounds demonic. Now, I don't mind a bit of metal, like a bit of heavy metal, and that doesn't sound demonic. It just sounds like dudes fucking having a good time on guitars and just rocking out. When the girls do this stuff, like Florence and the Machine, Lady Gaga had some fucking video clip that had all this fucking religious symbology, and it's all fucking horrible. Sam Smith did it. Look at the Paris Olympics, right? The fucking symbology in there. But I think it's like I said, if you reject the foundation, if you reject the which I'm going to say is, as far as I can tell, if you reject Christianity, you end up with, you're just kind of groping in the dark. Right. Now, Christianity also has some pretty strong connections to Greek philosophy and to kind of reason and logic and things like this. If you're going to reject that, you're going to reject the West. What have you got? You've got a bunch of girls sitting in a circle, wiping their menstrual blood on their face and saying spells to kill somebody, right? It's crazy.
It's the complete opposite to reason. Superstition is the complete opposite to reason. You know what I mean? And like that's why it's a complete inversion. It's a corruption.
Another sort of cultural reference. I was just talking last night with Katie about, or the night before, about the movie the Never-Ending Story, and the concept that the universe could vanish. Right now, it wasn't Christian based, but it was this idea that if evil wins, everything vanishes. Like the entire universe will just collapse on itself and vanish. And that's what this mayhem looks like. Because where else can it go? Well, actually, somebody said it doesn't matter how stupid somebody can be. There's always some son of a bitch who's prepared to be more stupid, right? So, hell, who knows? Who knows what depths this shit could go to? Oblivion would be the least of our worries.
But this is the whole thing where I keep like trying to point towards like there's a bigger game at play here, or there's a bigger force at play here, and like this whole thing of like the communist globalist agenda. Like, if you're going to do, what would be the right way of saying this? If you're going to wipe people, like think of like Moses, right? Like on that last night, it's like you need to make sure you do it all in one night and get the fuck out of town. You need to create an environment that plays into your enemy's hands. Let them think that they're winning. But all you're really doing is making sure that you expose every single one of them without a shadow of a doubt. Like I said, like they've all signed their death warrants at this stage. Everyone knows who the queers are. They wear the badges. They have their own fucking badge now. We all know exactly who they are. We all know exactly who the communists are. We all know exactly who the immigrants are. They've all exposed themselves. The mask has been dropped, so to speak. You know what I mean? And
well, it's a fair point. They've made they've created a environment where they can unabashedly display and promote out in the
just
open.
think back,
right?
like Elton John had a wife. Like a lot of like even just like gay dudes like played it on the down low and all this kind of shit. But Elton John used to have a wife and all this kind of shit. Now you have an environment where it's like it's all out in the open. It's all clear. We all know who is. And as a right winger, let's just put it this way: as a right winger, why would you want to fight for the European army? What the fuck am I going to save? What am I fighting for? No reason to fight for the EU. I'd cheerlead the EU fucking getting absolutely decimated. It's a fucking tyranny. It's a bullshit tyranny. You know what I mean?
I did see that.
And on the flip side as well, they think that I'm a far right Nazi piece of scum, so why the fuck would they put me on the front line? I'd end up helping Russia out.
I think I may have discussed it with you or not. That EU meeting where they were all the majority were shouting "send them back." They were all just chanting "send them back, send them back."
That's what I'm saying, Kieran. Like you're starting to see this wave of nationalism, not only in Europe but in Australia. You know what I mean? Potentially Canada too, right? I'm not too familiar with the Canadian politics, right? So what do you think if the nationalists seize power, and again, a lot of these elections are coming up in 2029. So I keep saying, all you have to really do is just survive to 2030, folks. That's when the fireworks go up, so to speak. You know what I mean? So all these nationalists take over, right, just at the right time, where you have a shit ton of foreign men who are fighting age, military fighting age men. You have all them at your disposal. You have a bunch of these fucking communists that are primed up and are fucking foaming at the mouth to go attack Russia. And you have like these pedophiles that are so fucking mentally destroyed they don't even know what reason is.
Yeah, well, it goes to the concept of the useful idiot, which is, like a communist sort of concept. Useful idiots. All these little fucking college student retards running around with their blue hair and set them rings and their Dr. Martens. How dare they wear Dr. Martens boots? Brother, you know being from Britain, Dr. Martens, when I was 15, the only way to get Dr. Martens boots was to have a friend who was going to England and to buy a pair. And honestly, it was either black or cherry red. You aren't going for the oxblood, right? And I found one shop in Melbourne that had Dr. Martens boots. 1985, they were $150. I saved up my pocket money. They were half a size too small. I wore them anyway. But Dr. Martens boots used to mean something. And now, and I don't mean the skinheads. I don't mean the skinheads, you know. I was into ska music. The Scars were very, you know, anti-racist, and they wore Dr. Martens, and they're you know, that's similar style. Now watching them running around with their, like I said, these freaks, absolute freaks running around, and Dr. Marten boots. Get the fuck out of here. Don't worry about world politics. Don't worry about the fate of the West. Just stop them wearing Dr. Marten boots.
That's the thing about all these communists and these socialists, bro. It's all about the money. And what have they done? They've taken out massive loads of debt. Get these useless college degrees. Fucking woman studies, blah, 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 fucking DEI, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're not going to get employed at that, and you've just taken out essentially a fucking almost a mortgage.
Yep.
Put yourself through college.
Yep.
And next thing you know, it's like, well, we have this enemy, Russia, that we know you don't like. You know that this is the greatest threat to democracy is Russia. You know what I mean? And we can't send these far-right Nazis over there. We can't give them the win. So we're going to pay you, like, we'll pay you a lot of money to go over to Ukraine. And little do they know, drone, it ain't going to be like World War II, baby. Drone warfare, good luck. Good fucking luck to you. All you hear is a buzzing sound and you blow up.
Yeah, but I can't see. I get what you're saying, but the practicalities of putting these people through basic training and stuff like that, I just can't see it happening.
You don't need to, bro. They're egotistical as fuck. They think that they think that women can beat the shit out of men, bro. That's how retarded these cunts are.
Well,
You know
we
what I
could
mean?
do like
And like I said, it's either this, like, and this is the whole thing where like a lot of people get uncomfortable because I'm saying a lot of shit that makes sense, but it's like, well, it's fucking evil, Teriak, but it's evil genius. Like let's be clear about that. But it's either this or it's civil war on your own streets.
Yeah, well, I guess we could set up a kind of they could set up a flotilla, a bit like Greta Thunberg, right? So here in Australia, we have a right-wing channel on YouTube. They're fucking awesome. They always refer to Greta Thunberg as the Doom Goblin. It's so funny. Yeah, her little trip into the Middle East on the fucking on the sailing ship. I guess we could convince them all to, you know, have a flotilla of sailing ships to go into the Middle East and, you know, make them, you know, bring queer theory to the Middle East. Maybe that'll get them going. That's for the girls. The guys, what you got to do is get all the boys running around with their fucking Che Guevara t-shirts, right? Give them an armband and a beret and a pocket knife, and say, "Bro, go and make a real difference. You can do it. You're like the Black Panthers of the West." Give them a sense that they're being militarized and they're going to actually make a difference. Half-foot gaming. That shit up. Just got to say, half-foot gaming. Yes, lefties losing it. That's I think it's Sky News here in Australia, but they have a segment called "Lefties Losing It." It's always hilarious. They often pick on The View in America. They pick on Greta, and then they always have these kind of random things about lefties. They'll pick on Kamala or Camel Toe, whatever her name is.
And like
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying, like, for people not to black pill, people not to resort to taking it into their own hands, because subtleties are there. You know what I mean? The breadcrumb is there if you're willing to look. Because there's no way that the government is this fucking retarded unless there's something bigger being schemed. Because like you said, like you're the one that would like and I believe you're right in terms of what you're saying. It looks like, on the surface, it looks like Britain is about to break out into fucking civil war. That's how bad it is. Same thing in Germany, same thing in France, all this kind of shit. That's where we're at in terms of like the tension that's in Europe, at least. Right.
And it's going to, and if that did happen, bro, it would look terrible because it's going to happen. It's going to happen along like lines of color, right? It's going to be like, if it does, it'll be fucking terrible because it'll be when a riot breaks out, we want these people out, and the mentality is we're going to burn down their houses, we're going to beat them up. But everybody, brown, black, whatever, is going to be a target, right? So it's going to like, because that's the kind of mob mentality, right? Mobs have a Douglas Murray had another book called The Madness of Crowds, right? And there's also been psychological research into this idea that people can lose their minds in a crowd.
It's a wildfire.
Yes, it's a wildfire. Yeah.
And typically when you see these huge forest fires, it's like literally like some cunt flicked the cigarette out off his car, just driving past the highway, and it was just an incredibly dry day, and the cigarette lands on a fucking leaf. That leaf burns up. It spreads. The next thing you know, you have this rampage and fucking fire.
Well, it's the metaphorical tinderbox, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from over here, looking at what's going on in Britain now, I'm relying on some YouTube media, and speaking to people like you and etc. I can hear the stress in your arguments. You're making logical arguments. I know people call you an artsy and shit, but you're looking for a solution, right? And I can't believe it. If I watch, I got a copyright warning for showing what's her name, Dooley. This was years ago in Luton, with all these jihadis and extreme Muslims. Fuck the UK, fuck police. They're walking down through a British street. Fuck the UK. So, I get it, and I know there are places in England which are no-go zones for Westerners, no-go zones for women. There are I think Hampshire's fucked at the moment, as well as other places. So I get it, and I can't imagine the frustration. I've seen old couples who have lived in their house for 60 years who have to move because they're being overrun by aggressive. Now, someone call me racist for saying a fact. Aggressive Pakistanis and aggressive Muslims, and they have to move. They're 75 years old. They have to move because it's no longer what it was. And these people are literally against English people. So I heard you before talking about this idea of nationalism. So, for example, I consider myself Australian. Okay, so I came here when I was 4 years old. I was naturalised. My dad revoked our British passports and stuff. He said, "Okay, we're coming to Australia. We belong to one country." So and I've adopted Australian life, etc., etc. So I consider myself Australian, but am I Irish? Because I was born in Ireland and my mum's family goes back in Ireland. My dad's family goes back to Italy somewhere at some point. What is it? I heard what you were saying before about you were kind of referring to the continuity of generations, your family, your language, your culture. So if somebody was to move to Ireland and become a citizen, I can understand the question, are you Irish? I would say no. I'd say you're an Irish citizen. And well done and congratulations. But Irish, no. No, because there is an Irish. I discovered that when I've mentioned it before on my stream, when because I came out here so young, I didn't have any connection to my sort of Irish heritage. And it wasn't until I was in my 20s or 30s and I saw the movie The Commitments. And like you remember the saying, the Irish are the black of Europe and the Dubliners are the black of Ireland. It was something like that. And and there was just one scene where they had a few older ladies, little older ladies. I forget the context, but they looked like my mum. Now, my mum, you know, she was white, she had dark hair, she looked like any other typical white person, but there was something about the look of these older women that looked a lot like my mum and her sister. And I thought, wow, like I do have a kind of a cultural heritage. I do have a connection there, right? Now, it's based around phenotype. Is that a bad thing? But that really struck me that day. I thought, holy crap! If I was in Ireland, for example, my name's Kieran. Over here, it's unusual. I've only ever met 3 Kierans in my lifetime, apart from myself. If I watch hurling or Irish football, every 4th guy is called Kieran, right? So my name's like John if I'm in Ireland. But over here, it's exotic. So I can imagine growing up there, if we had stayed there as a family and I grew up there, I could imagine the connection I'd have with my ancestry and with my history and et cetera, et cetera. So I get that concept you were getting at before, that there is something, I think the word continuity is probably more the concept. Now, can somebody assimilate? Well, could somebody move to Ireland from, say, Germany? Could they become Irish? Probably not. What would it mean to assimilate, right? Would it mean you learn to speak Gaelic?
Well, like, this is what I mean in terms of the, like, I understand that, like, there can be immigrants that actually contribute to the country or to the economy and so on and so forth. But it, like, ethnicity, like having that shared origin is a key aspect. Now, where it gets difficult or kind of like it fudges between the numbers and all this is like when you take like Australia, for example. Australia, like the ancestry of Australia is a shit ton of Irish, some English, all this kind of stuff. So it's like you emigrate into Australia, it matches with that ancestry. You know what I mean? Same thing in America. America's a bit more kind of like complex because, like I pointed out, you have like the Native Americans and the West Africans that actually helped, you know, fight that war and declare it its own country against the British and all this kind of stuff as well. So this whole mix of like, yeah, no, I get that, but yeah. But like what I'm pointing towards is like this whole thing of like the ethnicity. It's not just like, because this what came up with Rex was like this whole aspect of like when you say ethno-nationalist in America, you're talking about America is a white country and it should be 100% white or white power and all this kind of shit. Whereas like, no, it should go down to the origin or the ancestry of the particular nation. So if we're talking about Saudi Arabia, in order for you to consider yourself like an Arab, right, or a Saudi, it's like you have to have like some sort of like shared origin, like the definition like matches no matter what country you're talking about, China, Russia, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean?
It's something else. It's something else that Douglas Murray pointed out was that it seems that every culture is allowed to celebrate their culture except Western culture. We had a we had a university here in Australia. I think it was Wollongong, the University of Wollongong. Somebody wanted to introduce a subject that was like Australian studies, which was studying, you know, Australian history, like white Australian history, the foundation of the country, all of that, and they got ran out of town. They got ran out of town for like being racist and oppressive. So you can't. What Douglas Murray was pointing out was that even the West, we have this terrible sense of guilt that's been put onto us. That every culture, if it's Japan, if it's Korea, if it's American Indian, whatever, they can celebrate their culture. Mexico can celebrate their culture, but the West, England can't celebrate its culture anymore. America can't celebrate its culture. I've seen video clips of people fucking complaining because there were people on the beach in America with American flags. And they go, I'm so sick of seeing these American flags around here. You go, what the fuck are you talking about?
We were told by our Prime Minister, our Taoiseach, that the flying the tricolour is non-inclusive.
Right.
That it's racist to fly our country flag.
Yeah, I live in a regional area, so it's not even a city. And Australia Day a couple of years ago, me and the missus went out around the shopping centre, and we were wearing some Australian flags, sort of, you know, the kind of the stuff you buy on Australia Day, the souvenir stuff. We had some sunglasses that had the Australian flag on them, and a hat with the Australian flag. And this old guy, I mean, he was nice, but we're walking into the supermarket, and he commented, you're game to wear those today. And I thought, what the fuck? So the next thing I did was went and bought a big Australian flag and hung it in front of the house. Right?
Mama.
And fortunately, there's about 4 people down the street also flying. One guy's got a flagpole, and on Australia Day, he actually flies an Australian flag. So, but I've seen people. We have these Palestinian protests almost every weekend down in Melbourne, in the capital city. Huge Palestinian protest, and not nice people, bro. There was an old couple. It was Australia Day. An old couple walked out of McDonald's and turned left, and they were both wearing caps with Australian flags. The police stopped them and asked them to please go the other way, because you're going to disrupt things down there. And yeah, Charles Darwin's got, hey, remember when Woolworths refused to sell Australia Day merch? Yeah, that fucked them in the ass, actually. That was good. That was good. They refused. Yeah, on Australia Day, they decided to not sell any flags and shit like that, and they got a bit of kickback for that. But literally, this old couple, they were told, just don't go down that way in your own city with an Australian flag, because you'll disrupt the Palestinian protesters.
And it's, like I said, it's a direct contradiction of what you'd expect. But this is the whole thing of, like, why I keep like bringing it back to. It's like, to me, it literally makes no sense, to the point where it's almost like you're trying to highlight exactly what the problem is. In terms of like this whole like communism, globalism thing, it's a direct attack on the nation, it's particularly Western nations, because we all know the chimping out meme. You know, when Black Lives Matter chimped out, they burned down a police station.
Yep.
Comrades, when white people chimp out, because white people do chimp out, you get Hiroshima, you get Nagasaki, you get World War One, you get World War Two.
You get Iraq.
You know what I mean? So it's like, keep pushing. Because when you look at the history, time and time again, it literally snaps, and it's like Viking mode gets activated. And it's just like zero fucks, zero tolerance given. You know? Like I keep trying to tell y'all, which solution do you want? Do you want this shit to be like on the streets, civil war? Or do you want it to be covert and, you know, fucking Punjab from fucking Timbuktu, who threw his fucking passport out and all his documentation to try and seek refugee, he gets put on a plane and he gets landed up in Ukraine.
Even the way that the military is going, though, I saw with the British military, they had a policy to hire anybody except white men.
Yeah,
literally.
But that's what I'm saying. In terms of this, like the right wingers will not be conscripted for the European army. It'll be the lefties. It'll be the traitors of the nation. Why would you send like the right wingers and the logical thinkers and all this kind of shit onto the front lines? That's kind of fodder. It makes no sense. You're a far right Nazi. You're going to stay home.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it all, man. I just have a feeling. Well, no, I could be wrong. What the fuck would I know? I just think I'm just seeing the tension rising And what's happened recently, particularly in England, as far as I can tell, is that the so-called right, the Patriots have actually grown the confidence to actually speak out. That's where you have the marches, and so now they're both out there, because for so long it used to be, if you're a lefty, you can say whatever you want. If you're on the right, you're a patriot. You've kind of got to keep it all hush hush. You've got those retarded laws in England, the non-crime hate incidents, shit like this. But it looks like the Patriots are now kind of said, enough, we're going to speak too. So now we have this sort of potential flashpoint where no one's hiding anymore. I guess what the left have done is they've made people pick a team. It's come to that point where you've got to pick a team. That kind of happened to me in a less dramatic way here, but I kind of realised ideologically at some point had to pick a team, and that's why I just call the whole left stuff bullshit now. It's simple as that. If a lefty's talking, I just assume they're lying. It's something I learned from watching Andrew Wilson. I think he actually said that. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Either he said it or I inferred it from what he was saying. Even when you're acting in good faith, talking to lefties or to any of them, just assume in the back of your mind that they're lying. So I've got no time for them.
To me, it fundamentally comes down to, like, are you like a globalist / communist / anarcho-capitalist or global capitalist, or are you a nationalist?
Yeah.
Because even like the libertarians and the conservatives and all this kind of shit, it's like they're all kind of like coming under this whole kind of like nationalism banner. That's the one thing that I've seen, is that like all this kind of like tensions that's been stoked, and like the second class citizen in your own nation kind of like shit that we've seen is basically kind of like strengthened and emboldened into like a cohesive movement like worldwide, where like, for example, we'd both be nationalists, but obviously you're Australian and I'm thing, like I shouldn't have any say over what happens in Australia, you shouldn't have any say what happens in Ireland. You know what I mean? But we both understand like the principles of nationalism, and that's how we're able to, kind of recognize that it's like we have like this same goal, in a sense of we want our countries to be free from globalism, whereas the globalist goal is they want one rule for all the nations. Well, they don't even want nations; they just want one rule for all the communes, essentially.
Yeah, they want their 15-minute cities.
Mm-hmm. Free travel, free trade.
Yeah, you won't own anything and you'll be happy.
You will eat bugs and you will be happy.
That's it. You got Klaus Schwab. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, mate. I reckon I've had a good crack tonight.
No worries. Appreciate you coming up. It was a good conversation, bro.
It was real good, man. Good to speak to you. So let's see. We'll see how it all pans out. I'll talk to you soon.
100%, bro. Stay safe. Have a good one.
You too, brother. See you, mate.
Folks, we got about 10 minutes left in the video. So I reckon we crack this out, because like I said, it ties back to this whole aspect of like this kind of like what I keep trying to highlight with like those three main enemies. And all those three main enemies to the nation have been primed. And like I said, in terms of solutions here, like the whole kind of like civil war aspect, what like Kieran even sees it. Like as an Australian, he sees like how bad Britain is and the shit that's being said and all this kind of shit. It's like that's kind of one possibility. You're already kind of starting to see this with the likes of Belfast and Scotland and what we're kind of seeing there, where it's like just like mob violence and all this kind of shit. And trust me, like that might seem like you might see people like cheer that shit on at the moment, but that stuff can whack out of hand very, very easy. You know what I mean? Make no mistake about it. And even if you had like some sort of structured civil war, that's still not an optimal solution. But if you look at the whole aspect of what I'm talking about with Ukraine and the enemy being Russian, all this kind of shit, and looking at it from if you were a covert person trying to pull the strings and put it all in place, it would seem like a better solution, so to speak. But this is what I'm saying in terms of the lefties being mentally ill. Let's continue the video. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom because that was a pretty long conversation. But like I said, let's check out what happened with this scenario.
If you want to learn more, go to my mom's website.
But as the interrogation continues, it becomes clear the relationship between them had deeply fractured following Julia's decision to transition.
Is she misgendering you?
Yeah.
So when you guys are arguing, is she intentionally, calling you she, or not using the appropriate pronouns, or not referring to you as Jasper and referring you as Julia?
And like, actually kind of being like, this is going to be kind of vulgar, but she'd be like, oh, you have breasts and a vagina and blood and all that, all that kind of shoving it in my face. And I'd yell back, I know, you don't think I know that? Because obviously it's kind of painful, because she would always say that, oh, they're dumb and stupid like that. No, it's not real. Even if you get the surgeries, it's not real, and things like that.
Is that something you guys had discussed, getting surgeries and whatnot?
A lot, yeah. And she'd be like, oh, I don't want you to sew on a fake like that.
3 months earlier, during the domestic dispute call, Kelly discussed this ongoing conflict with police.
Basically, the kids get into now, this whole trans, it's so bad. Yeah. And I'm totally against it. But I still was kind. I was like, if you want to think you're a boy, you can think that. But you're my daughter, you're Julia, and you're just not going to talk about it then.
As for Matthew, Julia says they never discussed it. So this was never a point of contention between them.
Me and him didn't really talk a lot. It's the thing. We're kind of peaceful, but
coexisting.
Coexisting, that's the word. We weren't friends, but we weren't necessarily enemies either. It's kind of just whatever.
He's just a couple years older than you, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, I didn't like it. I don't really support their relationship's the thing, so I think that's the only kind of tension that there was between us, because it would always be kind of awkward when it was just me and him in the house, because we wouldn't say to each other.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like, I don't really want you here, and it was kind of obvious because I didn't support the relationship at all.
With potential motives uncovered, investigators still must work to unravel a tangled story filled with many contradictions, unanswered questions, and disturbing clues.
So circling back to the argument that you had today, she takes the iPod away and the phone. She ends up giving it back before she leaves. Where is she going? Or they, rather.
They went to go get a bed frame for her bed because she got tired of it being on the floor.
Julia claims Kelly and Matthew left together around 7 or 8 p.m. And shortly after is when the alleged intruder made his appearance.
So what do you hear next after that?
Well, I hide, and then I'm just sitting there hiding, and the dogs are barking, and then I hear the glass shatter and come in, so I knew that it's probably him coming in.
But hours earlier, an officer waiting with Julia made a crucial observation, raising the possibility that someone else may have broken the glass door.
What happened to your hand?
Just an old scar.
Did you get into an accident or something?
One day I'd come home from doing whatever I was doing, and I forgot my key, and Mom wasn't home, so I just broke my window and got in.
You punched the window? There's no rocks or anything outside?
Not that I could find, but it's not like it's hurting or anything. It's just still covering, I guess.
According to police records, the glass from the backsliding door was found on top of Julia's bloody footprints, as well as Kelly's leg and Matthew's cell phone, meaning the glass had been shattered after the murders took place. Though the detectives are aware of this fact, they allow Julia to continue the story.
After a while, when he's walking around, I can hear him doing something, and then there's a lot of banging, and I hear wood cracking and stuff. I think he kick down the door to my mom's room.
Julia says nearly an hour passed with the intruder in the house before Kelly and Matthew arrived home.
How did you know it was them walking through the door?
I don't know, I guess I just assumed, because I think I heard their voices, or kind of, I couldn't say, like, tell what they were saying, but it sounded like them, so I assumed it was them. And that's what I heard, a loud, like, banging that I assumed was, like, gunshots or something, and yelling.
Who was yelling?
I think Matthew was yelling.
What was he yelling?
I think it was something along the lines of, like, stop or something.
You heard gunshots before?
Yeah.
And did it sound like gunshots to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many gunshots do you think you heard?
Like 5, 6-ish maybe.
But once again, Julia shared something with the officer in the lobby that suggests the 16-year-old was much closer to the gunshots.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know what's up in my ears, kind of messing with me.
Did you get in the ear or something lately?
Some things happened and some loud gunshots, so yeah, I think that's what's making this ring. Hopefully I don't have tinnitus now.
Yeah. How close were you to the gunshots?
I was in a different room, but it was still loud enough.
Must have been a pretty big gun then.
Not really. It was just, I think they took the one that was in my mom's room. I'd be 100% sure, but I think.
What kind of gun did your mom have?
I don't remember, but it was like a handgun, and on the standard of handguns, it was pretty small, like smaller than that one.
Okay.
Kelly's .38 special revolver was found in the backyard, just underneath Julia's bedroom window. Julia again explains that more than an hour passed before it felt safe enough to emerge from the bedroom.
When I actually came out, the first thing I saw was blood on the ground.
Outside your bedroom door? Okay. Then what did you see?
Like already, just based on the information that like her footprint is found beneath the broken glass to the sliding door from the entry point, so to speak. Oof, her hairdresser fucked up. I don't think the hairdresser. I think that this is like a self concoction. She just got the razor one day or the scissors, and you know what I'm saying, it is what it is. How the fuck are you still watching True? Because you gotta understand the enemy. Like when I'm talking about like these people are fucked, mentally fucked. I put up the Baphomet image and I show you like this is a complete distortion or warped fucking perception where it's like there's no point of like trying to reason with this individual. They cannot perceive reality. They do not have the ears to hear reason. You know what I mean? They don't understand truth. They worship lies. You know what I mean? And like I said, to me, it's kind of one of those things that it's like, once you kind of like went through this on the deductions file, like people ask like, why the fuck, like these are fucked up stories on that kind of shit. And it's like, it's important to remind yourself that like evil exists. You know, I think we tend to kind of shelter ourselves from like the evil because we only want to focus on the good. But it's by knowing that evil exists that good must exist. You know what I mean? So at least that's my rationalization, you know?
Next.
Wait, is that Parker and Dean?
I looked to the left and that's when I saw Matthew on the ground.
Did it look like he was breathing when you looked into the bathroom, Matt?
I think I could hear him faintly, his like gurgling.
Okay.
Despite signs that Matthew may have still been alive, Julia didn't call for an ambulance.
And I remember at some point I went in my mom's room and saw that the door had been like, kind of looked like it had been like busted in. Well, again, I was checking to see if anything had been stolen when I saw the lockbox where I assumed my mom kept most of my devices when she took them. And, you know, again, devices are expensive.
Such as?
Like my iPod or my phone that my dad had shut off, things like that.
Okay, so you saw those in there, so they hadn't been stolen. Are these your AirPods?
And that gun that your mom has, the one that was missing, have you ever touched that gun before?
That's what I used to get trained for my gun certificate.
With Julia's account conflicting with evidence found at the scene, investigators confront the teenager directly.
To be quite honest with you, we don't believe that this is how this happened, okay? All right. We've looked over this crime scene, and there's things in this crime scene that's not adding up with what you're saying, okay? Because I don't believe the story about someone coming into the house. We looked at your surveillance camera, okay? We don't see nobody coming through that back door. We see your parents coming home through the front door. We see bloody footprints inside the dining room area in front of the rear sliding glass door underneath the glass. That blood should be on top of the glass. I'm gonna ask you straight up, okay? Are you the reason why did you hurt your parents today, your mom and Matthew? And if you did, was there a reason why you had to do it?
Theoretically speaking, let's say what you're saying, that it was, theoretically speaking, let's say that it was me, right? What?
So Jasper, we're going to be honest with you. It's not really theoretical at this point. Everything he just stated to you is telling us that something happened that you're not telling us.
Julia tries to argue that there are blind spots on their security cameras, and an intruder could have simply avoided them. But the detective reminds Julia that an intruder would have had to know where those blind spots were ahead of time, something that is very unlikely in their experience.
Now, you was just about to say, what if it was you that did this?
I'm saying theoretically.
Okay.
Theoretically what?
What?
You said that get it off your chest and whatever, but it's like, that's not how that works. It's...
Of course, it's not going to go away that quick. It's not. But you gives us a reason, because other people are going to look at this interview, and they're going to want to know, is this a monster over here, or is this somebody who made a terrible mistake? Did you shoot your mom and Matthew today?
Well, you're basically saying that I did, so do you even need my answer?
While the remainder of Julia's interview was redacted, the detectives provided a detailed summary of the chilling confession that followed. Julia admitted to breaking into Kelly's bedroom while she was gone, obtaining the revolver and ammunition. The teenager then waited in the kitchen for Kelly and Matthew to arrive home, with a gun in one hand and a knife hidden in a pants pocket. When they walked through the front door at 10:34 p.m., Julia told them, "Welcome home." Julia confessed to shooting and killing Kelly before turning the gun on Matthew, who pleaded for the teen to stop. Julia then followed Matthew into the bathroom where he retreated, stabbing him multiple times after running out of ammunition. Finally, Julia reloaded the revolver and shot Matthew one more time in the head, ultimately killing him. Julia then shattered the sliding glass door and tossed the gun outside near the bedroom window in an attempt to stage the crime scene as a break-in, and called 911 roughly 90 minutes later. Julia admitted to reaching a breaking point over Kelly's lack of support for the teen's transition and Julia's lack of support for Kelly's relationship with 22-year-old Matthew. According to court documents on August 6, 2024.
This is what I'm trying to say. She killed her motherfucking parents over not affirming the gender, not affirming the lie. Do you know what I mean? What's the quote? If you look into the abyss, be careful the abyss doesn't look back at you. Yeah, Friedrich Nietzsche says, and if you gaze long enough into the abyss also gazes into you. Right? Which a lot of people, like, think, oh shit, like you shouldn't gaze into the abyss. You know what I mean? But it's based on what Redact says. You know, the abyss definitely looks back at me, but it's scared. You know what I mean? Because Jordan Peterson has the let's say the key or the unlock to that, where it's if you gaze into the abyss long enough, you see the light, not the darkness. And this whole thing of like deliberately encountering your fears, your deepest fears, and the darkest parts of reality, you ultimately find truth. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. This, like I said, go back and watch the oldies. Go back and watch. I tell you what, Redact, right? If you go on YouTube, type in Sherlock Holmes space Jeremy Brett, you have the full Granada version of Sherlock Holmes, and it's like the good old times. No sex scenes, no feminisms, none of that shit. Just pure good stuff. Columbo's also a good one. You know, some of the later episodes kind of fucked around a bit. Especially the last episode. Last episode's dog shit of Columbo. Like Poirot, although again, you know, like the last couple seasons of Poirot, you know, it is what it is. Have you ever stared in the mirror into one of your pupils? Of course. I don't do drugs. Yeah, you're saying I do drugs? You saying I do drugs, motherfucker? What did they do to my boy? It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Julia Egler was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder with a firearm and was held without bond. Julia Egler entered a written plea of not guilty, and the case is ongoing. A public statement released by the Florida State's Attorney's Office confirms that Julia will be prosecuted as an adult, adding that the teenager is not eligible to receive the death penalty by law.
Motherfucker. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But like I said, this whole thing of like what are we actually doing here? Like, that's not a mentally stable person. Bye, Felicia. Bye, Julia. Exactly. You know what I mean? But this is this whole thing. This is the whole thing. These people are not mentally stable. There's not a single one of these trans people that are mentally stable. Maybe like detransitioners, I guess you could say. You can make an argument that like they've seen the light or whatever. They've still done damage to themselves. You know? And that's something that they're going to have to live with. Or it's got like something that's going to be difficult to live with. You know what I mean? Especially if you've done any of the surgery. But even just taking like the hormone shit, that's fucked you up. You know? That shit's not reversible. You know? So that's where it's kind of like you're in that kind of like you're in that kind of like tough spot where you're kind of saying, you know, you feel for them, but I don't trust them. You know what I mean? Because there's clear links to what's going on here. You know what I mean? This is not. What's the best way to describe it? A lot of the detransitioners were groomed by their parents. But that's the thing. There's so many tragic stories with it where it's like, you know, that there's like the one of the parents groomed them into doing it. The other one like tried to fight as much as they can to get the kid away from that parent, and then the court ruled against them. and went through with it anyway. That's fucking heartbreaking for the parent that actually tried to save the kid. There's ones where it's like the school does it in secret and all this kind of shit. Bro, those are infuriating. Those are infuriating, you know? But it is kind of one of those things that we can't kind of sit here and kind of like poo-poo this any longer. Like, this is mental illness of the highest order. And I'd even argue that like being gay is like the like it is a mental illness, you know? Obviously not as severe as the whole trans thing. But it is this thing where like I genuinely believe it's a mental illness. And I'd even say that even if you're not gay, but you're overly sexual, again, another sign of mental illness. One sec, before we go, can I actually find that real quick in terms of the... Stop talking about Kieran like that. Hey, it is what it is. I calls them the ways I sees them, okay? No regrets. What is it? Rorschach test. Original findings. Huh. Yeah, hey, says Kieran. And I would like to join in with Kieran by saying,
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are gay. You know what I'm saying? Being a liberal is a mental disorder. Yeah, man. Seems like it. Like if you're if you have more empathy for a complete stranger than you do for your own countrymen or your own nation, I'm gonna say some problems, you know? Uh, yeah, here we go. Subsequent researchers, I got wrong in terms of the original dude, but subsequent researchers linked high sexual responses or specific signs like buttocks, genitalia, or androgynous features to issues like homosexuality, sexual disturbance, or impulsivity. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Told you. Tried to tell y'all. You know what I mean? So, like I said, man, there's in terms of what way does the mind react? Or sorry, not react. What way does the mind perceive? And when you see all these motherfuckers, you know, worshiping at the fucking Baphomet statue and all this kind of shit, you're like, bro, these people are gone. They are gone. You know? If I found out the school was transing my kid in secret, there'd be a lot of teachers that wouldn't hear the bell at 3 p.m. I think I know what you mean there, Charles. I think I know what you mean. I think I need to read between the line. Yo, mama made me gay. Oh, well, Kieran is K. Kieran is K. Kieran is gay confirmed. I needs to sleep. I needs to sleep, motherfuckers. I'm only mentally ill if I watch the body cams. Wait, what? What body cams? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Is there anybody alive? Is there anybody out there? No. Okay, one sec. I want to show you this as well. So again, this is like the Rorschach test. I highly recommend you, right? The dude Herman Rorschach. This dude put it out like over 100 years ago, 1921. It's like the ink blot test, right? Later interpretation and research. Later clinicians and researchers post 1920s expanded content analysis and sometimes associated frequent or inappropriate sexual responses, seeing sex organs, intercourse, genitalia, or erotic scenes in the blots with various conditions. These are not definitive diagnostics and have mixed empirical support. Schizophrenia or thought disorders, poor form quality combined with sexual or bizarre content can indicate disorganization or loose associations. However, sexual responses alone are not diagnostic. Rorschach noted unusual or confabulated responses in psychotic patients, but not specifically sexual ones. Sexual disturbances, impulsivity, or trauma history. Some studies link elevated sexual content, especially aggressive or conflicted sexual themes, sexual preoccupations, hypersexuality, or histories of sexual abuse/trauma. This may reflect intrusive thoughts or unresolved conflicts rather than specific illness. Personality disorders or psychopathy. In some scoring systems, frequent sexual responses, particularly crude or boundary-violating ones, can appear in profiles with high impulsivity, narcissism, or antisocial traits, but evidence is inconsistent. Manic or hypomanic states, increased color responses, and disinhibition might coincide with more sexualized content. And no reliable link, apparently, to the homosexuality, right? But what do we see with the pride parades? What do we see with the whole LGBT? Their whole identity is sexual disturbances, impulsivity. A lot of it's trauma. A lot of them are psychopaths, personality disorders, manic, schizophrenic, thought disorders. It is what it is. So I highly recommend you all check out the Rorschach test, because that one was like it was like it struck me. I was like, holy fuck. This whole pride parade thing and all this kind of shit, it makes so much sense. Their whole identity is based around sexuality, and like fucked up sexuality as well. Like the whole furry thing, the whole trans thing, all that shit. They're mentally fucked in the head, you know? But we're going to wrap it up as well. Okay, everyone start donating for the 6-hour extension. This guy, this motherfucker. Go live, Kieran. Goes Emmett live on my end. Uno momento, por favore. One sec. So the man says good night. Good night, so the man. Night, folks. Have a good one. Have a good one. Un momento, por favore. Can someone send me link? It's not showing up on my end. Are you sure? Are you trolling me? Un momento, por favore. What's going on, bruh? What's going on? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, we got it. We're going over to Emmett. We're going over to Emmett. Who the fuck is Emmett? Emmett. Who the fuck is Emmett? Watch Manson's response to the tests. Night all. Have a good one. Rest in, or I thought that was R.I.P. RP. Have a good one. He's live. I double checked it. And I got the redirect there. Don't worry, folks. Don't worry. Set. Sometimes YouTube do be fucking up, as they say. But I'm going to be going to bed. Because like I said, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Okay. Well, I guess you could stay here, but kind of fucked up because you're just going to be rewatching the stream, so to speak. But when you go over there, make sure you get sub, all the good stuff. You know what to do. You know the drill. My brain is fried. Take care, people. Have a good one. Have a good one. YouTube is asshole. Is asshole. Have a good one, Blue. Have a good one. God bless her. God bless. Shout out to all the people stopped by, gave the like, hopped on panel. Again, shout out to the crew, all the boys that got us the open panel, and we had kind of changing plans, so to speak. We're supposed to do the Bible, but we turned into an open panel. We talked about all sorts of crazy shit. Hopefully he's enjoyed the conversation. Hopefully he's had a good one. And again, yeah, just shout out to all you guys. You know, $79, my fucking mind. So again, shout out to all the donators, all the watchers, all the supporters. Appreciate you kind of truly making the dream become a reality, folks. Are you crazy saying peace to you too, sir? But yeah, we'll end the show the same way we end it all the time. Y'all know what it is. Folks, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm just a leprechaun. All I'm asking you to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for a little bit of film room, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.